Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is There's a Door in My House That Wasn't There Yesterday. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot, not gas, nothing that would make you run, but that dusty, papery odor you get when you open a long closed closet in an old house. Dry gypsum, cardboard, warm insulation, like someone had been sanding drywall somewhere out of sight. I stood in the hallway with my keys still in my hand, backpack strap cutting into my shoulder, and listened. The house didn't sound wrong. The refrigerator hummed the way it always did. Somewhere deep inside the walls, the heat clicked, settled. Outside, a car hissed over wet pavement. Ordinary, except the smell and the way the air felt a half-degree cooler along my right side, like a vent was breathing on me. Okay, I said out loud, because talking steadied me. That's new. I took 2 steps down the hall toward the back of the house. My shoes, soggy from the February slush, left shallow prints on the wood. The lights were off, because I always forget to flip the switch when I come in, and the only illumination came from the kitchen window and the thin gray afternoon beyond it. That's when I saw it. A door. Not a shadow, not a trick of light. A literal, painted, white interior door, closed, sitting flush in the right wall, where yesterday there was only drywall, and one framed print of a black and white photo of Amsterdam that I'd bought at a flea market because it made me look like someone who traveled. The print was gone. I didn't move for a second. My brain tried to do its normal filing thing, misremembered layout, fatigue, new paint, renovations I forgot I approved, and came up empty. I'd lived in this house for 8 months. I knew every dumb little issue. The sticky bathroom latch, the stair that squeaked, the kitchen cabinet that never stayed shut unless you leaned your hip into it and lifted. There had not been a door there. I walked closer, slow in the way you approach something you've dropped and broken and don't want to see yet. The door was clean, with a brushed nickel handle on the left side, hinges on the right. Standard, almost generic. The trim around it looked finished, like it had always been there. No raw edges, no obvious patchwork, no dust piled on the baseboard. The paint even matched the wall, that soft off-white my realtor had described as bright and neutral, which was realtor speak for looks like a rental, no matter what you do. I reached out, hesitated, then tapped the door with my knuckle. Solid, hollow core like most interior doors. It gave a soft, familiar thud. I leaned closer, inhaled. The dusty smell was stronger here, mixed with something faintly sweet, like fresh joint compound, but not sharp like a new construction site. Just present. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost jumped anyway. I pulled it out and saw a text. Maya, you home? Can I swing by and grab my blender for a moment? I felt genuinely grateful for the mundanity of it. A blender. A stupid little appliance. Something with a clear place in the universe. I thumbed back with one hand, still staring at the door. Me, yeah, come by. Give me 10 then, because I didn't know what else to do. I opened my camera and pointed it at the wall. I took a photo. The flash washed the hall in harsh white, making everything look flatter and more fake. The door sat there in the image, like it had been installed by a competent contractor, not conjured by my brain. I zoomed in on the trim. The caulking line looked neat. No cracks, no unevenness. If this was a prank, someone had done skilled work in the few hours I'd been out, and they'd done it without leaving footprints, without dragging debris through my living room, without making any noise my neighbors would have noticed. My first thought was, the landlord. My second thought was, you don't have a landlord, you own the house. I bought it last spring after 2 years of arguing with myself about whether buying a loan was brave or stupid. I'd picked this place in a suburb north of Boston because it was close enough to the city that my commute didn't destroy my soul, and quiet enough that I could hear my own thoughts when I got home. That part had been important, maybe too important. I'm Evan Mercer, 32, and I've always told people I like quiet. It sounds like a preference. It's more like a coping mechanism. I set my backpack on the floor and listened again, letting the house settle into my ears. Refrigerator, heat, traffic, nothing else. I tried to tell myself the simplest explanation. Maybe I'd missed it in the walkthrough. Maybe the staging had hidden it. Maybe the photo had been covering it, and I'd never needed to move the print. Except I had moved it twice, because the nail kept slipping out of the drywall, and I'd cursed and patched it like an adult. There was no way a whole door had been behind it. I went into the kitchen and flicked the hall light on. The overhead bulb popped, then steadied. With the light on, the door looked even more normal, even more insulting in its plainness. The hallway was suddenly just a hallway again, except now it had a feature that shouldn't exist. I poured myself a glass of water to give my hands something to do. The faucet ran cold, metallic, and the water tasted like it always did, a little chlorine, a little limestone. I drank too fast and felt it hit my stomach. Then I did what I do whenever something doesn't make sense, and I'm afraid my reaction is going to embarrass me later. I checked the practical stuff. I walked to the front window and looked outside. Nothing strange in the yard. No van. No contractor. Snow turned to gray slush piled near the curb. The neighbor's mailbox leaned slightly to the left like it always had. Across the street, someone's kid had left a plastic sled half buried near the sidewalk. I went back to the hallway and knelt by the baseboard because I'd seen enough home renovation videos to know that sloppy work leaves tells. I ran my finger along the trim. Smooth, dry, not freshly painted. No tackiness, no grit. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. Not even that faint sound you sometimes hear when a room is empty and the house is settling. Just the quiet hum of my own blood and the distant heat. I stood, exhaled slowly, and wrapped my fingers around the knob. Cool metal. Normal, I didn't turn it. My phone buzzed again. Maya, Amwa, you okay? You said give me 10 like a hostage. I almost laughed. It came out as a short breath through my nose. Me, fine. Just weird day. See you soon. I set the phone on the kitchen counter and stared at it for a second, as if it might offer instructions. Then I walked back to the door and did something else practical. I checked if it had a lock. There was no deadbolt, no keypad, just the knob and a tiny thumb turn on the inside edge you'd see on a bathroom door, except there was no indication of what it led to. I crouched and looked at the gap under the door. Thin shadow. No light. No obvious air movement. My skin prickled, not with fear exactly, but with that uneasy awareness you get when you realize you've been assuming something about your environment that you never had to prove. This house had been safe because it was predictable. predictable meant controllable. And controllable meant my brain could finally stop scanning for the worst case scenario. It meant I could sleep without checking every window twice, without replaying worst outcomes in my head like some stupid training drill. I don't tell people this because it's the kind of thing that makes them tilt their head and say, "Have you tried meditation?" But I have a private fear that's not ghosts or burglars or murderers. It's that I can't trust my own perception when I'm tired. In my late 20s, I had a stretch where stress and too much caffeine and too little sleep made everything feel slightly off. Not hallucinations, nothing dramatic, but an unreliability. I'd swear I left my wallet on the counter and then find it in the fridge. I'd reread emails 3 times because I couldn't remember if I'd sent them. It wasn't a diagnosis. It wasn't a breakdown. It was just a warning flare. And it scared me more than I admitted. So standing here now, with a door that should not exist, my first instinct was intruder. It was, what if this is me? I swallowed and looked away from the door, forcing myself to name objects out loud, like a grounding exercise I'd learned and hated. Coat rack, I said, staring at the hooks by the entryway. Shoes, umbrella, thermostat. Then I looked back, door, still there. A car pulled into the driveway. Gravel crunched, then stopped. A door slammed. Footsteps on the porch. A quick knock, 3 taps, familiar. I exhaled so hard it almost hurt. I opened the front door before she could knock again. Maya stepped in, shoulders hunched against the cold, cheeks pink, hair stuffed into a beanie like she'd given up fighting it. She held a tote bag on one arm and her keys in the other hand. A little jingle of metal as she kicked off her boots. Maya Rios, 31, female, has been my friend since my first job out of college, which means she's watched me become the kind of person who owns matching plates and still sometimes eats standing over the sink. She looked at my face, the way she always does when she's checking if I'm about to lie. "Okay," she said, drawing the word out. "You look like you just found a body, or you're about to tell me you joined CrossFit." I tried for casual. "Neither. Come here." I led her down the hall. The air still smelled faintly dusty. The overhead light made everything brutally normal except for the one thing that was. Maya stopped when she saw it. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed. She took 2 steps closer, squinted at the trim like she could decode the problem by inspection. "What?" she said, very flatly. "Is that?" "A door," I said. "I can see it's a door." She looked at me now. "Evan, that wasn't there." "I know." She laughed once sharp, then reached out and touched the door like she needed to confirm it was real. Her palm pressed against the painted surface. "It feels normal." I took a photo. "Of course you did." She stepped back, looking around for context, like the hallway might have rearranged itself, and the door was the least of it. "Where's the Amsterdam picture?" "Gone." Maya's eyes moved to the wall where the print should have been. There was no nail hole, no patch, just smooth paint. She made a sound low in her throat, not quite a swear. "Okay," she said. "Okay, so someone came in here." "I didn't hear anything," I said. "Do you have cameras?" "No." Maya's expression shifted, practical mode clicking in. "We should call someone. The police." She hesitated. "Maybe. Or first, do you have paperwork from your inspection? Floor plan, anything? Like, is it possible this was always here and you just..." She stopped herself because she saw my face. Saw that I'd already asked myself that question and hated the answer. Maya softened her voice. "Hey, I'm not saying you're imagining it. I'm just trying to find the least insane explanation." "Same," I said. She glanced at the knob. Don't open it yet. I wasn't going to. We stood there, side by side, staring at a door like it might start talking. The house made its normal sounds around us. The heat clicked again, a small mechanical heartbeat. Somewhere outside, a dog barked twice, then stopped. Maya adjusted her tote bag higher on her shoulder, eyes still on the handle. Okay, she said, like she was setting rules. Choice time. We can call the non-emergency line and wait in the living room like responsible adults. Or, her gaze flicked to me. A challenge, a question. A little spark of the part of her that always wanted to poke the bear just to see if it moved. Or, she said, we open it, now, while it's daylight. I felt my hand tighten around nothing. The door didn't move. It just waited, like it had all the time in the world. And the worst part was, I could already feel my brain trying to decide for me. The part that needed to know, that hated leaving a question unanswered, leaning forward. The part that wanted safety, predictability, and sleep, pulling back. Maya looked at the knob again, then at me. Well, she said quietly. What are we doing? Maya checked her watch again, a nervous habit she only had when she was trying to pretend she wasn't nervous. Non-emergency says they're experiencing higher than usual call volume, she said, lowering her phone. Which I think means we're on hold until the sun sets. The hallway light buzzed faintly overhead. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I did, I couldn't stop hearing it, an insect whine under everything else. We don't have to wait, I said. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. Maya gave me a look. We absolutely have to wait. That's what waiting is. I rubbed my palms on my jeans. They were damp. I hadn't realized I was sweating. I just mean if someone did this, if someone came in here, they could still be close. Or what? I stared at the door. The longer I looked at it, the more it felt like it was pressing back, not physically. But in that way, a thing occupies mental space just by existing. Or they're coming back. Maya exhaled through her nose. Okay, let's slow down. We don't know that yet. I know, I said quickly. I know we don't know. That's the problem. She leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed, eyes flicking between the door and my face. You're spiraling. I'm problem solving. Those are not the same thing. The house made a small settling sound, wood contracting somewhere, and I flinched before I could stop myself. Maya noticed. Hey, she said, softer now. Look at me. I did. Her face was familiar in a way that steadied me. The faint crease between her eyebrows, the chipped nail polish she never quite fixed, the way she always tilted her head when she was assessing something. You're not crazy, she said. Something weird happened. That doesn't automatically mean the worst thing happened. I nodded, even though my chest felt tight. I just keep thinking about how clean it is. Whoever did this wasn't rushing. That, Maya said, is a valid concern. She pushed off the wall and walked to the door again, crouching to look at the bottom seam. There's no light under it, she said, which means either the room beyond has no windows or the lights are off. Or it's a closet, I said. She glanced back at me. Then why the full-size door, storage? For what? A person. The word hung there, heavier than it should have been. Maya stood and reached for the knob, then stopped herself. Her hand hovered. Before we do anything else, we should check the rest of the house. Make sure nothing else changed. That feels worse. Evan, I know. But what if there's another door? She didn't smile. Then we definitely need to know. We moved through the house together, slow and deliberate. The living room looked the same. Couch, coffee table. The throw blanket Maya had once accused me of owning just to look like I had hobbies. The kitchen was unchanged, down to the stupid cabinet that refused to stay shut. I opened it, closed it, watched it drift open again by an inch. Still broken, still familiar. Upstairs, the bathroom latch stuck the way it always did. The bedroom smelled faintly like my laundry detergent. No new doors, no missing furniture, no signs of forced entry. We came back downstairs. The hallway felt narrower. Or maybe I was imagining that too. Maya checked her phone again. "Okay," she said. "Here's the thing. I have to be back at my place in an hour. I can stay longer if we need to, but I don't want to be alone with it," I said before I could stop myself. She met my eyes. "With the door." "With whatever's behind it," I said, then immediately regretted the phrasing. Maya grimaced. "Okay, that's fair." Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen and frowned. What? Missed call from an unknown number. No voicemail. My stomach dropped a little. When? Just now, while we were upstairs. I forced myself to breathe. "Probably spam." "Probably," she agreed. She didn't look convinced. The hallway light flickered just once. Bright, dim, bright again. Maya looked up at it. "Is that new?" "No," I said automatically, then hesitated. "I don't think so." We stood there for a moment, both listening. The hum of the light seemed louder now, like it was leaning into the quiet. "I don't like this," Maya said. "We should call the police again. Maybe emergency this time. For a door. For an unauthorized structural modification to private residence," she said, quoting something she'd probably read online once. "That's not nothing," I nodded, reached for my phone. No signal. I frowned at the screen and walked toward the front of the house, holding it up like that would help. One bar flickered into existence, then vanished. "That's weird," I said. Maya checked hers. "I've got 2 bars. I took a step closer to her. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I froze. "Maya," she looked at my screen. "Don't answer that." "I know." The phone buzzed again, then stopped. A second later, there was a sound from inside the wall. Not a knock, not a scratch. Something more subtle, a shift, like weight being adjusted. Like someone leaning back against drywall. Maya's breath caught. She reached for my arm, fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded. My mouth felt dry. "Yeah." The sound came again, a faint creak. Then nothing. We stared at the door. It didn't move. It didn't rattle. It just sat there, solid and patient. "This is no longer a waited-out situation," Maya said. "This is a leave-the-house situation." "Agreed," I said, relief washing through me at the decision. Shoes, keys, now. Moved fast, adrenaline sharpening everything. I grabbed my jacket from the hook by the door, my keys from the bowl on the console. Maya pulled on her boots, hands shaking just a little. As I reached for the front door, the hallway light flickered again. This time it went out. The house fell into a softer, deeper quiet. The refrigerator hum seemed farther away. The air felt cooler. "Evan," Maya said quietly. The door, I turned. The knob was turning. Slowly, deliberately, not rattling, not testing. Just rotating, a fraction of an inch at a time, metal whispering against its housing. I felt something in my chest give way, not panic exactly, but the certainty that whatever I'd been afraid of imagining, this was worse, because it meant my perception had been right all along. Maya's grip on my arm tightened. "Someone is in your house," she said, voice steady in a way that scared me more than if she'd screamed. The knob stopped. Then, from behind the door, a voice spoke, muffled by wood and drywall, but unmistakably human. "Hello," it said. "Is anyone there?" Don't answer, Maya whispered. The word hello still hung in the air on the other side of the door, not loud, not urgent, almost polite. My hand was still on the front door handle. If I pulled it open, we'd be outside in 3 seconds, down the porch steps, into the driveway, distance between us, and whatever had rearranged my house. The idea of cold air and open space felt like oxygen. Behind us, the hallway remained dark. The only light came from the living room lamp, casting a long, warped rectangle across the floor that stopped just short of the door with the voice behind it. Evan, Maya said, low and firm. We leave. Now, I nodded. From behind the door, the voice spoke again. Closer this time. Or maybe it just sounded closer because I was listening harder. Please, it said. I think I'm stuck. Maya's fingers tightened on my sleeve. I felt the tug, the clear instruction in it. Don't engage. She was right. Engaging made things real, made them complicated. I turned the front door knob. It didn't move. I stared at it, confused, and tried again. The latch refused to give. What? I muttered. Maya leaned in, trying the deadbolt. Did you lock this? No, I never lock it when I'm home. She twisted harder. Nothing. A slow, creeping heat spread across my chest. It's jammed. Or locked from the outside, she said. That was worse. Behind us, there was a soft sound, like fabric brushing wood. Someone shifting their weight. Waiting. Okay, Maya said, voice steady but too loud in the quiet. Back up, let me see. She stepped in front of me and braced her shoulder against the door, pushing. The hinges creaked but held. The door didn't budge. Great, she said, just great. From the hallway, the voice tried again. I can hear you out there. Maya spun toward it. Who are you? There was a pause. Long enough that my imagination started filling it with bad answers. My name is Daniel, the voice said finally. Male, young, maybe late 20s or early 30s. American accent, hard to place. I think there's been a mistake. What kind of mistake puts you inside my wall? I snapped, then immediately wished I hadn't spoken. Maya shot me a look, careful. I didn't put myself here, Daniel said. I woke up, and this isn't where I went to sleep. That sentence landed wrong. Too familiar. Close to the kind of thoughts I tried not to entertain. Maya stepped between me and the door, blocking my line of sight like that mattered. Okay, she said. If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny. I swear it's not, Daniel said. His voice cracked on the last word. Fear, real or performed, threaded through it. I took a step back, bumping into the console table by the stairs. A framed photo rattled. The sound made me jump. Maya lowered her voice. Evan, upstairs window. I followed her gaze. The staircase was to our left, rising into shadow. If we could get upstairs, there was the bedroom window that overlooked the side yard. Not ideal, but better than nothing. We moved fast, quiet. Halfway up the stairs, there was a sudden loud thump from the hallway below. I froze, heart slamming into my ribs. Maya hissed. What was that? We listened. Nothing. Just the refrigerator, distant and indifferent. That could have been him, I whispered. Or the house settling, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. We reached the top of the stairs. The hallway up there was dim, lit only by the glow from my bedroom. I moved toward the window and shoved it up. It opened an inch, then stopped. Painted shut, Maya asked. No, I said, pushing harder. It opened fine this morning. I leaned my weight into it. The frame groaned, then gave way with a sharp crack. Pain shot through my palm as the edge of the frame scraped skin. Shit, I said, pulling back. Blood welled bright against my hand. Maya grabbed my wrist, inspecting it. It's shallow, you're fine. The window was open now, cold air rushing in, carrying the smell of wet leaves and exhaust. Relief surged through me. Then headlights swept across the wall outside. I ducked instinctively, heart leaping. Maya peered out. "It's just a car," she said, "neighbor pulling in." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The terror drained a notch, leaving embarrassment in its wake. Misdirection, my brain noted bitterly. Jumping at shadows. Maya climbed onto the bed, swinging one leg out the window. "I'll go first." Below us, the side yard dropped a good 8 feet to patchy grass and frozen dirt. "I can make it," she said. "You follow." She lowered herself, then dropped. The impact made her grunt, but she stayed upright. "Okay," she called. "Your turn." I swung my legs out, adrenaline dulling the sting in my palm. As I shifted my weight, a loud crack echoed from downstairs. Maya looked up sharply. "What was that?" Before I could answer, Daniel shouted from below. "Hey, please don't leave me." The sound of his voice, echoing up the stairwell, did something to me. Not sympathy, responsibility. The sixth sense that if we left, whatever happened next would be partly on us. Maya saw it on my face. "No," she said. "Absolutely not. We're not doing that." "I can't just, Evan." She climbed back toward the window. "You don't owe him anything." Another sound from downstairs, this one unmistakable. Wood splintering. A sharp pop like a hinge giving way. Maya swore. He's forcing it. Or someone else was. I hesitated 1 second too long. From below, the front door slammed. The house shuddered. Maya's face drained of color. Someone else is here. The realization hit me like ice water. 2 possibilities collided in my head. Daniel wasn't alone, or Daniel wasn't the threat we thought he was. "We can't go now," I said. "They're in the house." Maya stared at me, then nodded once. Decision made, even if she hated it. We retreated from the window, pulling it down as quietly as we could. My hand throbbed, sticky with blood. Downstairs, footsteps moved through the living room. Heavy, purposeful, not Daniel's voice. "This is bad," Maya whispered. The geography of the house pressed in on me, suddenly very clear. 1 staircase, 1 front door, 1 back door off the kitchen. And that door in the hallway, now very much open if the sound I'd heard meant what I thought it meant. We crept to the top of the stairs and peered down. The hallway light flickered back on. The door was open, not wide, just enough to see that it didn't lead to a closet. It led to a narrow, unfinished room that cut deeper into the house than should have been possible, raw studs and insulation exposed, like someone had peeled the walls back to reveal a secret corridor that violated every sense of the home's dimensions. Daniel stood just inside it, hands raised. Facing him, blocking the hallway, was a man I didn't recognize, holding something heavy and metal at his side. The man turned his head and looked straight up at us. Maya sucked in a breath. He saw us. The man smiled. Behind him, Daniel's eyes met mine, wide and terrified. The front door slammed again, this time from the outside. Locked. The man didn't rush us. That was the first thing that made it worse. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, feet planted shoulder width apart, the heavy metal object hanging loose in his right hand. Now that I could see it clearly, it wasn't a gun. It was a short pry bar, the kind you'd use to rip up floorboards or force a doorframe. The end of it was nicked and shiny like it had been used recently. Daniel stayed half a step behind him, trapped by the narrowness of the hidden room, shoulders hunched, palms still open. The insulation behind him was torn in places, yellow fibers clinging to his hoodie. Upstairs, the man said calmly. Both of you, slow. Maya's nails bit into my arm. Her breathing was fast, shallow. I could feel it through her jacket. Why? She asked. Her voice wobbled, but she didn't stop herself from speaking. The man glanced at her like she'd asked for the time. Because you don't want to be in the hallway when this goes wrong. That was not comforting. I tried to think. The geography of the house felt like a puzzle box closing in. Behind us, the upstairs hall, my bedroom, the open window. Below, the living room, kitchen, back door we hadn't checked yet. Between us and everything else, 2 men, one armed, one trapped. My hand throbbed. Blood had soaked into my sleeve, sticky and cold now. Maya shifted her weight, just slightly, angling her body toward the stairs. A silent question. Now, Daniel's eyes flicked between us and the man with the pry bar. His mouth opened, closed. He looked like someone standing on the edge of a pool, bracing for cold. Please, Daniel said suddenly. You said you'd let them go. The man sighed. Actually sighed, like he was tired. I said I'd try. That was enough. Maya moved first. She shoved me sideways, hard toward the wall, and lunged up the remaining stairs. The man reacted fast, faster than I expected, swinging the pry bar up, not at us, but at the banister. It cracked with a sharp bang, wood splintering, the sound exploding in the small space. I stumbled, caught myself, then ran. Adrenaline flattened everything into simple steps. Stairs, turn, bedroom. Maya slammed the door behind us and threw her weight against it as the handle rattled immediately. The man hit it once with his shoulder, then again, testing. Window, she yelled. I was already there, shoving it open. Cold air rushed in. The yard below looked farther away than before. Behind us, the door shuddered. A crack appeared near the latch, spidering outward. We can't both go at once, Maya said, breathless. I'll hold it. No, I said. Evan, she snapped. Go. I hesitated. Too long. The door buckled inward. The latch tore free with a metallic shriek. The door flew open, and the man stumbled into the room, momentum carrying him forward. Maya didn't hesitate. She grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and smashed it into his face. Glass exploded. He went down hard, swearing, blood already pouring from his nose. Daniel appeared in the doorway, panic written all over him. I didn't know he was going to. Out, Maya screamed at him. Get out. For a split second, the room was chaos, shattered glass crunching underfoot, the man groaning on the floor, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. And the man surged up, swinging the pry bar blindly. It caught Maya across the shoulder with a dull, sickening thud. She cried out and went down, crashing into the dresser. Something in me snapped. I don't remember deciding to move. I just did. I grabbed the edge of the broken lamp base, ceramic, jagged, and slammed it down onto the man's forearm as he raised the pry bar again. He screamed, dropped it. The sound cut through everything. Daniel lunged forward, trying to help, grabbing at the man's jacket. The 3 of us went down in a heap, limbs tangled, breath knocked out of me as my shoulder hit the floor. The man was strong, stronger than he looked. He elbowed Daniel hard in the chest, sending him sprawling back into the hallway. He shoved me away and scrambled for the pry bar. Maya moved. Even injured, she moved. She kicked it under the bed. The man saw it disappear and let out a noise that was pure frustration. He turned toward the door, maybe to run, maybe to call someone. I never found out, because that's when Daniel did the one thing I hadn't expected. He tackled him. They hit the hallway wall hard. The unfinished drywall of the hidden room flexed, then gave way with a tearing sound. Both men crashed through it, disappearing into the narrow space beyond. For a moment, there was only the sound of breathing. Mine, Maya's, ragged and sharp. Somewhere inside the walls, muffled grunts and thuds. Then silence. "Daniel," I shouted, no answer. Maya pushed herself up, clutching her shoulder. Her face was pale, lips pressed tight. "We can't stay," I nodded. My legs felt like rubber, but they held. We ran. Down the stairs, past the shattered banister, through the living room. The front door was still locked, deadbolt thrown. The back door. I tore into the kitchen, skidding on the tile, and yanked it open. Cold air hit me like a slap. We didn't slow down until we were in the yard, then the neighbor's yard, then standing under a streetlight, gasping. A porch light flicked on across the street. A door opened. "Are you okay?" someone shouted. Maya collapsed onto the curb, swearing through clenched teeth. Her shoulder was already swelling, an ugly bruise blooming under the skin. Sirens came eventually, closer than I'd expected. Blue and red lights washed over the houses, turning everything unreal. They took our statements. They went inside. They found the man with the pry bar unconscious in the hidden room, arm broken where I'd struck him. They found Daniel too alive, shaken, with cracked ribs and insulation burns on his hands. The room behind the door was exactly what it looked like, an illegal addition carved into the dead space between my house and the neighbor S, used to stash stolen property, and apparently people who knew too much. The door had been installed days ago while I was at work. The reason I hadn't noticed. They de-worked from the inside. Quiet, careful. When an officer asked me how I hadn't heard construction, I didn't have a good answer. I just kept thinking about how close I'd come to convincing myself it was all in my head. As the EMT wrapped Maya's shoulder and taped up my hand, the house loomed behind us, windows dark, doorway gaping. It looked smaller somehow, like it had given something up. The house didn't feel like mine after that. It took 3 hours for the police to finish processing it, and even then, they didn't let me back inside right away. I sat on the curb, wrapped in a gray blanket that smelled faintly of disinfectant, watching uniformed backs move in and out of my front door. The porch light stayed on, bright and accusing. Maya was in the ambulance for a while. They said it was a clean fracture of the clavicle, painful, but straightforward. No surgery unless the swelling got worse. She insisted on walking herself out when they were done strapping her arm into a sling, jaw set, eyes unfocused in that way people get when adrenaline finally loosens its grip. "I'm fine," she kept saying, to anyone who looked at her too long. "I just need ice and sleep." They cleaned my hand and wrapped it tight. The cut didn't need stitches, just steri strips and a warning to watch for infection. When the EMT asked me if I felt dizzy or disoriented, I almost laughed. "Yes," I said, "but I think that's unrelated." A detective named Harris, mid-40s, tired eyes, voice like he'd repeated the same reassurances too many times, sat with me on the steps and went over everything again. Timeline, when I'd left that morning, when I'd come home, whether I'd had any contractors over, whether I'd noticed anything off in the past week, smells, sounds, gaps in my routine. I told him about the dust smell, the phone call, the way the door had looked finished, like it belonged. He nodded, jotting notes. "They're good at that," he said. "The ones who last longer." "Last longer where?" I asked. He hesitated. "In places people don't look too closely." Daniel was taken out on a stretcher not long after, oxygen mask fogging with each breath. His eyes met mine for a second as they rolled him past. He lifted one hand weakly, like he wasn't sure whether waving was allowed. I didn't wave back. The man with the pry bar left in the back of a cruiser, arms splinted, face slack with pain. They said he'd broken 2 bones and torn something in his wrist. He didn't look at me. When they knew I wasn't going to collapse or bleed out, the officers finally let me inside. Not alone, never alone. They walked me through my own house like it belonged to someone else. The hallway looked wrong in daylight. The hidden door was still there, now wide open, yellow tape draped across it. Without the tension of the night pressing in, the room beyond it looked smaller, sadder. A crime scene stripped of its menace by fluorescent work lights and evidence markers. Raw studs, insulation, a couple of duffel bags on the floor, empty water bottles, a portable charger plugged into an extension cord that ran somewhere deeper into the walls. Utilities, the officer explained when I asked. They tapped into your power. Minimal draw, hard to notice. I stared at the wall where my Amsterdam photo had hung. The print was gone for good. So was the sense that the wall was solid, that it meant what it said. They told me I couldn't stay there that night. Structural safety, ongoing investigation. A city inspector would need to come out in the morning. Insurance paperwork would follow. Maya stayed with me at a hotel near the highway. She took the bed closest to the bathroom so she wouldn't have to maneuver around too much. I lay awake listening to the air conditioner cycle on and off, counting the seconds between each mechanical sigh. At some point, she said quietly, "You did good." I turned my head. I almost froze. "But you didn't." I thought about the moment at the window, how close I'd been to leaving, how much easier it would have been. "I don't trust myself," I said. The words came out flat, like a fact I'd finally accepted. Maya was quiet for a long time. "You trusted yourself enough to act when it mattered." The city inspector came the next morning. Then the insurance adjuster. Then another detective. The house filled up with strangers again, measuring and photographing and murmuring. They cut open more walls, exposing how the hidden space had been threaded between structures like a parasite. It was legal jargon and municipal codes and timelines, all of it flattening the experience into something manageable on paper. They removed the door, or tried to. When the contractor put his shoulder into it, and it didn't budge the way he expected, he frowned. "That's odd." He got a pry bar not lost on me and worked it loose with a grunt. When it finally came free, it left a clean rectangular void in the wall, a wound, the kind you could patch, but never quite erase. The house smelled like dust again for days after, even with the windows open. Daniel called me once from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. He didn't leave a message. The detective said he was cooperating, that his story checked out, that he'd likely avoid serious time. I didn't ask for more details. Maya went home after 2 nights. She hugged me carefully, one-armed, and promised to come back when I was cleared to move in again. "You're not allowed to pretend this didn't happen," she said, half joking. "Just don't let it eat you alive." When I finally slept in my own bed again, the house was quieter than before. Not peaceful, just aware of itself. Every click and groan landed sharper. I learned the rhythm of it all over again. The patch where the door had been was smooth and white, neutral. If you didn't know where to look, you'd never guess it had held anything else. Sometimes, standing in the hallway, I catch myself staring at it, waiting for that faint shift in the air, that sense of a vent breathing where it shouldn't. Nothing happens. Most days, that's enough. But once, late at night, my phone buzzed on the counter while I was washing a glass. Unknown number. It stopped before I could answer. When I checked the voicemail later, there was nothing there, just silence. And then, very faintly, the sound of someone breathing before the line went dead. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. I was halfway through reassembling the old record player when I noticed it. The hum. Not the usual low groan of the heater or the whine of the refrigerator. This was sharper, precise. A vibration through the floorboards, like something rolling slowly across the basement tiles. I froze, screwdriver in hand, peering over the edge of the couch at the basement door, painted gray like the rest of the trim, unremarkable in every way. My fingers ached from tightening screws. My palms were sticky with dust and rust. And still, the hum persisted. "Did you hear that?" I called out, even though I knew the only other person home was my roommate. From the kitchen, the sound of a coffee mug clinking against the counter answered me. "Hear what?" Jake's voice, 27, male, a grad student with a bad habit of wearing sweatpants all week, carried that tone of casual dismissal reserved for things that sound slightly inconvenient. He came into the living room, a mug in hand, hair sticking up in the front like it had fought a losing battle with his pillow. "Down there," I said, nodding toward the basement. The hum was quieter now, but I could still feel it through the soles of my socks. Jake leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head. Probably the sump pump, or raccoons, or maybe the pipes. He sipped his coffee like he'd solved a mystery. Jake was the kind of guy who always had an explanation, even if it didn't really explain anything. I frowned, the screwdriver weighing heavy in my hand. My apartment was on the edge of Baltimore, 2 flights up in a building that had survived at least a century of winters. The smell of damp plaster and old wood was always present, faint. But now there was something sharper, a tang of metal or wet concrete. Subtle, but wrong. "I don't know," I said. "My name is Carol. I'm 29, female. Freelance graphic designer, currently unemployed, currently nervous, currently overthinking a noise that probably didn't matter." My apartment was my refuge, and this noise, this persistent, deliberate vibration, felt like someone had drawn a line across my sanctuary and dared me to cross it. Jake shrugged. "Your call, but I'm not going down there. You go if you want." I glanced at the basement door. It was a normal door, normal handle, normal everything. And still, it was like it pulsed with expectation. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Normally, I'd have ignored it, maybe texted the building manager, maybe even waited until tomorrow. But my curiosity always got the better of me, and my anxiety, well, it sometimes tricked me into proving I was brave when I was. I knelt, testing the doorknob. It was cool, solid, and yet something was off. A faint resistance, like the door didn't want to open, or maybe someone had just closed it too hard earlier and it had swelled. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself of the mundane. "You're not seriously going down there, are you?" Jake asked. His voice had shifted, lighter now, a hint of teasing. "I just want to check the fuse box. Make sure everything's fine. You know, safety first." My voice sounded higher than I intended, a little too eager. The lie felt flimsy even as I said it. My friends, my mother, even strangers on the street would tell me the same thing: don't go down there. And part of me knew it wasn't just about the basement. It was that I had this thing with enclosed spaces, with unexpected noises, with being alone somewhere where escape felt difficult. But I didn't want to admit that, not even to myself. Jake raised an eyebrow. "Fine, but text me if you see you know anything weird. I'll be in the kitchen." "And Carol," he paused, as if warning me, "don't take too long." The basement door swung easily when I finally turned the knob. Dust motes danced in the streaks of late afternoon sunlight that managed to slip through the window at the top of the stairwell. The first step down creaked under my weight. I could hear the hum more clearly now, vibrating through the concrete walls rather than the wooden floor above. It was low, steady, mechanical, intentional. I turned on the single bare bulb dangling from the ceiling. It buzzed faintly, flickering once, and revealed the familiar basement. Shelves lined with cardboard boxes, the old washing machine in the corner, a stack of my landlord's tools against the far wall. And yet, there was something different. The air felt thicker, heavier, and the smell I couldn't place it. Earth, rust, something like that mix that makes you tense without realizing why. "Hello," I called, half laughing at my own unease. No answer, just the low hum and the occasional drip from the water heater. I stepped further, careful. Each footstep echoed differently on the concrete than the stairs above. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, Jake's text. "Everything okay?" I typed back, "Yeah, fuse box," my fingers slightly trembling. Then I noticed it. On the shelf opposite the stairs, one of the cardboard boxes had been moved. Not much, just shifted maybe a foot, but I was certain it had been flush with the wall last time I'd been down here. My heartbeat quickened. I glanced around. Nothing else seemed amiss. Still, the thought planted itself, heavy and insistent. Someone or something had been here since I last checked. I swallowed and took a step toward the box. The hum beneath my feet seemed louder, insistent. I reached for the box with one hand while keeping the flashlight in the other. Dust stirred, particles floating in the weak light. I paused. I could climb back up, ignore it, call someone, and the rational part of me screamed do that. But the other part, the part that always needed to see things for myself, needed to confirm my instincts, whispered, "What if it's nothing? Or what if it's something?" I exhaled and bent down. My fingertips brushed the edge of the box. And that's when I heard the softest click, unmistakable against the background hum, coming from the far corner. I froze, my chest tightened. The choice was mine. Investigate further or retreat to the safety of the living room, with Jake's coffee-scented voice somewhere above. Utterly unaware, I stepped forward. I crouched over the box, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. The soft click from earlier hadn't repeated, but the hum beneath my feet had shifted, higher, sharper, more insistent. My heart was a drumbeat I could almost hear above the hum, and for a second, I considered just turning around and heading upstairs. But something nudged me forward. The corner of the box lifted with surprising ease, revealing a jumble of old tools, frayed extension cords, and dust-caked paint cans. Nothing overtly threatening. And then I noticed it, the water heater valve. A steady drip, small at first, but now glistening onto the concrete floor in a widening puddle. I crouched lower, examining it. The valve looked old, corroded. My chest tightened. If it burst, the basement would flood quickly, and the water would seep into the walls above, ruining wiring, electronics, everything. I reached for my phone, but realized I'd left it upstairs. "Great," I muttered. My voice sounded small in the low-ceilinged basement, bouncing back at me. I could feel my palms sweating again. Claustrophobia clung to my ribs. The thought of being trapped down here while water rose made the air thick. A sudden shuffle from the far corner made me jump. My flashlight swung, catching the shadow of nothing. Just a pile of old boxes stacked too high. I exhaled sharply. "Okay. Focus," I whispered to myself. I needed to close the valve. Simple, practical, fixable. I tugged at the valve with my hands, but it wouldn't budge. Rust had fused the handle to the pipe. I cursed softly, scraping my knuckles against metal. Pain shot through my fingers, a sharp reminder of why I hated touching old fixtures. The hum seemed to vibrate through the floor, even more insistently, as if the basement itself was aware of my fumbling. "Carol," Jake's voice from upstairs startled me. "Everything okay?" I hesitated. There's a leak. Maybe worse if I don't." "Don't what? Don't go crazy. Call the landlord." His voice cracked slightly, betraying worry. I shook my head, ignoring the sting in my knuckles. "I need to turn the valve. I can handle it." Jake groaned. "You always say that." I turned back to the water heater. A sloshing sound accompanied the hum now. The puddle on the floor was spreading faster than before. I could hear the water dripping against the old pipes, louder now, echoing in the corner. My stomach lurched. I was scared, not of the water itself, but of being trapped, of panicking, of failing to act. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I remembered the stories my building manager told. A basement flooded once, wiring fried, apartment uninhabitable for weeks. I grabbed the wrench off a nearby shelf. The metal felt heavy, awkward in my hands. My hands shook as I positioned it over the valve. The first turn did nothing but scrape my knuckles raw. The hum seemed to thrum with each twist, vibrating through the metal wrench, through my arms, through the soles of my shoes. I curse it again. A soft thump came from the far wall. I froze. Footsteps. No, too random. The basement was supposed to be empty. My chest tightened, my breathing shallow. I could almost hear my pulse pounding in my ears, drowning out the hum, the drip, the soft scuff of something brushing against concrete. Carol, Jake's voice again, closer this time. I think you should come up now. I hesitated. The leak was getting worse. Water had begun spreading toward the stairs. If I left, the apartment might flood. But if I stayed, my fear threatened to overwhelm me. I swallowed, feeling the familiar tug of claustrophobia coil around my ribs. Another soft scrape from the corner. My flashlight caught a glint, a crowbar. Someone had left a tool leaning against the wall, partially obscured by shadows. My stomach dropped. I hadn't seen it before. My mind raced. Building maintenance, last tenant, prankster neighbor. None of it mattered. It was here now. I tried to twist the valve again. Pain, frustration, fear all collided. My chest tightened, a physical reminder that I hated being powerless. I was always the type to overthink, to plan, to anticipate. But here, none of my plans mattered. The water continued to spread. The hum intensified. And then it happened. A low groan, metallic and resonant, like the pipes themselves were straining. My wrench slipped. The handle spun out of my hands, scraping the floor. Water splashed over the concrete, inches deep now, creeping closer to the stairs. Carol, Jake shouted, "I'm coming down." Panic surged. I turned toward the stairs, but the water pooled around my boots. One misstep and I could slip, hit my head. My hands scraped against the wet concrete, searching for the wrench. The basement felt smaller, heavier, alive with sound. My own fear felt tangible, pressing on my shoulders. And then I realized the worst part, the basement door. I hadn't closed it completely behind me. The water was already starting to creep up toward it, and if the handle got wet, if the door swelled, getting back upstairs could take precious seconds I didn't have. Seconds I might not get. The choice pressed down on me, tangible and immediate. Keep trying to fix the leak alone, risking slipping, drowning, or worse, or retreat to the stairs and rely on Jake's help, risking the basement flooding further and losing control of the situation entirely. I clenched my teeth, knowing that my fear of helplessness would push me either way, no matter how carefully I calculated risk. The hum vibrated again, insistent. The puddle expanded, and from the far corner, a shadow shifted. Something or someone was moving in the basement, slow, deliberate. I swallowed hard. My decision was made for me. I grabbed the wrench again. My knuckles scraped raw from earlier attempts. The puddle around my boots had grown, cold water seeping through my socks. My flashlight flickered against the low ceiling, casting long shadows across the basement's cluttered corners. The corner with the crowbar, the one that hadn't been there before, loomed like a sentinel, half hidden behind a stack of old paint cans and cardboard boxes. My fingers shook as I braced myself against the wall. First attempt, twist the valve and stop the leak. I positioned the wrench, focusing on the handle, listening to the hum and the water dripping. 1 turn, nothing. 2 turns, resistance. The rust had fused the handle to the pipe like a bad weld. Sweat dripped down my temple, mingling with the grime on my hands. I cursed under my breath, my palms slipping on the wrench, nearly sending it clattering across the concrete floor. A soft scrape echoed from the far corner. My heart jumped. I spun the flashlight around. Nothing. Just the corner of the basement stacked with boxes. The hum vibrated under my feet in rhythm with my pulse. I exhaled shakily. That wasn't someone, I told myself. It was just pipes settling, maybe the building shifting, gravity at work. Rational explanations, but they did little to calm the tightening coil of fear in my chest. Jake's voice came again from upstairs. "Carol, are you still there? That leak." "I know, I'm trying," I shouted, the echo bouncing off the concrete walls, mingling with the hum and the drip. Second attempt, remove the valve entirely. I needed leverage, something to force the corroded handle loose. I scanned the basement, toolbox by the wall. Kneeling in the spreading puddle, I dragged it closer. Tools clattered in the box, jostled, creating a brief metallic echo that made me flinch. Wrenches, pliers, pipe cutters, all of them slick in my hands. My back ached from crouching. A twinge in my shoulder reminded me I wasn't built for contorting under low ceilings for long periods. I positioned the pipe cutter around the valve. Just as I tightened, the flashlight flickered and died. Darkness pressed in. The basement felt smaller, heavier. Cold water squished between my toes. My breath came faster. I fumbled in the toolbox for spare batteries. Clatter, bang. Another box tipped over, spilling paint cans across the floor. My heart leapt. The noise was that the hum growing louder, or had someone stepped forward in the corner? I yelped and spun. Shadows danced, jagged shapes from boxes, pipes, and water-streaked walls. Nothing moved. Relief hit, but the puddle beneath my knees had grown inches deeper. I realized the low drain had partially clogged earlier, slowing the outflow, and now it was barely keeping pace. My own misstep had made it worse. Exhaustion was creeping in. My fingers cramped. My shoulders burned. Each turn of the wrench required a conscious effort, mental and physical. I cursed myself for leaving my phone upstairs, for insisting on handling it alone. I imagined Jake climbing down to help. He'd be careful, systematic. But I had pride and fear tangled in my chest, forcing me to do it myself. Then came the misdirection. A shadow moved along the wall, human-shaped, tall, looming. I froze, letting my mind run through worst-case scenarios. A neighbor, an intruder. My hands gripped the wrench, knuckles white. The shadow moved again closer. I yelled, shoving at the nearest box, the clang echoing in the basement. And then Jake's voice, tinged with frustration and laughter. "Carol, stop knocking over my stuff." That was just the heater pipe rattling. I sank to the floor, shaky, heart hammering, half laughing, half crying. It was nothing, but it was everything. The basement was a trap of my own making. Low ceiling, slippery floor, cluttered corners, corroded pipe, failing tools, shadows playing tricks. My fear had made the space feel alive, malevolent. Third attempt. Redirect water to the floor drain while attempting to force the valve. I grabbed a mop from the corner, swiping water toward the drain. Each swipe sent my flashlight beam bouncing across walls, highlighting more boxes, more shelves, more corners I hadn't noticed before. My arms burned from the repetitive motion. The puddle seemed to fight me, spreading faster than I could push it. The wrench slipped again. Water splashed across my forearm, cold and biting. I tried to twist the valve with both hands, then fell forward slightly, scraping my knee on the concrete. Pain shot through me. Blood mixed with the puddle. The hum intensified again. I realized it wasn't the pipe, it was my boots, squishing across water-covered concrete. My own movements had amplified the vibrations. I cursed, caught between frustration and fear. There was no time to clean up, no room for second thoughts. The puddle had reached the base of the stairs. The door handle was already glistening with water. If the wood swelled any further, the door could jam completely. Retreat wasn't just a choice anymore, it could be impossible. I took a deep breath, bracing against the wall, toes clawing at the slick concrete, knuckles white on the wrench. My nerves frayed, my body screaming protest, but the choice was made for me. Forward was the only way. And then, from the far corner, a scraping sound, deliberate, slow, impossible to ignore. My pulse surged. There was no shadow this time. Something or someone was moving. Boxes rattled like someone was leaning into them. I tried to shout Jake's name, but my throat had dried. My flashlight wavered across the basement's cluttered geography. Stacked cardboard, paint cans, shelves, pipes, puddle-spattered floor, stairs edging closer to flooding. I realized with a sick clarity, I could no longer leave. The water was already halfway to the living room threshold. The basement door might swell completely. The corroded valve wasn't yielding. And whatever had been making the sound, or whatever I thought I'd imagined, was forcing me deeper into the space I hated but had to conquer. There was no turning back now. The basement was a storm of sound, water sloshing across the concrete floor, echoing against walls lined with boxes, pipes, and shelves. My knee throbbed where it had scraped the floor, my palms raw and shaking from wrenching at the valve, and every muscle in my arms burned from pushing water toward the drain. The puddle had spread further, edging close to the stairs, licking at the bottom of the door. Retreat wasn't just difficult, it was dangerous. And then the sound came again, a deliberate scrape from the corner where the crowbar had leaned against the stacked boxes. My flashlight flickered weakly, revealing only a dark heap of shadowed objects. My chest constricted. I forced a breath, reminding myself, no intruder, no monster, just the clutter, just the basement. Rational explanations only, but the rational part of me was trembling. I yanked at the corroded valve again, wrench slipping in the wet, greasy grip. Pain shot through my fingers. The hum from before had intensified, amplified by my movements on the flooded floor. The water squished between my toes, rising steadily. If I didn't act now, the door could swell, the living space above could flood, and I could be trapped until Jake or someone else managed to get help. Improvisation, desperation. I remembered the crowbar. If I could get leverage. My hand found it, wet and slippery. I jammed it under the valve handle like a pry bar. Sweat stung my eyes, and I cursed when my shoulders screamed from the awkward angle. I pressed down, my body weight driving force into the corroded metal. It groaned, bent slightly, then yielded in a shuddering, reluctant motion. Water hissed as the pressure reduced. The puddle slowed, seeping less rapidly toward the stairs. For a second, relief. But the basement wasn't done with me. My flashlight flickered out completely. Darkness pressed against my vision, oppressive and alive. My fingers fumbled in the puddle for the spare batteries I had stuffed in the toolbox. Clink, splash. One slipped from my grasp and sank under a layer of water. I cursed again, loud enough that Jake shouted from upstairs, "Carol, are you okay?" "I'm fine," I barked, more to convince myself than him. I slapped the flashlight back together, trembling hands, and flicked it on. The beam caught a glint, the floor drain, blocked partially by a tipped paint can. My eyes widened. If the water didn't drain fast enough, the basement would continue to flood. My knee ached from leaning over the puddle. My back protested with every movement. My shoulders screamed as I lifted the can, tipped it carefully aside, watching water swirl into the drain. Then the floor groaned. Concrete beneath my boots shivered under weight I didn't recognize. A section of the wall near the water heater sagged slightly, old plaster cracking. Dust rained down. Panic gripped me. This wasn't a basement just threatening to flood. It was a structure that had been pushed to its limits by years of neglect. I grabbed the wrench, twisted the valve again. The leak slowed to a trickle. A small victory, but I couldn't stop yet. My chest heaved, my legs trembling as I scanned the basement for anything else amiss. That shadow from before the corner with the crowbar shifted. Something glinted, a small puddle reflecting light from my flashlight. My stomach dropped. Movement. I stepped closer. A rat, wet and panicked, darted across the concrete, knocking over an empty bucket. My muscles relaxed fractionally, but the fear lingered, gnawing at my nerves. Misinterpretations had nearly sent me over the edge, but so had the relentless pressure of the environment itself. The water continued to rise, inches closer to the stairs. I braced myself, using the crowbar as a lever, pushing against the corroded valve one last time. The stubborn metal shuddered and gave a final groan, and then silence. The hum faded to a low vibration. The leak slowed to a drip. My body sagged in relief, muscles trembling, back slick with water and sweat, knee bleeding, palms raw. I sank to the floor, breathing hard. The basement was still a mess. Water pooled in corners, shelves teetered, boxes tipped. My flashlight beam danced over the scene. I could see the crowbar, still wet, the valve finally holding, the floor sloshing only minimally now. My heartbeat gradually slowed, though a tight coil of adrenaline remained in my chest. Jake's voice called from upstairs, tense but relieved. "Carol, you okay?" "I think so," I said, voice rough, shaking. "Valve holding. The water's mostly drained." He paused. "I'm coming down anyway." By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, cautious and careful, I was leaning against the wall, shoulder sore, back aching, knee sticky with dried blood. He took in the scene: puddle-spattered concrete, boxes askew, toolbox knocked over, paint cans tipped. "Jesus, you did all this alone?" His voice was incredulous. I nodded weakly. "Yeah, I didn't have a choice." He knelt, examining the valve and the drained puddle. "You were lucky. This could have gotten way worse." I exhaled, tension slowly seeping from my shoulders. Relief was laced with exhaustion. My body ached, my nerves were frayed, and the basement smelled of wet concrete, rust, and dust, an odor I'd never forget. But the immediate danger was over. The leak was contained, the drain partially unclogged, and the structure of the basement, though stressed, was intact. I realized then that the real cost wasn't just physical. My own fear had tested me, pushed me into a corner, and left a scar I could still feel deep in my chest. Every shadow, every flicker of light, every scrape of metal would haunt me whenever I returned here. The basement had become a proving ground, not for heroics, but for survival under pressure, improvisation under fear, and the limits of my own endurance. Jake offered a hand. I took it, standing slowly, legs unsteady, still shaking. We surveyed the basement together, cautious, silent for a moment. The only sounds were the faint drip of water from the valve and the distant hum of city life through the apartment walls. No intruder, no supernatural force. Just me, the basement, and a small triumph paid for in sweat, blood, and nerves stretched tight against the edges of panic. The next morning, the basement smelled of damp plaster and iron. Sunlight streamed weakly through the small window near the stairs, catching on the residual puddles and highlighting the splayed boxes and tipped paint cans. I was hunched over the mop, wiping up the last of the water, my knee wrapped in a clean bandage, fingers still scabbed from scraping the concrete. Jake hovered nearby with a first aid kit and an expression somewhere between exasperation and relief. "You did too much," he said softly, handing me a new pair of gloves. "You should have called someone." "I couldn't," I admitted, voice tight. "I don't know. I just couldn't wait." The words sounded hollow even to me. The adrenaline had faded, leaving exhaustion and a lingering thrum of panic behind. My chest still tightened every time I glanced at the valve. Jake knelt, inspecting the water heater and the valve. It's holding for now, but we need to call the landlord, maybe a plumber. This thing isn't reliable. I nodded, silently agreeing, though the thought of explaining the full chaos was nearly unbearable. The basement had become a minefield, a place where my own anxieties had met real danger, and both had almost broken me. But relief, even cautious relief, was still relief. I walked slowly up the stairs, feeling the slickness under my boots, each step deliberate. My phone buzzed. A message from the building manager. Is everything okay down there? I heard some banging last night. I froze for a moment, heart still racing, then typed, "Yeah, just some water leak. All good now." Jake followed, carrying a few of the salvageable boxes upstairs. "You should rest," he said. His voice was careful, as if approaching a delicate object. "I'll finish cleaning." I leaned against the banister, staring into the living room, trying to ground myself in ordinary things. The hum of the refrigerator, the light filtering through the blinds, the faint smell of coffee Jake had made. But ordinary didn't feel ordinary anymore. The basement, that small subterranean space, had left a mark. Every shadowed corner, every box, every metal pipe carried the memory of fear. I forced myself to move on. Shower, coffee, a few texts to friends explaining why I was late to plans. Normalcy, staged but necessary. But even as I typed, I felt the twitch in my shoulder, the ache in my knee, the burn in my hands. My body had recorded every detail, every misstep, every scrape, every slip. Jake came into the living room. "You know," he said, shifting uncomfortably, "we should probably keep the basement locked for now. Don't want anyone going down there." "I know," I replied. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "And I'm not going down there again." He nodded, but I caught the brief hesitation in his gaze, the unspoken question. "Are you sure?" We spent the rest of the morning arranging the remaining boxes and cleaning tools. The apartment slowly regained its usual rhythm. Dishes clinking in the sink, coffee steam curling. Toward the ceiling, distant sounds of the city outside the windows. But the basement lingered in the periphery of my mind, a place where time had stretched, where fear had compressed, and where I had learned the cost of impatience and pride. Later, as I stood by the living room window, watching a delivery truck lumber down the street, I thought about the small glint of metal I had almost mistaken for an intruder. The rat had been real, yes, but it had felt enormous in the low light, amplified by my fear. I wondered if, somewhere beneath the stacked boxes and puddles, another object, another shadow, had been there all along, unnoticed, a trace of movement I hadn't accounted for. Jake joined me silently. We sipped coffee, the warmth grounding us. He didn't say much. Sometimes he glanced toward the basement door. Sometimes I did too. Silence settled between us, comfortable yet edged with tension. Neither of us wanted to speak of the adrenaline, the terror, the decisions made under duress. Some experiences couldn't be fully articulated, only remembered in muscle memory and subtle dread. By evening, the apartment smelled normal again. Coffee, old wood, faint detergent. The living room felt spacious, safe. But whenever I passed the basement door, a shiver tugged at my spine. I told myself it was just fear, residual adrenaline, imagination, rational explanations. Yet my eyes lingered, tracing the gray panel, the handle, the small warped corner of wood from water exposure. And I could swear, if I looked long enough, that I could see the faintest shift of shadow in the corner where the crowbar had leaned. I didn't go down. Not yet. Maybe never. But the basement had become more than a room below my apartment. It had become a reminder that ordinary spaces could contain unexpected danger, that fear could amplify reality, and that sometimes surviving meant leaving pieces of yourself behind. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is Voices in My Baby Monitor Keep Saying My Name. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The monitor crackled the way it always did when the upstairs neighbor ran their blender too late. A little burst of static, then the soft hiss of a room amplified. I was halfway down the hall with a clean onesie draped over my wrist, moving by muscle memory more than thought, when the speaker clipped into something that sounded like a throat clearing. Not a baby sound, not the wet little sighs and snuffles I'd learned to translate in the dark. A voice, low, close, like someone had leaned toward the microphone on purpose. Eli. It wasn't shouted. It was almost casual. Familiar, like someone calling your name from the next room when they didn't want to get up. I stopped so hard the onesie slid off my wrist and landed in a quiet heap against the baseboard. The hallway nightlight threw a thin bar of amber across the runner rug. My bare toes curled against it. I held my breath without meaning to, because in the pause after the voice, I could hear my own refrigerator cycling and the faint, constant traffic hush from Pearl Street down below. From the monitor came the steady, amplified sound of my daughter's room, the whir of the white noise machine, the soft tick-tick of the mobile that I kept forgetting to take down. And under that, the tiny, irregular breathing of a sleeping infant, then static again, like a cough. Eli. It could have been interference. Radios bled into things. Baby monitors were basically toys pretending to be security equipment. I knew that. I'd read the reviews at 2 a.m, delirious and furious at capitalism, scrolling through strangers arguing about frequencies and encryption like it was a moral issue. Still, my body reacted before my brain finished its lecture. I walked faster, but not quite running. I didn't want to announce myself to my own house with pounding feet. I reached the nursery door and eased it open with 2 fingers, the way you do when you've spent months negotiating with sleep like it's a skittish animal. The room smelled faintly of lavender detergent and warm milk. The blackout curtains made the air feel thick. The only light came from the small lamp by the glider, shaded and turned low, and the green glow of the baby monitor camera on the dresser. Clara was in her crib, face turned to the side, cheeks round and slack, one hand flung above her head as if she'd been mid-argument and given up. No one else, obviously. I stepped inside anyway, letting the door drift closer behind me, and stood still long enough to listen for anything that didn't belong. Pipes, building settling, someone's TV through the wall. The white noise machine did its ocean thing. Clara exhaled, a thin breath that would have been nothing without the microphone magnifying it. My phone buzzed once in my pocket, a calendar reminder I hadn't turned off. Pediatrician call, 9:00 a.m. As if there was a world where I forgot. On the dresser, the monitor camera sat angled toward the crib. I stared at it like it might stare back. I leaned over Clara, close enough to see the faint sheen of drool at the corner of her mouth. I didn't touch her. You don't touch a sleeping baby unless you're prepared to pay for it. Behind me from the hall, I heard a floorboard creak. The familiar one, the one near the bathroom that complained under any weight. Relief came so quickly, it made me stupid. "Marin," I whispered. Yeah, her voice floated in from the hallway, sleepy and annoyed in the way of someone who'd been yanked out of the one good part of sleep. "What are you doing?" What time is it?" SHH. I stepped back into the hall and pulled the nursery door almost closed behind me, leaving a sliver. Did you say my name?" A pause, then a soft scoff. "Eli, no. I was literally drooling on my own arm." "Why?" I held up the handheld receiver like it might explain itself. The screen showed the gray-green night view of Clara's crib, the little digital temperature reading, the bars of signal strength. All normal. It said my name, I said, and even as I said it, I hated how it sounded. Like a story you tell at a party, and everyone smiles politely while they edge away. Marin shuffled into the hall. She was in one of my old college t-shirts, the hem twisted, her hair in a messy knot that made her look younger than 34 and older than she'd been 3 months ago. Sleep deprivation did that flattened time into one continuous face. She squinted at the monitor. The monitor said your name. Twice. "You're hearing things," she said automatically, then saw my expression and softened. "Okay, sorry. I didn't mean." She rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands. "What did it sound like?" "Like a guy." I kept my voice low, instinctively, close to the mic, like someone leaned in. Marin blinked slowly, processing. Then she reached out and took the receiver from my hand. The plastic was warm from my grip. She held it up like she expected it to confess. The monitor gave a tiny burst of static. Then Clara's breathing amplified. No voice. Marin stared at the screen, then at me. Maybe it picked up the neighbor, the one with the dog. "The monitor is in Clara's room," I said. "It wouldn't pick up outside voices unless the mic is just really sensitive. Or it's interference," Marin said, and she sounded steadier when she had a label to stick on it. She always did. She was the kind of person who could talk herself out of a panic attack by numbing the symptoms, listing the likely causes, drawing a mental flowchart. I could build a case for disaster on a single loose thread. I realized my fingers were clenched and forced them to relax. These things can get hacked, I said too fast. I've seen it. People talk through them. Marin exhaled through her nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. Eli, we live in a third-floor walk-up in Brooklyn. We have a door that sticks in the winter. Nobody is targeting our baby monitor. That's not what I mean, I said. Not targeted, just people messing around, bored, scanning. Marin shifted her weight, the hall light catching the faint purple shadows under her eyes. She looked toward the nursery door, toward the sliver of dim room. Her expression tightened in a way I recognized. Not fear yet, but the beginning of protective anger. Okay, she said. If that's even a thing, we change the password. We reset it. I'll do it tomorrow. Now I heard myself ask, and it came out smaller than I wanted, like pleading. Marin hesitated, then handed the receiver back. I have work at 8, she said, voice careful. If we start messing with settings now and it disconnects, and then Clara wakes up, and then we're up until dawn. It was a fair point. It was also the kind of point that made me feel like a child because I couldn't accept it. I'd always hated that about myself, the way my mind could latch onto a possibility and refuse to let go until I'd worn it down to certainty. My mother used to call it digging for splinters. As a kid, I'd pick at my cuticles until they bled because I couldn't stand the feeling of something under the skin. Anxiety was like that too. If there was something under the surface, I needed it out. Behind the nursery door, Clara made a tiny sound, a soft, questioning A, and both of us froze. We waited. The white noise covered it. She settled back into sleep. Marin's shoulders dropped. See, she whispered, as if that proved something. The monitor hissed again. Just static. Then, very faintly, a sound like fabric shifting. Marin's eyes flicked to the receiver in my hand. Did you? I didn't touch anything. The receiver's speaker clicked, the way it did when the signal wobbled. For a second, the audio cut, then returned, slightly louder, as if the monitor had adjusted itself, and then softer than before, almost swallowed by the white noise. The same low voice slid through again. Eli. Marin went still in a way that wasn't sleepy anymore. Her hand found my forearm, fingers tightening not hard, but enough to anchor. Her nails were short and uneven from stress chewing. I could feel the tiny ridges. She didn't look at me. She looked past me at the nursery door. For a long beat, neither of us moved. The voice didn't return. The monitor continued feeding us the ordinary sounds of our sleeping daughter. Marin swallowed. Okay, she said, and her voice had changed, thinned, and sharpened. Okay, that's not the neighbor. No, I whispered. In the dim hall, the apartment felt suddenly more detailed, as if someone had adjusted the contrast. The faint hum of the old radiator, the distant siren Dopplering down Atlantic Avenue, the stale sweet smell of the diaper pail that needed emptying. The tiny red standby light on the router, blinking in the living room like a patient heartbeat. Marin's grip loosened. She rubbed her thumb over my skin, an unconscious soothing motion that she usually used on Clara. "We can do two things," she said quietly. "We can go in there and check every inch of the room, even though we already did, and freak ourselves out. Or we can unplug it and use the audio on our phones like we did last week when it wouldn't connect." Unplugging meant no monitor, no amplified breathing, no easy reassurance. It also meant no voice. Checking the room meant what? Opening closets and looking under the crib while trying not to wake a baby. Calling the police to say a device in our apartment said my name. Imagining an officer's expression, polite and tired. Marin watched my face as if she could see the route my thoughts were taking. "Eli," she said, and hearing my name from her, from a human mouth right in front of me, made my stomach turn. "Pick, right now." The receiver sat in my hand, warm and ordinary, its screen showing the grainy outline of our daughter sleeping like a comma in the dark. I looked at the nursery door, at that thin slice of room, and the steady, amplified hush coming through plastic, and I realized that whichever choice we made, we were going to remember this moment as the one where we decided what kind of parents we were. The kind who chased every strange sound, or the kind who turned things off and hoped sleep would cover the gap. I drew a breath, and the monitor crackled once, like it was listening. The problem announced itself in the most mundane way possible. Clara started crying. Not the sharp, panicked cry. This was the uneven, building whine that meant she was awake and confused, sliding toward full-volume protest. The monitor caught it a half second before it reached us through the wall. A delay I'd never noticed until now. Marin swore softly. Okay. She reached for the receiver, then hesitated, her eyes flicking to me. "You going?" "I'll go," I said, already moving. As I pushed the nursery door open, the cry spiked, then dipped, like Clara recognized footsteps and was recalibrating. I murmured her name without thinking. The room looked the same as it had 10 minutes ago. Same lamp glow. Same crib bars casting stripes on the wall. I lifted her, felt the warm weight settle against my chest, the familiar milk-sour smell of her breath. She tucked her face into my shoulder and quieted, hiccuping once. Over the white noise and the soft snuffling, the monitor on the dresser crackled. I froze. Clara shifted, sensing it, and I bounced her gently, eyes locked on the receiver I'd set down next to the wipes. The audio spiked static, then the sound of something brushing the microphone. Fabric or fingers. "Eli." It was louder this time, clearer. Clara startled, a tiny jolt, and started to cry again. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the corners of the room like there might be someone crouched behind the glider. My heart was loud enough I wondered if the mic could pick that up too. Marin appeared in the doorway. "What?" she whispered, then saw my face. "Did it?" "Yes," I said. "It just did it again." Marin stepped fully into the room and shut the door behind her, the click sounding too final. She took Clara from me with practiced efficiency, tucking her against her shoulder. patting. Hey, hey, it's okay. To me, quieter, okay. That's 3 times. We stood there listening to our daughter calm down, listening to the ordinary room sounds swell and recede through cheap plastic. Nothing else happened. No voice, just us breathing. Marin's jaw worked. We're unplugging it, she said, right now. I nodded too fast and calling someone. At 2 in the morning, she bounced Clara. Who? I don't know. The non-emergency line. The building super, someone. She glanced at the monitor. And say what? I didn't have a good answer. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. Another reminder I hadn't cleared. The future tapping its foot. Clara finally went limp, sleep reclaiming her. Marin eased her back into the crib. We both leaned over longer than necessary, watching the tiny chest rise and fall. Marin reached for the monitor's power cord. Her fingers paused. If we unplug it and she wakes up again, we won't hear her until she's really crying. We'll hear her through the wall, I said. Not if we're asleep, Marin said, and there was an edge there now. Not anger, calculation. The monitor hissed. The audio cut in and out like a bad connection. Eli, the voice said, almost conversational. Hey. Marin yanked the cord from the wall. The room dropped into a sudden, unnatural quiet. The white noise machine still hummed, but the amplified layer vanished. The green glow on the camera died. The receiver went dark in my hand, inert and heavy. Clara didn't stir. For a moment, the relief was so intense it made my knees weak. Marin sagged against the dresser and laughed once, sharp and breathless. Okay, she said. Okay, that's okay. Then the cry started again, louder this time. Not through the monitor, through the wall. Marin flinched. See. I moved to the crib, but as I reached for Clara, my phone buzzed again, this time a text. Unknown number. You need to turn that back on. My mouth went dry. Marin, I said. What? She was already lifting Clara. I held up my phone. The screen glowed too bright in the dim room. Marin read it, then read it again, like the words might rearrange themselves if she blinked. That's not funny, she said. Are you messing with me? I shook my head. No, I swear. Another buzz. Can't hear her now. Clara wailed, a full-throated scream that echoed in the small room. Marin's face went white. Who is this? I typed with shaking thumbs. Who is this? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Wrong device, maybe. Try again. The radiator kicked on with a metallic clank that made us both jump. Somewhere below, a door slammed. Normal building noises suddenly amplified in my head. Marin pulled Clara tight. Okay, she said, voice steady in the way she used when she was very scared. We're calling 911. For a text, I said, and hated myself for it. The old reflex to minimize, to not overreact, fighting with the screaming part of my brain that wanted lights and uniforms and certainty. The phone buzzed again. Don't panic. Just turn it back on. Marin stared at the screen, then at me. They know our number, she said. They know our baby is crying. My stomach twisted, or they're guessing. Eli, I know, I said, I know. I typed, "How did you get this number?" No response. Clara's cries turned hoarse. Marin paced the small room, shushing, tears gathering despite her effort to hold it together. "She needs to eat," she said. "She's not settling." "We can take her out," I said. "Living room." "And do what?" "Sit there with no monitor while someone texts us." The phone buzzed again, this time with an image. A grainy still, black and white. Clara's crib, taken from the angle of the monitor camera. My vision tunneled. Marin. She saw it and made a sound I'd never heard from her before, a raw animal noise. "How?" "That's from tonight," I said. "The mobile is still up. The blanket is folded like that." Clara screamed. Marin's hands shook as she fumbled for her own phone. "I'm calling. Right now." As if on cue, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. The radiator clanged again, louder. The white noise machine cut out, then came back with a whine. My phone buzzed. "Power here is bad sometimes. Turn it back on so I can hear." Marin stopped dialing. She looked at me, eyes wild. "If they can see the camera," she said slowly, "they can hear us. They know when she's crying. And if we turn it back on," I said, "we give them access again." Clara's cries broke into gasps. Marin swayed, desperate. "She needs me." The hallway outside the nursery filled with a low hum. The building's ancient electrical system struggling back to life. The router light in the living room blinked, then went dark. "No," I said, "no." The apartment fell into a heavier quiet, punctured only by Clara's cries and the distant traffic. My phone lost signal, the bars draining away. Marin looked at the dead screen, then at the unplugged monitor cord coiled on the floor. "We can't call anyone," she said. "And if the internet's out." Another text came through anyway, delayed, like it had been waiting. "Last chance." The light stayed off. Clara screamed. Marin clutched our daughter, torn between the need to comfort and the need to protect. I stared at the dark monitor, the cord inches from the outlet, my own name echoing in my head from a stranger's mouth. Outside, somewhere in the building, a door opened. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. Marin whispered, "Eli, decide." The first attempt was the most obvious one. Leave. We wrapped Clara in her sleep sack and my jacket, Marin moving fast and careful at the same time, the way you do when speed itself feels dangerous. The apartment was darker than it should have been, emergency glow leaking in from the stairwell window at the end of the hall. I grabbed my keys from the bowl by the door, missed on the first swipe, scattered coins across the floor. "Shoes," Marin said, clipped. "I'll carry her," I said. My hands were shaking enough that the keys chimed again when I picked them up. As I opened the door, the hallway light flickered on, then off. The building smelled like dust and old cooking oil, sharper without the usual hum of electricity. Somewhere above us, someone shouted a confused hello, followed by a door slamming. I stepped into the hall and froze. The stairwell door, normally propped open with a broken wedge, was shut. Not just shut, locked. The deadbolt knob sat horizontal, the little red indicator showing through the metal. "That's not," Marin started. I rattled it once, then harder. Solid. The super locks this at night sometimes, I said, and immediately hated how thin it sounded. To keep people from. The elevator dinged, then fell silent. A moment later, the emergency bell started chiming somewhere deep in the building, muffled and repetitive. Clara began to cry again, the sound ricocheting in the narrow hallway. Marin hissed a curse and pulled her tighter. Behind us, a door down the hall creaked open. Mrs. Kowalski from 3B leaned out, hair wrapped in a scarf, eyes bright with suspicion. "Power out," she said, like we hadn't noticed. "You leaving?" "The stairwell's locked," Marin said. Mrs. Kowalski frowned. "It shouldn't be." She shuffled closer, peered at the door, then at us. Her gaze lingered on Clara. "Try the other end." The other end meant passing our apartment again, moving toward the rear stairs by the trash room. The narrower ones, the ones that always smelled faintly of bleach and something sweet-rotten. We turned as one. Halfway down the hall, my phone buzzed weakly, one bar flickering back to life. Backstair, I stopped. Marin almost ran into me. "What?" she snapped. I showed her the screen. Her face hardened. "We're not doing what they say." "I know," I said. "I just..." Clara wailed louder, the sound echoing. Mrs. Kowalski retreated back into her apartment, door clicking shut. Privacy reclaimed. We reached the rear stairwell. This one was open, the door held by a bent metal hook. I pushed it and felt resistance. Then it gave, scraping loudly. The stairwell was lit by a single emergency bulb, yellow and sickly. The concrete steps curved down tight, handrails sticky under my palm. I took the first step and nearly slipped. Water pooled on the landing below, dripping steadily from somewhere overhead. "Careful," Marin said, breath tight. We made it down one flight, then another. On the third, the smell intensified. The trash room door stood ajar, a shadowed rectangle. Something moved inside it, a shift, a scrape. I flinched, heart slamming. Marin did too, stepping back hard enough to bang her elbow on the wall. A raccoon burst out, eyes shining in the emergency light, then bolted past us up the stairs, claws clattering. Clara screamed. Marin gasped, half laughing, half sobbing. "Jesus," she breathed. "Jesus." Misdirection. Just an animal. I clung to that thought like a rope. At the bottom, the exterior door was chained. Not locked with a padlock, just looped. The chain draped heavy and careless, as if someone had meant to come back and finish the job. Marin stared. They never do this. I tugged the chain. It held. Outside, through the wired glass, I could see the alley, slick with recent rain, trash bags piled high. Freedom, 10 feet away. My phone buzzed again. "Can't let you out." My stomach dropped. "Okay," I said, "okay." Marin looked at me, eyes blazing. "Stop reading." "We can't leave," I said. "Not this way." Clara's cries turned ragged. Marin's shoulders shook as she rocked, murmuring apologies that made no sense. I felt something hot and useless rise in my throat. The second attempt was smaller, uglier. Hide and call for help any way we could. We climbed back up, slower now, Marin's elbow already purpling. Back in the apartment, I shoved the couch against the door without discussing it. The legs scraped, loud in the quiet. I grabbed the landline, an old thing we'd kept out of inertia, and pressed buttons. Dead. No tone. Wi-Fi's down, Marin said, like she was narrating facts to stay sane. Cell, barely. Bathroom, I said. Interior room. We crowded in, the three of us, door shut, light off. The bathroom smelled faintly of bleach and baby shampoo. I slid down the tub, back against cold porcelain, and pulled my knees up, making a nest for Marin to sit with Clara. My phone flickered, one bar, then none. A text pushed through anyway, delayed. Hear her crying. How, Marin whispered. I shook my head, the camera off. A new sound threaded through the apartment. A faint feedback squeal, high and thin. I realized it was coming from the living room, from the monitor receiver I'd left on the couch. I unplugged it, Marin said. The camera, I said. The receiver still has a battery. The squeal cut off. Then, from the other room, through walls and distance, a familiar static hiss rose. A voice, muffled now, distorted by architecture instead of plastic. Eli, it said, farther away. Come on. Clara's cries spiked. Marin clamped a hand over her own mouth to keep from screaming. I crawled to the bathroom door and cracked it. The living room lay dim, lit only by streetlight filtering through blinds. The receiver's screen glowed faintly, still on, feeding sound from somewhere. The router light was dark. The monitor camera was dark. The receiver shouldn't have been getting anything. My phone buzzed, finally regaining signal. Battery lasts a while. That was new information. The trap tightening. Marin whispered, there in the building. I know. Footsteps sounded in the hallway outside our apartment. Slow, stopping. A hand tried the knob. It rattled once, testing. Maintenance, a man's voice called. Calm, reasonable. We're checking units. Marin shook her head violently. Her eyes were glassy with exhaustion and fear. Clara hiccuped, exhausted too. I thought of the chain on the back door, the locked stairwell, the timing of the outage, my habit of needing certainty ward with the instinct screaming at me not to open the door. The knob rattled again, harder. Sir, the voice said, still calm. We need access. My phone buzzed. Don't make this hard. Point of no return arrived quietly, disguised as clarity. I stood, legs unsteady, and walked past the bathroom mirror without looking at myself. I grabbed the receiver from the couch, felt its warmth, its quiet insistence. Marin hissed, Eli, no. If they can hear her, I said low. Then we use that. I turned the monitor back on. The living room filled with amplified sound, our breathing. Clara's soft sobs. The hum of the building coming back online in uneven pulses. The voice didn't speak immediately. The doorknob stopped moving. On the receiver's screen, the nursery camera flickered to life. Green glow blooming in the dark room we'd left empty. And then, unmistakably, the sound of a door opening somewhere inside our apartment fed through the speaker. The nursery camera came back with a stutter, gray-green night vision. The crib a pale rectangle. The mobile a blurry spider hanging above it. For half a second, everything looked normal. Then the picture shifted. Not a smooth pan, like a hand adjusting it carefully. A jerk, a bump. The horizon line tilted as if someone had knocked the dresser with a knee. The receiver in my hand hissed. The mic spiked so hard it caught a breath that wasn't Clara's, too deep, too controlled. Marin was behind me in the bathroom doorway. Clara pressed to her shoulder, both of them lit by a thin band of streetlight through the blinds. Marin's elbow was swelling fast, the skin already bruising. "Eli," she whispered. On the monitor screen, the nursery door, barely visible at the edge of the frame, moved. The sliver of hallway beyond it widened. Someone was in there. My mind did that thing it always did, tried to make it smaller. A neighbor, a mistake, the super checking breakers. Then the low voice came through the receiver again, close enough that it fuzzed the speaker. "Don't do that," it said, and there was irritation in it now. Not spooky, human, annoyed. Clara let out a thin, exhausted sob and went quiet, the way she did when she'd cried past the point of protest and was just trying to breathe. Marin's hand found my shoulder, fingers digging. "He's inside," she said. "He's inside our apartment." The doorknob rattled again at our front door, our real front door, blocked by the couch. A hard test, then a pause. 2 points of pressure, nursery, front door. I looked at the receiver. It was the only window we had. "Bathroom," I mouthed to Marin. "Lock it." Marin backed in, careful not to bang Clara's head on the frame. She shut the bathroom door with a quiet, deliberate click. I moved into the living room, bare feet whispering on the floorboards. The apartment felt wrong without the usual electrical hum. Too many little sounds stood out. The radiator pinged. Water ticked in a pipe. Somewhere upstairs, a baby started crying in sympathetic alarm. I grabbed the heaviest thing my hand hit first. The cast iron skillet from the drying rack, still slightly greasy. My grip slipped. I tightened it until my knuckles hurt. The monitor receiver crackled. On the screen, the nursery camera's view filled with a dark shape, someone's torso passing close. A hand lifted into frame, pale in night vision, fingers blunt. It reached toward the lens. "Eli," the voice said again, softer now, coaxing. "Come on. You already turned it back on. Don't make me wake her up again." He knew exactly where to poke. My phone on the coffee table flickered back to 1 bar. A call might go through. Might not. I dialed 911 anyway, thumb shaking so badly I hit 9 twice and had to backspace. Nothing, no ring. The screen flashed call failed like it was scolding me. The front door knob rattled again. This time the couch shifted a fraction, legs scraping. The sticky winter door, Marin was right, never sat true in the frame. A good shoulder could pop it. My eyes went to the hallway nightlight, the strip of amber, the runner rug. Past it, the bathroom door. "Marin," I said low, urgent. "If he gets through the front, go out the fire escape kitchen window. Take Clara." "We don't have time," Marin hissed back through the door, voice tight. "He's here." I could see the kitchen from where I stood. Dark window, blinds half open, a rectangle of alley light beyond. The fire escape ladder was there, but in the blackout, it might as well have been a cliff. The receiver hissed again. The man in the nursery shifted. The camera view steadied as if he'd braced the dresser. He knew the equipment. He'd done this before. Then the nursery door moved again, wider. Footsteps muffled in our hallway. I had a map in my head. Living room to hall. Hall to nursery on the left. Bathroom near the creaky board by the sink. Rear stairs at the end, if we could reach them. The front door was at my back, blocked, but not sealed. I made a decision that felt like swallowing glass. I stepped into the hall. The nightlight made everything look flatter than it should. Shadows shaved down to dull wedges. Halfway down, near the bathroom, the familiar floorboard creaked under my weight too loud. It announced me. The footsteps coming from the nursery paused. A head appeared in the nursery doorway. A man, mid-30s maybe, wearing a dark hoodie and work pants. Not a uniform, but the kind of clothes people choose when they want to look like they belong anywhere. He had a small tool bag slung over one shoulder and a phone in his hand, screen bright. The glow lit the lower half of his face, making his eyes look like holes. He saw the skillet. His eyebrows lifted, surprised, then calculating. "Hey," he said, as if we'd run into each other in the lobby. "Okay, relax. Get out of my apartment," I said. My voice came out rough and higher than I meant. He looked past me toward the living room, toward the front door, then toward the bathroom door. "You've got a baby," he said, like that was his leverage. "I'm not trying to." "Out," I said again, stepping forward. His phone buzzed in his hand, and I realized with a cold jolt that the texts were probably coming from that device, or another one in his pocket. My number wasn't magic. He'd had access to our router at some point. The Wi-Fi name still had my name in it because I'd set it up in a hurry months ago, Eli Home 5G, and never changed it. "Of course," he said, "Eli." He lifted his free hand, palm out. "I'm just look. The door downstairs is chained because people keep breaking in through the alley. I'm trying to." "You chained it," I snapped. His jaw tightened at the slip. "I'm trying to keep the building safe." From behind me, the front door groaned. The couch scraped again. A hard shove from the other side. The man's eyes flicked there. His mouth twitched like he was deciding whether to play dumb or run. "Who else is here?" I said, heart hammering. "Who's at my door?" He didn't answer. He took one step backward into the nursery, like he wanted the narrow doorway to funnel me, like he knew hallways were traps. I didn't follow. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of that didn't require courage I didn't have. I made noise. I turned and yanked open the apartment door, only a crack because of the couch, and shouted into the hallway at the top of my lungs, "Call the police. Someone's in MY apartment." My voice bounced off plaster, off old doors, off the locked stairwell. A door down the hall opened. Another, someone swore. Mrs. Kowalski's voice, sharp as a thrown spoon. "What is happening?" The man in the nursery moved fast then, losing the casual tone. He surged toward me, phone raised like he might smash it into my face or use it as a distraction. I swung the skillet without thinking. It connected with his forearm, solid, sickening. He grunted and stumbled sideways into the wall, shoulder slamming hard enough that a framed print in the hallway dropped and shattered. Pain flashed up my wrist from the impact. The skillet almost slipped. I tightened my grip, wrist screaming. He swore, breath ragged now. Are you kidding me? Get out, I said, and my voice steadied in a way that scared me a little. He lunged again, not at me, at the bathroom door. Marin screamed from inside, a short, furious sound, and the lock clicked as she tried to brace it. Clara started crying again, thin and exhausted. The man's hand closed around the knob. I hit him again, higher this time, on the shoulder. The skillet clanged against bone. He howled and spun, eyes suddenly wet with real pain. For a moment, we just stared at each other in the amber light, two strangers in a hallway, both breathing hard, both realizing this had turned into something neither of us could talk his way out of. Footsteps pounded outside, multiple pairs now. Someone banged on our door from the hallway side. The couch shifted, giving a little, and I realized I'd just opened our apartment to everyone. Eli, Marin yelled from behind the bathroom door. He's trying. The man looked at the front door crack, at the voices outside, at the fact that the whole floor was waking up. He made a choice. He bolted not toward the front door, but toward the rear of the apartment, toward the kitchen and the back stairwell. The direction he'd told me not to go. I chased, because I couldn't let him disappear into the building with a phone full of our feed and my name on his tongue. My bare foot hit a slick spot on the runner rug, one of the coins I'd dropped earlier. I went down hard, knee slamming the hardwood. Pain shot up my leg. The skillet skittered out of my hand and clanged against the wall. The man hit the kitchen window with his shoulder. The latch snapped open. Cold air rushed in, smelling like rain and trash. He hauled himself onto the fire escape, one arm clearly useless, and disappeared down into the dark metal geometry. I dragged myself up, knee throbbing, and leaned out the window just enough to see him drop to the landing below. He moved fast despite the injury, vanishing down the ladder. Below, the alley was a black ribbon between buildings. The chained rear door, 10 feet away on the other side of glass, glinted faintly in the streetlight, exactly where we'd seen it. Voices flooded our hallway, now neighbors, confused, angry, half-dressed. Mrs. Kowalski pushed into view, phone already up, recording or calling. I couldn't tell. The power flickered back on in a stuttering rush. The router light blinked, then glowed steady. The apartment filled with the hum of electricity like a returning tide. My phone finally rang, not 911, but an incoming call from an unknown number. I stared at it, breath catching. It rang once, twice. Then it stopped. In the sudden quiet between Clara's cries and the neighbors' voices, the baby monitor receiver on the living room floor, forgotten, still on, crackled one last time. And the voice, farther now, thinner with distance, said my name like a promise. Eli. The police arrived after the building finished waking up. 2 officers first, then a third, the hallway suddenly full of radios and notebooks, and the smell of wet coats. They took our statements separately, which felt unnecessary, and then, 5 minutes into it, absolutely essential. I sat on the edge of the couch now, pushed back to its normal place, legs crooked where it had scraped, cradling my wrist in a paper sling the EMT had fashioned, while Marin paced with Clara, whispering apologies to her like she'd personally failed at keeping the world out. My knee throbbed in pulses. Every so often, when I shifted, it sent a sharp reminder up my leg that made my vision fuzz at the edges. "You did the right thing," the officer told me, pen scratching. He was young, early 20s maybe, earnest in the way that felt practiced. "You made noise. You alerted neighbors. That's good." He asked me to describe the man again. Hoodie, tool bag, phone. The way he'd said my name like it belonged to him. "Did he say anything else?" the officer asked. I shook my head, then stopped because it made my wrist ache. "He talked," I said, like he was reasonable, like he expected us to cooperate. The officer nodded, wrote that down. In the kitchen, another officer photographed the snapped window latch and the scuffed sill. The alley below was empty now, washed clean by a late, brief rain. The chain on the rear door hung heavy and innocent-looking, already unlooped by maintenance, actual maintenance this time. A man with a badge and a clipboard who kept apologizing, as if that would fix the geometry of the night. They took the monitor receiver as evidence, bagged it carefully, like it was sharp. Marin watched that happen with a flat expression that scared me more than her earlier panic. "Do we get it back?" she asked. "You might," the officer said. "Eventually." "Good," Marin said. "I don't want it." The EMTs checked us both. My wrist was probably sprained. My knee bruised deep, the kind that would bloom ugly colors over the next week. Marin's elbow was worse than it looked, hairline fracture, they said, after a quick x-ray at the ER a few hours later. She barely reacted to that. She kept asking if Clara needed to be seen. "She's fine," they told her gently over and over. "She's okay." Clara slept through most of it, finally, exhaustion winning. She woke once in the ER and screamed like she'd been storing it all up, then quieted when Marin fed her, face softening in that way that made my chest ache with gratitude and something like grief. By morning, the building smelled like coffee and disinfectant. Someone had already mopped the hallway where the glass had shattered. Mrs. Kowalski pressed a paper plate of pastries into Marin's hands and told us she'd sent the video she'd recorded to the police. "Just in case," she said, eyes sharp. "I don't like men who pretend to belong." The detectives came later, when the sun was fully up and the world had the nerve to look normal. They told us the man matched a pattern, someone exploiting unsecured devices in older buildings, timing outages, using access points and fear to test reactions. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't special. He was, in the way that mattered most, boring. "He'll slip up," one detective said. "They usually do." I nodded like that meant something. They asked about the Wi-Fi name. I changed it while they watched, my fingers clumsy. The new one was anonymous, a string of letters that didn't belong to anyone. We didn't sleep in the apartment that night, or the next. Marin's sister took us in, no questions asked, her spare room crowded with borrowed gear, and the unfamiliar sounds of someone else's house. Clara adjusted better than either of us. Bobbies are pragmatic that way. When we came back a week later, the apartment felt like a set someone had forgotten to strike. Everything was where we'd left it, but the meaning had shifted. The nightlight still cast its amber bar. The floorboards still creaked. The kitchen window latch had been replaced with a sturdier one that clicked decisively. A sound I tested twice before believing. We bought a new monitor, then returned it unopened. Marin suggested an audio-only app on our phones. I suggested nothing. In the end, we agreed to do what we'd done in the blackout. Doors open, listening the old way, trusting our own ears. Life crept back in around the edges. The pediatrician call happened. Clara gained weight. Marin learned how to do everything one-handed while her elbow healed, jaw set in a way that told me not to offer help unless she asked. I went back to work and found myself staring at my computer whenever a notification popped up, heart jumping before my brain caught up. I changed passwords compulsively. I renamed devices. I unplugged things, digging for splinters, my mother would have said. I tried to stop. Sometimes I couldn't. The police called once more, then not again. No arrest yet, maybe never. On a quiet afternoon, weeks later, while Marin was out and Clara napped in her crib, I stood in the nursery doorway and watched her breathe. The room smelled like clean cotton and sunlight. The mobile still hung there. I took it down, finally, coiled the string, and set it in a drawer. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A calendar reminder, something harmless. I exhaled. For a long time, nothing else happened. That was the strangest part, how quickly the extraordinary retreated, leaving only habits behind. Checking locks, glancing at windows. The way Marin flinched when someone knocked unexpectedly, then laughed it off a beat too late. One evening, months after, the building lost power again. Just for a minute, long enough for the lights to wink out and the refrigerator to sigh to a stop. Marin froze, hand on the counter. I felt my heart start its old sprint. Then the lights came back. The hum returned. Marin let out a breath and shook her head at herself. "See," she said, "we're ridiculous." "Yeah," I said, meaning it and not. That night, as I drifted toward sleep, the apartment making its ordinary, settling sounds, I heard Clara shift in her crib and make a soft, half-formed noise. My name has a way of hiding in other sounds if you're listening for it. I waited, breath held, counting the seconds until my body unclenched. Nothing else followed. In the morning, I woke to sunlight and traffic and a life that insisted on continuing. I carried Clara into the kitchen, and she smiled at me, gummy and unquestioning, as if I were the safest thing in the room. I held her a little tighter than necessary and tried to believe that was enough. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is she said my name through the mirror. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. I was brushing my teeth when I first noticed it, the faint scuff of something across the bathroom tiles behind me. Not loud, more a whisper under the hum of the fluorescent light, but enough to make me freeze mid-brush. My reflection didn't move, and the toothpaste foam made my lips stiff, yet I felt the air shift, like someone had just walked past. I shrugged, swiping at the foam and trying to convince myself it was the loose vent in the ceiling, or maybe the wind rattling the front door, but it didn't feel right. The mirror, fogged from the shower I'd taken earlier, had a smudge I didn't remember leaving. "Okay, relax," I muttered, rinsing my mouth and spitting into the sink. I leaned closer, studying my eyes in the glass. They looked tired, sure, but otherwise normal. Normal. The word kept echoing somewhere in my skull as I straightened and flicked off the bathroom light. I walked into the kitchen. The apartment in Cambridge, Massachusetts, smelled faintly of coffee and burned toast. I hadn't eaten anything yet, but the lingering smell made my stomach churn a little. My phone vibrated on the counter. I picked it up, no notifications. That was normal too, except I could have sworn the lock screen had briefly flickered. Just for a split second, before the screen settled on the usual time. A glitch, probably. "I swear," I said aloud, though the apartment was empty except for me. "I'm losing it." I didn't notice her then. Her voice came through the kitchen door, soft, hesitant, but unmistakable. "Ellie." I froze. "Who's there?" My voice sounded sharper than I meant, slicing the morning quiet. I think you left this out." She stepped fully into the kitchen, holding a mug. The steam curled like smoke from a dying fire. "Ellie, me, of course." Ellie let out a slow breath and leaned against the counter. I'd recognize her anywhere. Not someone lurking in the shadows, not some prankster neighbor. Just her, Nicole, the only person I'd ever let know that I checked the locks twice every night. Nicole, 29, female, soft-spoken with a tendency to over-explain herself, especially when she was nervous. She worked at the same publishing house I did, and she had a laugh that sounded like a bell in a drafty room. Her flaw, she hated confrontation, so much she sometimes froze, while everything around her burned. "Sorry," she said, eyes darting to the counter. I didn't know you'd be up." She put down the mug and rubbed her arms like she was cold. The apartment wasn't cold. "Morning," I said, forcing a smile. "Coffee." "Thanks, just a quick one." She poured, the hiss of coffee against ceramic louder than it should have been, the aroma biting my nose. We moved to the small table by the window, where the winter light caught the frost clinging to the panes. Outside, a faint hum of traffic made its way up from Massachusetts Avenue. Inside, the apartment smelled of brewing coffee and something else I couldn't place, like the faint metallic tang of a scratch on metal, or old pennies left in a drawer. My heart ticked up, slow and deliberate, and I forced it back down. So Nicole started, fiddling with the mug handle. Weekend plans. Nothing, I shrugged. Laundry, maybe grocery shopping. Her lips pressed together. She nodded, but didn't seem satisfied. I didn't press. I knew the look. She was worried about something, and she wanted me to ask, and she didn't want to say it first. A dull thump from the bathroom made both of us jump. I grabbed my mug tightly. Nicole's hand lingered near mine, almost touching. She didn't pull back. I thought I heard. She stopped herself. "Yeah," I said, voice even, though I felt the hair on my neck bristle. Probably just the vent. Old building. But as we sat there, sipping coffee, I noticed the mirror again. The same smudge, or maybe a new one. A streak in the fog where someone's hand could have passed. Or maybe my own. Ellie, Nicole's voice was softer now, almost too quiet to catch. "Do you ever get that feeling like someone's, I don't know, just outside your sight?" I set my mug down. "You mean like paranoia?" Maybe. She looked out the window at nothing. Her shoulders were tense. Or just, I don't know, watched. I didn't respond. I wanted to, but I didn't know how to. My own private fear, one I'd never admit even to Nicole, was that I was losing track of what was real. Maybe something wasn't adding up, and I was too rational, too careful to notice until it was too late. The radiator clicked, then hissed. A car door slammed outside. A pigeon fluttered along the windowsill. Ordinary, everyday sounds, but my stomach didn't settle. Nicole set her mug down, and I noticed her hand shaking just slightly. She pulled her sleeves over her hands, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "So," she said, eyes meeting mine, "we should probably check the doors again. Make sure the locks are." I nodded, swallowing. "Yeah, good idea." The choice hung in the air. Do we leave it, accept the strange noises as normal? Or do we go inspect the apartment, step into a small but undeniable crack in our reality, and see what's waiting? Nicole was already moving toward the hallway, and I had no excuse to stay behind. The mirror in the bathroom waited silently. I didn't look at it. Not yet. We moved down the narrow hallway toward the front door, Nicole leading with a tentative step. My hand hovered over the deadbolt. My instincts screamed at me to check the locks twice, maybe 3 times. She glanced at me, eyes sharp now, no longer hiding behind a coffee cup fumbling or small talk. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, a tremor threading through her voice. "I think it was the radiator," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. The click and hiss of the old system had always been part of the apartment's soundtrack. But this morning, it sounded hollow, like a mimic of movement, like someone packing just beyond the frame of vision. Nicole shook her head. "No, something else." I sighed. She had a point. My private fear, the one I barely admitted even to myself, was that I could over-rationalize things until reality blurred. Maybe I was imagining patterns. Maybe my mind was just straining under too little sleep and too much caffeine. We reached the door. I bent, fumbling for the keys, and then I froze. One of the locks, the top deadbolt, was slightly ajar. Just a hair, barely noticeable, but it shouldn't be. I remembered locking it last night. My stomach tightened. Ellie, Nicole's voice was sharp this time. She pointed at the lock, eyes wide. It's open. Someone could have been in here. I swallowed. Maybe I didn't lock it properly. Maybe my voice trailed off. Maybe someone left it like that, she said, her hands shaking as she pushed a strand of hair back. Ellie, we can't just ignore this. I nodded, taking a deep breath. The city outside the window buzzed faintly. Somewhere down below, a car alarm chirped and stopped. Ordinary noise, yet somehow louder in the morning stillness. All right, I said. We checked the apartment room by room. Slowly, nothing sudden. Nicole hesitated, biting her lip. Her flaw was clear. Confrontation paralyzed her. But her fear today was palpable, and it pushed her forward anyway. We started in the living room. The floorboards creaked under our weight. Books sat where we had left them. The laptop on the coffee table was closed. I ran my hand over the back of the sofa. No movement beneath. Everything looks normal, I whispered, more to myself than to her. Doesn't feel normal, she muttered. Her eyes kept darting toward the mirror in the hallway, a long, narrow rectangle framed in dark wood. That mirror had been a focal point all morning. The smudge was still there, faint but persistent. We moved to the bedroom. I opened the door, and the room smelled faintly of something burnt, like toast again, but sharper, acrid. The sheets were rumpled, the window slightly cracked open. I hadn't left it that way. My pulse quickened. I didn't open this, I said. Nicole reached for the curtains. Someone could have, she stopped, her voice caught in her throat. Her hands trembled, and she let the fabric fall. I took a step forward, scanning the closet. Everything hung as it should, but the faint metallic tang was stronger here. I realized it was the brass of the dresser knobs combined with something else. Sweat prickled along my neck. Then the phone rang. My phone, the one on the counter in the kitchen, vibrated violently on the nightstand. Nicole jumped back. I grabbed it. Caller ID unknown. No number. I stared at it. Who the hell calls this early and doesn't leave a number? Nicole grabbed my arm. Don't answer it. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the screen. Another vibration, more insistent. Then a text flashed. I see you. The words made my stomach drop. My rational mind screamed, it's a prank. Someone's screwing with us. But deep in my chest, my fear, the one I never voiced, tightened. Maybe I hadn't imagined the scuffing sound, the flickering phone, the smudge on the mirror. Maybe something was already inside the apartment. I'm calling the police, I said. No, do, Nicole said, grabbing the receiver. If it's someone inside, they'll know. Her voice cracked. Her fear paralyzed her just as she tried to act. I swallowed and tried to stay calm. We need to secure the apartment first, then call. We moved toward the bathroom, the hallway mirrors stretched between us. Nicole paused. Do you think someone could be in there? Hiding. I shook my head, though my throat was dry. Probably not, but we'll check. Step slow. Stay close. I opened the bathroom door. Nothing. Tiles as cold as they'd always been, sink clean, shower curtain drawn. But the mirror, the streaks looked sharper now, almost like fingerprints pressed too heavily. I stared for a long moment. Could be steam condensation. Could be someone else. Before I could decide, the lights flickered. Just for a moment, but long enough to make Nicole jump. I reached for the switch. They came back on. Okay, I said, forcing calm. Enough weird for one morning. Let's lock the door and call the cops. We headed back to the front, but the doorknob didn't turn smoothly. Someone had wedged it, barely, but enough to stop a normal turn. Panic hit both of us at once. Nicole pressed herself against the wall, lips pressed together. I told you, she whispered. Someone's here. Someone is here. I tried again. The lock refused. Then another vibration from my phone, text flashing. I'm closer. We exchanged a look that said everything. Our morning coffee, our ordinary routines, all of it had vanished in an instant. The choice was forced. Confront, call, or wait and hope. Waiting wasn't an option. But just as I grabbed a nearby metal lamp, impulse over strategy, there was a knock from the other side of the door. Slow. I gripped the metal lamp tighter, its weight solid in my hands, but not enough to make me feel safe. Nicole pressed against the wall beside me, eyes wide, jaw tight. The slow knock on the door had stopped, but the sound of movement from the other side made our hearts hammer against our ribs. Ellie, what do we do? Nicole whispered. Her voice shook despite the calm she usually tried to project. Listen, I said, keeping my voice low. We need a plan. Step 1, get to a safe room. Bedroom's okay. Close the door behind us and barricade it. Step 2, call the police. She nodded, fumbling as she stepped into the narrow hallway. I followed, careful not to brush the mirror. The reflection made me uneasy, and every flicker of light on the glass seemed to elongate the smudge. My pulse spiked with each step. We pushed into the bedroom. I slammed the door and tried the lock again. It clicked, but didn't feel secure. Nicole shoved the dresser toward it. Heavy, awkward, scraping the hardwood floor. I felt sweat bead at my temples as the effort left us both breathless. Better, she asked, voice trembling. For now. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear anything. Nothing but the muffled hum of traffic outside and the hiss of the radiator. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The line connected. Police, what's your emergency? I explained quickly. Apartment, Cambridge, possible intruder. Deadbolt tampered with. The dispatcher assured us they were on their way. but ETA 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes in which someone or something was inside our apartment. We leaned against the bed, trying to steady our breathing. The weight of adrenaline made our limbs ache. Nicole rubbed her arms, her hands shaking so violently I thought she might drop the phone. I looked at the hallway mirror again. The smudge seemed darker now, almost like a handprint pressed across the glass. But I told myself it was condensation or residue from cleaning. Minutes passed, each tick of the wall clock louder than the last. I whispered, "We need to check the other rooms, make sure he or whoever hasn't left a trap or an escape route." Nicole flinched. "Are you crazy? We barely secured this room." "I'm not crazy. We need to know." Reluctantly, she followed. We crept to the living room. I swung the lamp ahead of me like a baseball bat. The couch cushions looked normal, the books in order. The window was still cracked. Then a shadow darted past the sheer curtain. Nicole screamed, yanking my arm. "It's him," she shrieked. I froze. My heart slammed into my chest. I gripped the lamp, ready to strike. But then the fluttering shadow resolved itself, a pigeon trapped between the curtain and the glass. Its wings batted frantically. Nicole exhaled shakily, pressing her face into my shoulder. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, though my chest felt tight. "False alarm. But we're not safe yet. Let's check the kitchen." The kitchen door creaked under our hands. I noticed something odd. The fridge door wasn't fully closed. I hadn't left it that way. Nicole leaned over to push it shut, and inside, the eggs were slightly jostled, some cracked. A small trickle of yolk ran along the shelf. Nothing else appeared stolen. "Looks like someone rifled through here," I muttered, heart hammering. "But why?" Nicole's voice was quiet. "Maybe looking for something." I nodded, knowing the only thing left unexamined was the bathroom. We exchanged a look. That mirror, it had been the first thing to unsettle me. Now, it felt like a warning. I moved first. Nicole followed closely. The bathroom light flickered as I pushed the door open. No one. Tiles gleamed under the weak fluorescent glow. The shower curtain swayed slightly, though there was no draft. I checked behind it. Empty. I exhaled, but then noticed something. The smudge on the mirror had shifted, or maybe I had been too tense to see it clearly before. It was smeared down the glass, like someone had pressed their palm and dragged it downward. I recoiled. "Ellie," Nicole whispered. Her hand grazed the edge of the counter. "Someone's here. I know it." Before I could respond, a faint tapping came from the window. Something light, elaborate. My first thought, the broken branch from the tree outside, brushing against the glass. I swung the lamp toward it. No, the tapping continued in a rhythmic pattern, deliberate enough to make my stomach tighten. I looked closer, heart racing. A bird. No, something small, trying to make noise. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw the reflection of the radiator cover leaning slightly forward. The tapping was coming from a loose panel that I'd ignored. False alarm again. Relief washed over me, but only briefly. We were exhausted. Our muscles burned from moving furniture, our nerves frayed from adrenaline, our thoughts spiraling in worst-case scenarios. I leaned against the sink. We've checked everywhere. It has to be safe now, right? Nicole shook her head. I don't know, Ellie. That lock, the phone, someone knows we're here. I realized she was right. Every false alarm had been plausible, grounding us. But everyone also reminded us that our perception was fragile. The tension was cumulative. Then I heard it. A single, deliberate click, the front door latch being manipulated again. Our eyes met. The safe room, barricaded as it was useless now. Whoever or whatever was outside wasn't giving up. We can't wait, I said, voice low, urgent. We have to do something. Nicole's face paled, lips pressed tight. Like what? I grabbed the lamp again, listening. Another faint shift at the door handle. Whoever it was knew we were trapped, and there was no retreat. The point of no return had arrived. Our ordinary morning had vanished, replaced by the knowledge that the apartment, the sanctuary of routine and safety, was compromised. And any hesitation now would leave us vulnerable. The latch on the front door rattled again, this time harder, more urgent. Nicole pressed herself into the bedroom corner, eyes wide, clutching the blanket I had thrown over the dresser to barricade the door. I gripped the metal lamp like a Liff Ellion, muscles taut, every sense screaming. The intruder wasn't messing around anymore. I'm going to try to see if I can hold them off, I whispered. Nicole's lips trembled. No, don't. I have to. I edged to the door, leaning the lamp against the handle to jam it as best I could. My knuckles were white, sweat ran down my temples. Another series of sharp clicks came from the outside, the doorknob twisting, the metal scraping against the deadbolt. Whoever it was had found a way to bypass the barricade I thought would hold. Then the first blow came. A hard kick against the door shook the frame. My shoulder slammed into it to brace it, teeth gritting. Nicole gasped behind me. The lamp wobbled, threatening to slip. Another kick, and the barricade shifted slightly, enough for a fraction of the door to give. I shouted, Nicole, get the phone ready. She fumbled, dialing 911 again. Her hands shook so badly, I nearly had to grab it. The door rattled once more, then silence. My chest heaved. I lowered the lamp slightly, trying to steady my vision, when a shadow flickered under the door crack. My pulse was hammered. The moment of hesitation, a breath I didn't take, was all it took. The door burst open with a violent slam. I swung the lamp with everything I had, connecting with a shoulder. The figure staggered back, letting out a grunt. Nicole screamed and scrambled toward me. I could see him clearly now, a young man, ragged jacket, jeans torn, face partially obscured by a hoodie. Not a monster, just a desperate human. He lunged again. I shoved Nicole behind me and braced, swinging the lamp like a club. He grabbed it mid-swing, yanking it from my hands. The metal hit the floor with a clatter. My arm stung where it slammed into the door frame. Nicole cried out. I turned, seeing him reach for the dresser, maybe to push it aside, maybe to get at her. Instinct took over. I grabbed the nearest heavy object, a hardcover book from the nightstand, and hurled it. It hit him square in the chest, staggering him backward into the hallway. Run, I shouted, grabbing Nicole's arm. We bolted toward the bathroom, the mirror. I had no plan, only movement. The door to the bathroom slammed behind us. The smudge on the mirror now seemed like a marker, a visual cue of intrusion. I yanked the mirror cabinet open and shoved Nicole inside, crouching beside her. From outside, the intruder cursed, hammering against the bedroom door. My heart thumped like a jackhammer. Then a pause, silence too long. I risked a glance through the crack in the bathroom door. He was gone. Footsteps receded down the hallway. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to detect anything. A faint shuffle, then nothing. Is he? Nicole's whisper broke the tension. I don't know, I admitted, voice low, trembling. But we can't stay here. I remembered the window, the crack we had noticed earlier. I pried it open slowly, careful not to alert him if he was still nearby. Frosted glass, a drop to the fire escape, maybe 10 feet to the ground. I gritted my teeth. No perfect escape, just the one we could make. Can you do it? I asked Nicole. She nodded, trembling. I think so. I helped her through first. Her legs shook. She nearly slipped, but I caught her wrist. I followed, boots scraping against metal, limbs shaking from adrenaline and exhaustion. Below, the street was empty, just the soft hum of traffic. The night air bit at my skin. We ran. Half a block down Massachusetts Avenue, gasping, shivering, hearts hammering, ears straining for any sound behind us. Eventually, we stopped, crouched behind a parked car, trying to catch our breath. Sirens in the distance, police finally. Relief crashed over us, but it was hollow. We had escaped, yes, but the physical toll was immediate. Bruises, scrapes, chafed skin, aching muscles, and the relentless pounding of adrenaline. Nicole sat against the curb, tears streaking her face. I thought we were done. I shook my head. We're safe for now. But the apartment, the mirror, the texts, they lingered in my mind. That smudge, the shifted furniture, the partial lock, every detail replayed, unrelenting. By the time police arrived, we were shivering, exhausted, barely able to recount the sequence without tripping over our own nerves. The intruder had vanished before they entered the building. An empty apartment, no sign of forced entry beyond the minor tampering, no obvious clue to why he had been there, or if he intended to return. I looked at Nicole. She was pale, teeth chattering. Our hands brushed, a shared, silent acknowledgement of what had just happened. Survival had come at a cost. Physical, yes, but emotional and psychological scars ran deeper. That ordinary morning, with coffee and frost on the window, had become an indelible memory of fear, improvisation, and desperation. And the mirror, the smudge, remained in my mind. A reminder that what's human, tangible, and explainable can still unsettle you more than anything else. The police report felt like a strange formality, a way to document chaos in neat bullet points that couldn't contain the tension we'd felt. Nicole sat across from me at the small table in the precinct interview room, knees pressed together, hands folded tightly. The blue overhead lights made the skin under her eyes look almost gray. I rubbed my temples, muscles sore, throat hoarse from shouting and adrenaline. They had taken statements, photographed the disturbed locks, the slight scratches on the bedroom floor, and the smudged mirror that had haunted us all morning. The intruder was still at large. According to the officers, he had no prior reports in the area, an unknown presence who could have been anyone. Someone desperate, someone human, someone we might see again. Afterward, Nicole and I returned to the apartment. Walking through the front door felt both familiar and foreign. The smell of coffee lingered faintly in the kitchen. Sunlight hit the frost, still clinging to the windows. I noticed the mirror immediately, clean and ordinary, though I could still see the memory of the smudge in my mind. I didn't touch it. Nicole didn't either. We moved slowly through the rooms. Furniture had been returned to its approximate place. The fridge door had been pushed shut, the cracked eggs thrown away. Everything looked ordinary again. Yet the cracks were everywhere, tiny imperfections that screamed at the edges of perception. A missing key detail here, a scratch there. The apartment felt smaller, less safe, like a space that had been invaded and wouldn't entirely forgive. Nicole set herself on the couch. I keep thinking about the texts, she murmured. Do you think he was inside all along when he sent them? I hesitated. I wanted to reassure her. Maybe, I said, maybe not. We'll never know for sure. It was the truth. The uncertainty settled over us, heavier than the physical strain. We called a locksmith, changed the locks, and reinforced the doors. I checked the deadbolt 5 times, Nicole watching silently. We spoke little. Words felt inadequate. After the locksmith left, we moved to the bedroom. I touched the dresser. A tiny bruise on my shoulder from the morning's scuffle throbbed painfully. Nicole traced her fingers along the edge of the bed frame, as if mapping the trauma into something tangible. Later, I sat on the floor with a towel around my scraped wrists. Nicole brought coffee in silence. Neither of us wanted conversation, but the act of ordinary life, holding a cup, sipping warm liquid, felt like a minor victory. We both knew the intruder could return, though it was unlikely, and yet that thought lingered in the back of our minds. We couldn't ignore it entirely. We went through our routines the next day as best we could, though sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the radiator, every flicker of the fluorescent kitchen light made us pause, listen, calculate. We called friends, told them the story in fragmented sentences, skipping details where memory failed us. People were supportive, yes, but none could truly understand the slow, grinding sense that the apartment, the mirror, and the tiny gaps in our perception had been permanently altered. Nicole left the apartment first the following morning, to work, to errands, to the world outside our bubble. I watched her go, boots crunching against the frost-hardened sidewalk. I wanted to speak, to say something that might calm the lingering tremor in her chest, but all I could manage was a nod. The city carried on as if nothing had happened. Cars roared, buses hissed, the faint clatter of a construction crew echoed down the street. Normal life resumed, indifferent to the fracture in our mourning. I lingered in the apartment, staring at the mirror. The reflection was exact, but I knew better. The smudge existed in memory, a warning I carried with me. I thought about the intruder's texts, the taps at the window, the subtle scrape of the door latch. He could be gone. He might never come back. And yet, the faintest worry, rational or not, lingered in my mind. The apartment felt lived in but fragile, as though it had survived the storm, but bore the marks invisibly beneath the surface. Nicole called later that evening. We spoke quietly. I asked her how she felt. She said she was tired. She didn't mention the fear in her dreams. I didn't mention mine. We shared the ordinary gestures, checking locks, turning on lights, shutting doors carefully. Small acts of reassurance that felt necessary. By the next week, the apartment seemed to settle again. Routine returned. Coffee in the morning, email, work calls, the rhythm of daily life. Yet the mirror, ordinary as it looked, remained a touchstone of unease. Every so often, when sunlight angled just right, I thought I saw a faint line along the glass. Could be residue, could be condensation, could be nothing. But I never touched it again. We learned something about ourselves in those hours of terror. Nicole had acted despite her fear. I had improvised, made decisions I hadn't thought I could make. But we were changed. The ordinary world had cracks now, minor ones that wouldn't heal, reminders that normalcy was delicate, human, and easily breached. And in the quietest moments, when the apartment hummed around me and frost clung to the windows, I wondered if we had truly seen the last of him, or if the mirror, the smudge, and the gap in the locks were still holding something unseen in reserve. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is She Smiled at Me Through the Dark with Too Many Teeth. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The street lamp outside flickered once, twice, then sputtered out completely, leaving the corner of West 9th and Elm bathed in a pool of soft, pale shadow. For a moment, the world shrank into that circle of failing light. A car passed by, its tires humming on wet asphalt, then was gone, swallowed by the dark that seemed to lean in closer. I was halfway down the block, keys clutched in my hand, trying to unlock the door of the tiny apartment I'd rented 6 months ago. My fingers were numb from the cold, and the wind tasted like damp concrete and exhaust fumes. But that was normal for October in Portland. The usual routine, the usual walk home. Then I heard the laugh, low, breathy, close. It didn't quite fit. It wasn't the laughter of someone joking with a friend or drunk at a bar. It was rougher, a half hiss, like someone trying too hard to sound casual. I stopped, heart picking up, ears straining. But the street was empty, save for the rustle of dry leaves spiraling down from the cracked maple tree outside my window. "Hello," I called, voice quieter than I wanted. No reply. I shook it off. Just a late-night passerby or someone playing a prank. Still, I kept my eyes darting over the darkened sidewalks as I slipped inside. The lock clicked behind me, solid and reassuring. Inside, the apartment smelled like old wood and the faint, sharp trace of lemon cleaner. I turned on the kitchen light, the hum of the bulb filling the quiet, and leaned against the counter. My breath fogged the window, and beyond, the street lamp flickered again, stubbornly fighting the dark. My name, Jack. I'm 28, a copy editor for a small publishing house downtown. The work is steady enough, though nothing spectacular. A far cry from what I'd imagined when I moved here from Chicago. But I like the city, the gray skis, and the damp. The way the rain softens everything. I live alone, which suits me fine. I'm not great with people, really. I get anxious around crowds, and when I'm tired, I start overthinking conversations I had days ago. I try not to show it, but I'm always on edge, waiting for the next thing to go wrong. Right now, that thing felt like a loose thread, small and irritating. Something just off in the evening air, a feeling I couldn't shake. The knock came at the door just as I was about to make some coffee. Quick, sharp, hesitant. I froze. Nobody I was expecting. Jack, the voice was familiar but strained. It was Claire. Claire is 26, a freelance graphic designer, and the closest thing to a friend I have here. She's got this restless energy, always moving, always talking, the kind of person who would be out at a bar every Friday if she could afford it. She's sharp, sarcastic, but genuinely kind underneath. We met a few months ago through a mutual acquaintance, and lately she's been dropping by more often, especially when I'm too quiet. I opened the door. Claire stood there, wrapped in a heavy coat, her cheeks pink from the cold, hair damp like she'd been caught in the drizzle. Her eyes were flickering nervously between the street and me. "Hey," she said, voice low. "You hear that? The weird noise outside, like laughing or something." I nodded. "Yeah, I thought it was just someone messing around." She stepped inside quickly, glancing behind her before closing the door. I was walking home from the studio, and I swear, it felt like someone was following me for a block. I frowned. "You sure? Maybe just a dog or something." Claire shook her head. "No, it was different. The laugh was wrong, like it didn't belong." We stood there for a moment, the quiet stretching out between us. The city sounds seemed distant, a muffled siren, a bus rumbling in the far distance, a car door slamming somewhere 2 blocks over. Then Claire pulled her phone out, scrolling through the news feed. Did you see anything on the news? Nothing about disturbances or break-ins. No, I said. I checked earlier. Just the usual, some traffic accident near the river. Claire's fingers hovered over the screen. Then she tucked the phone back in her pocket. Maybe it's nothing, but I don't like it. You ever get that feeling, Jack? Like something's just waiting in the dark, watching. I wanted to tell her it was silly, that it was probably just the shadows playing tricks, but I didn't. Because part of me felt it too, that prickling sensation, the tiny hairs rising on my arms. We ended up sitting on the threadbare couch, cups of lukewarm coffee between us, the kitchen light casting long shadows on the peeling wallpaper. The window rattled slightly in the wind, and outside, the street lamp finally gave up, plunging the corner into full darkness. Claire leaned forward, voice dropping even lower. You know, when I was a kid, my mom used to tell me to never look into the dark when I was scared, like it could see you if you did. I smiled half-heartedly. Sounds like something my grandma would say. Nothing in the dark but shadows. She didn't laugh. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure anymore. Her words hung in the air between us. The laugh had been the only crack in an otherwise normal night, but it was enough to twist the familiar into something strange. The phone buzzed on the table. Claire glanced down, a text from her roommate saying she was going to stay late at work. Looks like I'm stuck here tonight, Claire said, half joking, but the edge in her voice was real. I shrugged. Well, you're welcome to stay. It's not like I'm doing anything else. We fell into a silence that wasn't quite comfortable, each of us listening for the next sound outside. The rain started again, soft and steady, pattering against the windows. Then the power flickered, just for a second, but long enough to make the shadows leap. When the lights came back on, Claire was staring at the corner near the window, her eyes wide and frozen. I followed her gaze. There was nothing there, but still, the feeling wasn't gone. The lights had just steadied when the power went out again. This time, the whole building plunged into darkness. The hum of the refrigerator died. The faint glow of streetlights vanished behind heavy clouds. It was the kind of blackout that felt immediate and complete, like the world had folded in on itself. Claire let out a breath, her voice sharp in the silence. Great, just great. I fumbled for my phone, the screen bright in the darkened room. Probably the storm getting worse. Power lines down somewhere. She reached for the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek outside. The street was pitch black, nothing but thick shadows pressing up against the buildings. No cars, no people. It's like everyone just disappeared. I swallowed hard, the room suddenly feeling smaller. The edges of the peeling wallpaper and chipped counters faded into murky shapes. Should I call the landlord? Claire asked, voice tight. He's usually responsive, but this is. Better start here, I interrupted, already dialing the number for the local utility company. My fingers trembled slightly. Being cut off from the world like this was the worst. I hated feeling trapped. The line rang once, twice. Then an automated message. Due to widespread outages, wait times are longer than usual. Claire sighed. Of course. Maybe we should check the circuit breaker. Maybe something tripped in the apartment. I stood, groping my way toward the small closet in the hallway. Claire followed, flashlight flickering in her hand, its beam jittery across the cracked walls. I opened the breaker panel. Everything looked normal, no switches flipped. Nothing here. She peered over my shoulder, biting her lip. Okay, that means it's probably outside, right? Yeah. I hesitated. The unease from earlier settled heavier in my chest. The dark wasn't just absence of light anymore. It was suffocating. Suddenly, from somewhere below us, a loud thump echoed, sharp, heavy, like something banging against metal. Claire jumped, flashlight beam darting wildly. What the hell was that? I tried to steady my voice. Maybe a trash can got knocked over, or someone working in the basement. No one's supposed to be down there this late. I nodded. The building was mostly empty at night, except for a couple of tenants who kept to themselves. The thumping came again, this time faster, rhythmic, like a pounding fist. Should we check it out? Claire asked, eyes wide but curious. I shook my head. I don't know. I mean, we don't even know if it's safe. Maybe call the front desk or the landlord again. Claire's face darkened. What if nobody's answering? What if there's someone in the building? We heard those laughs earlier, Jack. That's not nothing. My stomach twisted. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But part of me screamed it was all just paranoia. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there wasn't friendly. I swallowed the lump in my throat and grabbed my jacket. Okay, let's go check it out together. Claire nodded. She tucked her phone into her pocket and grabbed the flashlight from the counter. We crept down the narrow hallway, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath our feet. The emergency exit signs flickered faintly, barely lighting the way. The air smelled damp and stale, a mix of old wood and cleaning chemicals. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement door was cracked open, the darkness beyond swallowing the thin beam of the flashlight. Should we call someone? The cops, Claire whispered. I don't want to overreact if it's nothing, I said, voice low. But if we see something, we call. We stepped through the door, the echo of our breathing loud in the confined space. The thumping had stopped. The basement was a mess of old boxes, forgotten furniture, and cobwebbed corners. Water dripped somewhere nearby, and I could hear the faint hum of the building's main generator struggling to keep emergency lights on. Suddenly, the flashlight caught something, a figure crouched near the back wall. A woman. Her hair was wild, eyes glinting in the beam, and she was smiling. But it wasn't a friendly smile. Her teeth looked off, too many, too sharp. I blinked, heart pounding. Hey, are you okay? She didn't answer, only smiled wider, the sound of a breathy chuckle escaping her. Claire grabbed my arm, trembling. Jack, we should go. I wanted to run, but something stopped me, the woman's eyes. There was a flicker of something real beneath the smile. Fear, desperation. Then the woman suddenly stood and bolted past us, knocking over a stack of crates. The crash echoed like gunfire in the tight space. "Stop," Claire shouted, but the woman disappeared into the shadows. We stood frozen, the darkness pressing in, the smell of damp and rust filling the air. "Should we follow her?" Claire asked, voice barely audible. I shook my head. "No, we don't know what she's capable of." But then the basement door slammed, shut behind us. We were trapped. The basement was a maze of shadows and stale air, the flashlight beam flickering uncertainly as we circled around the cluttered storage room. The smell of damp wood and rust was thick enough to taste. The power was still out, leaving us to rely on that weak circle of light, barely enough to push back the blackness pressing in on all sides. Claire's breath came in quick, shallow bursts. I could hear it against the silence, louder than I wanted. "We need to find a way out," she said, voice shaking. "That door is locked tight. Maybe there's an emergency exit." I nodded, trying to keep my own panic from seeping into my voice. "Okay, let's look." We moved slowly, stepping over scattered boxes and overturned chairs, each creak or scrape amplified in the hollow space. The basement was bigger than I'd expected, a rectangular room that stretched maybe 30 feet long and 20 wide, with a low ceiling that made the air feel thicker. On the far side, a heavy metal door marked "Emergency Exit" caught the light. I hurried over and tried the handle. Locked. The latch was rusted, but the mechanism wouldn't budge. "Damn," Claire whispered. "Do you think it's stuck or actually locked?" "Locked," I said, pulling out my phone for the flashlight app. I'd been saving the battery and shining it on the door. There was a small window near the top, but the glass was dark with grime. I couldn't see through it. "Maybe there's a key around here," Claire suggested. We started searching the piles of junk. Old tools, broken furniture, stacks of dusty cardboard boxes marked with faded writing. The air was getting colder and damper, and I felt a tightening in my chest, that creeping feeling that the walls were closing in. I crouched down to peek behind a crate when a sudden noise made me freeze. A soft, dragging sound coming from the corner, opposite the emergency exit. Claire stiffened beside me. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," my voice was barely a whisper. We edged toward the sound, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam landed on a pile of old mattresses stacked against the far wall, but nothing stirred. "Must be a rat," I said, trying to keep calm. Then the noise came again, heavier this time, like something sliding slowly across the concrete floor. Suddenly, from behind the mattresses, a large metal pipe clattered loudly to the ground. Claire jumped back, knocking over a box, and the flashlight swung wildly, casting grotesque shapes against the walls. "Relax," I said, heart pounding. "Probably just a rat or some loose pipe." But the unease lingered. My palms were slick with sweat, and my legs felt weak. "We can't just wait here," Claire said, urgency creeping into her voice. "We need to figure out another way." We retraced our steps toward the stairwell where we'd come down. The metal door there was still shut, but at least not locked. I pulled on the handle. It moved slightly. "Maybe we can force it open," Claire suggested. I glanced down at the old wooden chair by the stair landing, its leg broken, but still sturdy enough. I set it under the handle tried to leverage it. The door budged, then creaked open just enough for a sliver of cold air to slice through the darkness. Claire stuck her head out, eyes scanning the empty hallway above. "Looks clear," she whispered. I gave the door a shove. It swung open to reveal the dimly lit stairwell leading up to the ground floor. The emergency lighting was weak, but working. Relief washed over me. We're almost out. But then we heard it, a sharp, wet scraping sound from below. Claire grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, heart thudding. "Yeah." We strained to listen. The sound came again, louder, slow, deliberate footsteps on concrete. Claire's voice was barely audible. "It's her, the woman from before." I felt a cold stab of fear. The idea of that smile, too many teeth, all gleaming, was lodged in my mind. "Come on," I said. "We have to move." We rushed up the stairs, the air growing warmer with each step. But the sound of footsteps followed relentlessly, echoing in the stairwell. At the landing, Claire slipped on the worn concrete, catching herself against the wall, but scraping her knee. "I'm fine," she muttered, but her voice cracked. The pain made her stumble, and I caught her before she fell. "We need to keep going," I urged, fear sharpening my words. At the ground floor door, I fumbled with the lock, hands trembling. It was supposed to be unlocked during emergencies, but it resisted. "Come on," Claire said, pulling at the door. Finally, it gave way, and we spilled into the hallway, gasping. The building was eerily silent, the emergency lights casting long pools of orange glow. We looked around, no sign of the woman. "Maybe she stayed in the basement," Claire said, rubbing her bleeding knee. "I hope," I replied, though my gut twisted. We decided to call the landlord again. Claire tried, but the line was busy. "Maybe we should call the cops," she said, voice rising. I shook my head. No signal, the blackouts affecting the cell towers. Claire groaned. "Great, so we're trapped." We moved cautiously through the building, trying to find a common area or a lobby phone. The hallways smelled of stale smoke and dust. Shadows clung to corners like webs. Suddenly, a door at the end of the corridor creaked open. We froze. From inside, the beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness. "Hello," Claire called softly. The door swung wider. An elderly man stepped out, face pale but calm. "Sorry about the blackout," he said, voice shaking slightly. "I'm Harold. I live on the 3rd floor. Thought I heard noises." Relief flooded us. "You're okay?" He nodded. "Yeah, I came down to check." I looked past him towards the stairwell. "Did you see anyone? A woman, maybe?" Harold's brow furrowed. "No, but I heard a noise, like someone crying." Claire swallowed hard. "Crying down here?" Harold shrugged. "Could be a neighbor." The relief was short-lived. Back in the stairwell, a sound caught my attention. A soft, muffled sob coming from a maintenance closet across the hall. We approached carefully. The door was ajar, and inside, a woman huddled in the corner, eyes red and wet. "Are you okay?" Claire asked gently. She looked up, and for a second, her mouth twisted into a smile. But it was normal this time. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't mean to scare anyone." We exchanged a look. "Why are you here?" I asked. She shook her head. I don't have anywhere else to go. The sobs came again, echoing in the silent building. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from the basement door. We spun around. Harold's face appeared at the top of the stairs, shouting, "The generator's failing. We've got to get out before the emergency lights go." Panic bubbled up. The basement door, the woman with the strange smile, all pieces of a puzzle we didn't yet understand. But now, the blackout was becoming more than an inconvenience. It was a race against time. The emergency lights sputtered, their dim red glow faltering as the generator's hum wavered like a dying breath. We stood in the narrow stairwell, the locked basement door looming behind us, thick and final. The entire building felt like it was holding its breath. Claire's scraped knee was bleeding again, the dried blood mixing with fresh tears. She pressed her palm to the wound, face pale but determined. "We don't have much time," Harold said, his voice shaking. "If the lights go out, we're trapped. I mean completely." I swallowed hard, heart thudding like a drum in my chest. The whole building could go dark at any moment. We had to move. "Okay," I said, voice tight. "We need to get out through the front door." Harold nodded toward the main lobby a few floors up. It's usually unlocked during the day, but with the power out, the electronic locks are offline. You might have to force it. Claire glanced at me. "Can you do that?" I didn't answer. My hands were trembling too much to think straight. We started climbing. The stairwell was a narrow concrete shaft, the emergency lights flickering with alarming frequency. At each landing, the shadows seemed to gather, stretching like dark fingers that threatened to close in. From behind us came a faint scraping sound, soft, deliberate. I spun, flashlight swinging wildly. "Nothing." Claire gripped my arm. "We're not alone." A chill ran down my spine. The woman with the smile, somewhere in the building, still lurking. We pressed on, step by step. When we reached the 3rd floor, Harold stopped abruptly. "There's a fire escape out this way," he whispered. "It leads to the alley behind the building." I blinked. Could it be open? He nodded, eyes flickering nervously. "It's old, but the door should unlock from the inside." We hurried down the hall, breath shallow, nerves frayed. The fire escape door stood heavy and steel, scarred by rust and neglect. Harold pulled at the handle. It resisted. "Help me," he said. Together we pushed. It groaned, then gave way, creaking open to a gust of cold night air. The alley was narrow, littered with trash bins and broken glass. The sky above was thick with clouds, blocking the moon. Claire shivered. "We have to go down the ladder," I said, starring up the metal rungs that disappeared into the blackness. Claire hesitated. "I'm not great with heights." Harold smiled weakly. "Neither am I, but it's better than waiting for the lights to go." I took the first step, the metal cold and slick with rain. The ladder swayed slightly beneath me. Halfway down, a sudden noise made me freeze. A muffled cry coming from behind a stack of dumpsters. I glanced down. Claire was staring toward the sound, face pale. Harold leaned closer. "That's her. The woman, the one with the smile." We moved toward the noise cautiously. The alley was cramped and wet. The air the smell of rotting garbage and diesel fumes. A figure crouched beside a dumpster, hunched and shaking. The woman looked up, eyes wild and desperate, but the smile was gone. "I didn't want to scare you," she whispered. I don't have anywhere else." Claire knelt beside her, voice gentle. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" The woman shook her head, but her lip quivered. Suddenly, a sound shattered the silence, footsteps pounding behind us. "Run," I shouted. We all scrambled, but the woman faltered, caught on a jagged piece of metal. She fell hard, a sharp cry tearing from her throat. I turned, heart in my throat, to see a man stepping into the alley, tall, bulky, face shadowed beneath a hood. His eyes gleamed cold. "Get back," I yelled, trying to shield Claire and Harold. The man laughed, low and harsh. "Looks like you've got company," he said, advancing. Panic surged through me. The woman was bleeding, Claire limping, Harold shaky. I grabbed a nearby metal pipe, rusty but heavy. The man took another step, and I swung. The pipe connected with a sickening clang. He stumbled back, snarling. Claire grabbed a trash can lid, holding it like a shield. "Call the cops," she shouted. "No signal," I barked. "We're on our own." The man lunged. I swung again, this time catching him across the side. He howled, grabbing his face. We ran, fast and reckless, toward the end of the alley. The fire escape ladder loomed above us. Claire was first, struggling but climbing. Harold followed, slower, trembling. I helped the woman, who was barely conscious, onto the first rung. The man's footsteps thundered behind. At the top, the door was locked again. I pounded on it, shouting for help. Then the lock clicked, a key turning from the other side. Harold pushed the door open, just as the man reached the bottom of the ladder, cursing. We collapsed inside the stairwell, gasping, the woman's breathing shallow. Back in the apartment, the power flickered, then returned. We laid the woman on the couch, Claire applying pressure to a bleeding cut on her arm. "I'm sorry," the woman whispered again. "I didn't want any of this." Jack, exhausted and bruised, sat back against the wall. The weight of what had happened settled in. The stranger, the dark, the danger, all very real, and all costing something. The first ambulance's red and blue glow sliced through the gray dawn as we waited on the cracked sidewalk outside the building. Claire sat on the stoop, her knee bandaged, but still throbbing, head bowed, fingers twisting the edge of her jacket like a lifeline. Harold shuffled beside her, leaning heavily on his cane, pale but steady. I stood a few feet away, hands shoved deep in my coat pockets, staring at the yellow tape stretched taut around the front entrance. The woman, the one with the strange smile, was inside the ambulance, wrapped in a thin blanket, eyes closed, breathing shallow. Paramedics moved quickly, methodical, efficient, like they'd seen this kind of thing before. The police had arrived hours earlier, combing the alley and questioning neighbors. Harold spoke with them briefly, explaining the noises, the blackout, and our escape. I answered questions too, voice hoarse from lack of sleep, heart still knotted tight. Claire finally looked up, meeting my eyes. "Do you think she'll be okay?" I shrugged, not knowing. "I hope so." She looked scared more than anything. She nodded, biting her lip. I can't stop thinking about her smile. Too many teeth. It wasn't right. But now, I think maybe it was just fear twisting everything. We sat in silence, the city waking slowly around us, a dog barking somewhere, the rumble of buses starting their routes, the distant clang of construction. Later at the precinct, the officers told us the man who attacked was known locally, a transient with a history of violence, caught on camera in nearby incidents, but never arrested. They assured us they'd find him. Harold sighed. It's not much comfort, but at least they're trying. Jack, that's me, felt the weight of it all crashing down. My hands still trembled from the fight, my throat dry, my mind racing with every what if. The doctor patched Claire's knee with gentle hands, giving her a prescription and advice to keep it clean. Harold was checked over for exhaustion and stress. The woman was admitted to the hospital, her identity unknown, no contacts. The police hoped she'd remember enough to help. Back at the apartment later that day, the lights worked again. The hum of the refrigerator, a dull reassurance. But the place felt different, hollowed out, marked. Claire paced the small living room, restless. I keep replaying everything. The laughs, the footsteps, that smile. It's like it's stuck under my skin. I nodded, rubbing my own sore wrists. Me too. I'm scared it's not really over, that we just got lucky. Harold called later, voice steady, but low. I'm going to ask the landlord to change the locks on the basement door. No way I'm going down there again. That night, as the city settled into quiet, I lay awake staring at the cracked ceiling. The shadows played tricks, and sometimes, in the corner of my vision, I thought I saw her, the woman with too many teeth, smiling again. But when I turned, nothing was there. Outside, the street lamp flickered once, twice, before steadying. The dark held its secret still. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story she texted me from her own funeral is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. My phone buzzed twice. Once was the standard vibration from my pocket. The other was a faint ping, like a single chime from an old music box, quiet, but impossible to ignore. I pulled it out. The screen lit up. The message came from Jess. I'm here. It was 11:02 a.m., April 12th, and my hands were shaking so much I almost dropped the phone on the hardwood floor. But Jess was dead. They had announced it 3 days ago. The police said it was an accident, but the way the news spread, it felt more like a headline that came too soon for some part of me. My apartment in the East End of Boston felt too warm, even though the window was cracked open, letting in the chill of a late spring morning. The smell of burnt coffee still lingered, a cruel reminder I had barely touched the mug on my desk. I stared at the text. "I'm here." I told myself it was a prank, a wrong number. My phone could be hacked, or someone could be screwing with me. But deep down, I knew that message wasn't a glitch. It wasn't a mistake. I pressed the screen, trying to open the conversation. There was no reply, just that one message. The clock ticked louder than usual. Somewhere outside, a siren wailed in the distance, winding its way between the brick buildings like a restless ghost. The air smelled faintly of rain, though no drops had fallen yet. I sat down, my back against the cracked leather of my worn-out couch. The coffee was cold now, forgotten. I had to make sense of it, but everything felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my palm. That's when my phone buzzed again. The screen showed a different number. I saw her too, at the church. My breath hitched. The funeral was today, a few miles away at St. Augustine. I hadn't planned on going. I didn't want to face the crowd, the forced condolences, the hollow sympathies. Jess was my closest friend for nearly a decade, and somehow the thought of sitting among strangers, pretending to mourn her made my stomach twist. But now I had no choice. I needed answers. I grabbed my coat, the one with fraying cuffs, and slipped my phone into the pocket. The streets outside were busy, people going about their Saturday, unaware of the strange weight pressing on my chest. The church was an old brick building with peeling white paint and a bell tower that looked like it had seen better days. Inside, the smell of lilies and polished wood mixed with the heavy scent of damp coats and perfume. The light was dim, filtering through stained glass windows that cast muted rainbows across the pews. The crowd was a patchwork of people I half recognized, neighbors, co-workers, distant cousins, faces mostly unfamiliar or unreadable. Everyone was quiet, murmuring in low tones, except for a woman sobbing softly near the front. I spotted Jess's parents. They looked smaller than I remembered, as if grief had shrunk them. Her mother clutched a handkerchief, her eyes red-rimmed, while her father stood rigid, his jaw clenched so tight I thought it might crack. I moved toward the back, trying to blend in, but my heart hammered. The ceremony was about to begin, and somewhere behind the pulpit, I felt eyes watching me. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again, this time a message from Jess's number. "Look behind you." The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I turned slowly. There was no one there, but an elderly man with a cane and a woman adjusting a toddler's coat. The funeral mass started, the priest's voice steady but distant, like it was coming through a thick wall. I sat down, gripping my phone in my palm, the screen dark now, waiting for the next move. The last hymn died away. The priest stepped down from the pulpit, eyes sweeping over the congregation with practiced solemnity. I still had the phone pressed to my thigh, heart ticking against my ribs like a warning bell. The funeral was supposed to be the end of it, a final goodbye. But instead, it felt like a beginning somewhere dark, far from the comfort of closure. Then my phone buzzed again. "We don't have much time. Look outside, hurry." The message came from Jess's number again. I glanced around. People were shifting in their seats, some whispering, others wiping eyes. My hands were clammy, the phone slipping in my grip. I turned to Jess's parents, who were staring straight ahead, lost in their grief. A sharp tug on my sleeve made me look down. Elliot, the voice was low, urgent. It was a woman, a stranger. Mid-30s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. She glanced nervously around the room. "I'm sorry to bother you," she whispered. "I'm Rachel. I'm connected to Jess. I saw your text. You're not imagining things." My throat tightened. "What do you mean? What's going on?" Rachel's eyes flicked toward the church doors. "She's not really dead." That sentence hit me like a slap. "She's alive?" I asked, voice barely audible. Rachel nodded quickly. "But if she is, someone wants to keep it that way. There's been some weird stuff happening around here." My pulse quickened. I had to believe her, but part of me screamed that this was some sick joke. "I don't understand," I said. "If Jess is alive, why the funeral?" Rachel hesitated. "Because it's the perfect cover. No one expects her to be alive after this." The church felt smaller, suffocating. Somewhere near the back, a child whimpered softly. My phone buzzed again. "Behind the chapel, please." Rachel glanced at my phone, alarm in her eyes. "We have to move now," she said. Outside, the church courtyard was busy with people milling around, some clutching tissues, others exchanging quiet condolences. The air was crisp, carrying the sharp scent of freshly cut grass and distant exhaust fumes. I followed Rachel quickly, dodging a group of elderly ladies in floral hats. My mind raced. Jess's death had left a hole, but Rachel's claim shattered everything I thought I knew. I was scared to believe it, scared to dismiss it. "Wait," I said, slowing down. "How do you know she's alive? What proof do you have?" Rachel bit her lip, scanning the street. "Last night, I saw her, Jess, at a diner near Fenway Park. She looked scared, confused, like she didn't know where to go." I swallowed hard, memories flashing of the last time I saw Jess, her jittery phone calls, vague mentions of threats, and that night she disappeared. Rachel glanced over her shoulder. "There's more. People have been asking questions. Nosy neighbors, some old friends. Someone is watching, and they don't want Jess found." We reached the side of the church. The chapel entrance was locked, but a side door to the courtyard was slightly ajar. Rachel pushed it open. Inside was dim and cold. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old stone. The floor creaked beneath our feet as we moved down a narrow corridor lined with framed photographs of past ceremonies. Suddenly, the lights flickered. A low hum filled the space, then cut out. We were plunged into silence and shadow. I fumbled for my phone to turn on the flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness. Rachel's breath was quick, uneven. "We need to find her before they do," she whispered. A sharp bang echoed from somewhere deeper in the building. A door slammed shut. I froze. "Did you hear that?" Rachel whispered. "We're not alone," I said, voice tight. We moved cautiously toward the chapel, each step weighted with fear and anticipation. My hands trembled, not just from the cold or darkness, but because I'd never been this close to danger before. A sudden movement in the corner of my eye made me spin around. Nothing, just shadows. Then the phone buzzed again. "They're coming, please hurry." The weight of those words crushed me. We reached a set of double doors leading into the chapel proper. Heavy oak, polished but worn with age. Rachel tried the handle, locked. I rattled the knob, heart pounding. "God, come on," I muttered. From behind, we heard footsteps. Fast, deliberate. Rachel's voice was urgent now. "We have to find another way." I looked around. A small window near the floor, partly obscured by a pew. "Help me with this." She crouched, and I pushed the window open. It was tight, but we could slip through. Outside, the church's back garden was quiet. The grass was wet with dew, and a cold breeze stirred the branches of a lone oak tree. Then a flashlight beam cut through the dark. A voice barked from the shadows. "Stop right there." We sprinted across the garden, branches scraping against our faces, hearts hammering in our ears. Rachel stumbled, her ankle twisting sharply on the uneven ground. She cried out, clutching it. I had to decide, keep running or stop and help her. The flashlight beam was getting closer. The cold night air cut through my thin jacket as I half carried, half supported Rachel across the church's back garden. The flashlight beam from behind traced every step, slicing through the dark like a predator's gaze. Her ankle throbbed visibly, and every wince she stifled made my chest tighten. We ducked behind the low stone wall that bordered the garden, trying to catch our breath. The street beyond was quiet, dimly lit by sodium lamps, their orange glow flickering in the breeze. "Where now?" I asked, whispering. Rachel pressed her palm to the ground, eyes scanning the shadows. "There's an alley along Washington Street, a few blocks from here. I think Jess might be hiding in an old warehouse there." The warehouse was a relic of Boston's industrial past, long abandoned, but occasionally used by squatters and drifters. It wasn't exactly a safe bet, but it was the only lead we had. The street was mostly empty, except for a homeless man sitting by a doorway, muttering to himself. We skirted around him, careful not to draw attention. Every step was a battle. Rachel's limp slowed us down, and the dull ache in my calves reminded me how unprepared I was for this kind of chase. As we neared Washington Street, the rhythmic pounding of distant footsteps echoed again. The pursuers weren't giving up. Rachel groaned, and I grabbed her arm. "Hold on, we're almost there." The alley was narrow, flanked by towering brick buildings stained with graffiti and grime. Trash bins overflowed with rotting debris, and the smell of urine and damp concrete hung heavy. Rachel pointed to a side door, rusty but not locked. She tried the handle. It gave way with a creak. Inside, the warehouse was vast and cavernous, swallowed in shadows. The smell of dust and mold filled the air. Broken windows let in shards of moonlight that glinted off puddles on the cracked floor. We moved cautiously. Every creak and drip seemed louder than it should be, the silence pressing against my ears. Suddenly, a noise, metal clanging somewhere deeper in the warehouse. I froze, heart racing. Rachel's eyes darted toward the sound. Maybe it's Jess. We moved toward the noise, the beam from my phone slicing through the darkness. Then a figure leapt out from behind a stack of wooden crates. I gasped, stumbling backward. But it was Jess. It was a stray dog, skinny and mangy, barking fiercely before bounding away into the shadows. Rachel laughed softly, tension breaking for a moment. "That was close," she said. We pressed on, deeper into the warehouse, until we found a makeshift camp, a tattered sleeping bag, empty cans, and a few personal belongings strewn about. "No, Jess." I sank onto an overturned crate, rubbing my face. The weight of exhaustion was settling in, and Rachel's breathing was ragged. My phone buzzed again. "Don't trust Rachel. She's not who she says." I stared at the message, disbelief crashing down. The number was Jess's. "Rachel," I said quietly, "I just got a message saying not to trust you." Her eyes flashed, but she didn't deny it. "Who else knows you're here?" I asked, voice low. She shook her head. "No one, I swear." Before I could press further, a heavy thud echoed behind us. We spun around to see a pair of figures stepping through the broken entrance, flashlights cutting through the dark. "They found us," Rachel hissed. We ducked behind a stack of crates, hearts pounding. I tried to control my breathing, but my chest felt tight. The pursuers moved methodically, sweeping their lights side to side. One paused, shining the beam directly at us. I froze. The flashlight hit a hanging tarp, and it swayed in the draft, nothing more than a piece of old fabric. The pursuers moved on. I exhaled slowly. Rachel leaned against me, voice trembling. "We need another plan." I agreed. We backtracked through the warehouse, trying to find an exit on the other side. Rachel's limp was slowing us down more than ever, and my muscles screamed with fatigue. Outside, the city seemed indifferent, distant car horns, muffled voices, the steady hum of night. We found a side gate leading to an alley behind the warehouse. It was padlocked, but Rachel produced a small pocket knife. I watched nervously as she worked at the lock, sweat beading on her forehead. The gate finally gave way with a soft click. We slipped through, relief flooding me. But the relief was short-lived. Across the alley, a black van idled with its engine running, lights off, but windows tinted. From inside, a shadowy figure watched us. Rachel grabbed my arm. "They're waiting." We had nowhere left to run. The black van waited like a predator in the narrow alley, its dark windows reflecting the dim streetlights like glossy eyes. Rachel's grip on my arm tightened so hard it stung, her face pale under the flickering glow. "We can't stay here," she whispered. I nodded, heart hammering. The adrenaline was sharp, raw, but underneath it all, my muscles screamed with exhaustion. Every breath was ragged. The van door slid open with a hiss. Two men stepped out, tall, bulky, faces obscured beneath baseball caps. They moved fast, silent as shadows. No time for hesitation. I glanced around. The alley was a dead end, brick walls on either side, trash bins, and the locked gate we just passed through. The only option was back the way we came. "Run," I shouted, pulling Rachel forward. Her limp was more pronounced now, pain etched in every step. The men gave chase, voices low but sharp. "Stop them," one barked. We sprinted toward the warehouse entrance, the cold concrete biting into my palms as I pushed the door open and dragged Rachel inside. The familiar cavernous darkness swallowed us whole. I fumbled for my phone, flashlight on, scanning the shadows. The sound of boots echoed behind us. "We need to hide," Rachel gasped, clutching her ankle. There was an old office space to the left, a small room with broken windows and dusty furniture. We slipped inside and slammed the door. My fingers shook as I locked it. Outside, footsteps paced, then stopped. Suddenly, the door handle rattled. One of the men was trying to force it open. I looked at Rachel. She was pale, sweat beading on her forehead. "Any idea where Jess might be?" I asked, voice low but urgent. Rachel shook her head. "No, she vanished after I last saw her. But whoever these men are, they're connected to why she's in hiding." The handle rattled again. I peeked through the cracked window. The men were searching the hallway, flashing their lights, calling out. Then a sudden realization hit me. The old electrical panel was on the wall opposite the door, an exposed mess of switches and wires. If I could cut the power, it might buy us time. I slipped out of the office while Rachel covered her eyes. The warehouse plunged into total darkness. "Shit," one of the men shouted. I heard hurried footsteps retreating. Back in the room, Rachel was breathing hard. "Good thinking," she said. But relief was short-lived. My phone buzzed. Another message from Jess. "Trust no one. Meet me at the pier. Midnight." Rachel's eyes widened. "Midnight, only an hour away," she said. "If we wait too long, they'll find you." We had no choice. I helped Rachel to her feet, supporting her as we left the office. The warehouse felt like a tomb, without power, cold, silent except for our footsteps. Outside, the night air hit like a wall. The pier was a 15-minute walk along the harbor, past dark warehouses and empty docks. I kept glancing over my shoulder, paranoia clawing at me. Near the pier, a stray cat darted from the shadows, its eyes glowing. My heart jumped, but it was just a cat. At the pier entrance, the cold salt breeze stung my face. We saw Jess standing there. She looked thin, worn, but alive. Her eyes held something fierce, fear, defiance, exhaustion. "Elliot," she said softly. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I had to disappear." Before I could respond, headlights blazed behind us. The black van screeched to a halt at the pier's edge. The two men jumped out, guns drawn. "Stay back," one shouted. I shoved Rachel behind me. Jess stepped forward. "I'm not going back," she said, voice steady. The men advanced. I looked at Rachel, who nodded weakly. There was no way out. Suddenly, a scuffle. One man lunged at Jess. I grabbed a rusted metal pipe from nearby and swung hard. It connected with a sickening crack. The man dropped. The other fired a shot into the air. "Enough," he shouted. Jess grabbed Rachel's hand. "We run now," she said. We bolted toward the pier's end, the water dark and deep beneath us. The men shouted curses, but they didn't follow. We collapsed on the wooden planks, breaths ragged bodies trembling. Rachel's ankle bloodied, but she was alive. Jess looked at me, eyes glistening. "Thank you," she said. But the danger wasn't over. We were exposed, vulnerable, and hunted. And as the distant sirens grew louder, I knew the cost of this night wasn't just pain or fear. It was the fracture in trust, the weight of secrets, and the knowledge that freedom would always be fragile. The ambulance smelled of antiseptic and something faintly sweet, like burnt sugar. Rachel was in the back, her ankle swaddled awkwardly in a splint. Jess sat beside her, quiet, staring out the window as the city lights blurred past. I rode up front with the paramedic, trying to steady my breathing. My hands were still shaking, and the ache in my chest hadn't eased. The cold from the pier had seeped into my bones. At the hospital, the fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sterile glow that seemed both too bright and too cold. Rachel was admitted for observation, and they insisted Jess stay for questioning. I sat in the waiting area, alone with my thoughts, replaying the last 24 hours like a broken record. Jess had vanished without a trace. That wasn't a metaphor. She had literally slipped away from everyone she knew and trusted, including me. The truth, when it came, was a mess of fear and threats tied to a company. She'd worked for something involving whistleblowing, surveillance, and a web of lies that stretched far beyond our city. Her death, the funeral, even the texts, they were all part of a plan to protect her from enemies who would go to great lengths to keep their secrets. Rachel, I learned later, had been sent to keep tabs on Jess, maybe even mislead anyone who got too close. She wasn't a friend, but not exactly an enemy either, more like a reluctant participant caught in the middle. That warning message on my phone, it wasn't to protect me, but to sow confusion, to make sure I was off balance. I felt used, angry, but mostly exhausted. The police questioned us extensively. Nothing came of it immediately. The pursuers vanished as quietly as they appeared. Jess, Rachel, and I were left to pick up the pieces in our separate ways. Weeks later, I found myself back in my apartment. The windows were open, and the spring air was warmer now, but the scent of that cold April morning still lingered somewhere beneath the surface, like the faint smell of coffee, burnt but not gone. My phone buzzed on the table. A message from an unknown number. "You're safer now, but watch the shadows." No signature, no reply. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Found a Hidden Room in My Apartment, and Someone Lives There. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first time I noticed it, I told myself it was the building settling. A soft, deliberate click, like a latch finding its place, came from the wall behind my couch. Not loud, not dramatic, just specific enough that I paused mid-scroll, and looked up at the blank stretch of paint between the bookshelf and the thermostat. In old buildings, you learn a whole language of sounds. Pipes that tick like knuckles, radiators that sigh, somebody upstairs dragging a chair across hardwood at exactly the hour you're trying to pretend you're an adult who sleeps. This click didn't belong to any of those. I held my breath for a second, listening for the follow-up footsteps, a pipe groan, anything to tuck it into a category. Nothing. The only steady noise was the low hum of my fridge and the far-off shush of tires on wet pavement from the street below. Outside, Seattle was doing what it always does in late fall, drizzle without commitment. The streetlights made the rain look thicker than it was. My living room smelled faintly of dish soap and the garlic I'd burned earlier trying to roast vegetables like someone who meal preps instead of ordering pad thai twice a week. I told myself it was explainable. It had to be. Still, my eyes kept going back to that wall. A minute later, my phone vibrated against my thigh. Text from my landlord, Miriam. Miriam, landlord. Hey, maintenance wants to check units this week. Fire inspection stuff. Can we do wet morning? I stared at it, thumb hovering. Fire inspection. That phrase always made me think of doors that don't open, stairwells that narrow, smoke where it shouldn't be. I'm not claustrophobic, exactly. I don't freak out in elevators. I can do crowded trains. But I have a very specific kind of brain that will find the one thing that could go wrong in a normal situation and rehearse it until it feels like a memory. It started when I was a kid and got stuck in a bathroom stall at a county fair. The lock jammed, and I could hear people outside laughing, and I remember the smell of sugar and fried dough coming under the door while I pushed and pushed and pushed. And no one took me seriously because, just crawl under, except I couldn't, because my legs were too long and the gap was too small, and anyway. I learned early that it's fine can be a lie people tell themselves to keep moving. Now, at 32, I still checked exits without meaning to. I still didn't like doors that clicked behind me. I typed back, Wednesday works, 9, and hit send before I could overthink it. Another click came from the same section of wall. This one was paired with a faint rasp, like something sliding against drywall. Not much. A second long sound. Then quiet again. I stood up because my body made the decision before my brain could argue. Bare feet on cool wood. The rug under my coffee table was a little damp at the edge because I'd stepped in with wet shoes yesterday and told myself I'd hang it over the balcony later. I crossed the room and put my palm against the wall. It felt normal, smooth paint, slightly warmer near where the thermostat fed heat. I pressed harder, then knocked with my knuckles, hollow, which made sense. Interior wall, wires, the usual. I knocked again, slower, mapping for studs like I'd watched a YouTube video once and decided I could do anything. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Then, between two studs, my knuckles hit a spot that didn't sound like the others. It wasn't fully solid, but it wasn't hollow either. A duller note, like a cavity with something in it. A storage niche, a patch job. One of those fake access panels buildings hide behind framed art. I leaned closer, ear almost against the paint. I could smell the wall the way you can smell paper when it's been in the sun too long. Nothing. I exhaled, half laughing at myself, and turned toward the kitchen. That's when the sound came again, not from the wall this time, but from inside the bathroom vanity. A small metallic clink. I stopped so fast my shoulder twinged, an old gym injury that liked to remind me I wasn't 25 anymore. The bathroom door was cracked open. A sliver of fluorescent light spilled out like a tongue. I didn't remember turning that light on. I walked to the bathroom, pushing the door wider with 2 fingers like it might push back. The light was on. The mirror reflected my face in that unforgiving bathroom, way paler than usual, hair not quite committing to a style, eyes a little too alert. The cabinet under the sink was shut. The drawer was shut. Nothing looked disturbed. I reached under the sink and opened the cabinet. Cleaning supplies were lined up like obedient soldiers. A bottle of bleach cleaner, rubber gloves, a half-empty box of baking soda, a roll of trash bags. And because I'm a person who pretends to be organized, a little plastic basket I'd bought at Target, labeled under sink in my own handwriting. Everything was in place, except the basket was angled slightly, like it had been nudged and not returned. That could have been me. It probably was me. But then I saw the edge of something behind the pipe, a strip of blue fabric wedged in the shadowed space behind the U-shaped drain. I stared at it long enough that my eyes started trying to make it into something else: tape, a plastic bag, a rag I'd forgotten. I reached in and pulled. It was a sock, not mine, not even close. Thick, men's athletic sock, size that would bunch on my foot. Blue with a white stripe at the top. It smelled like detergent and old sweat, faint but unmistakable, like it had been worn and then washed and then left somewhere damp. I held it between 2 fingers as if it could contaminate me through the air. My brain immediately offered explanations, because that's what it does when it's trying to keep the world manageable. Maybe the previous tenant. Maybe it slipped behind the pipe and no one noticed. Maybe Miriam's maintenance guy dropped it. Maybe, except I'd lived here for 8 months. I'd cleaned under this sink. Not obsessively, but enough that I'd seen every gross corner. I would have noticed a sock. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a call. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound normal. "Okay, I know you said you're not home, but I'm in your neighborhood," my friend said. "I have a thing for you and I'm trying to be a decent human and deliver it before I forget." It was Nadia, my favorite kind of chaos, the sort that pretended to be spontaneous, but was actually just allergic to calendars. Nadia Sorkin, 34, female. Nadia worked in occupational therapy at a rehab clinic on the East Side, which meant she knew a lot about bodies in pain and had a blunt way of speaking that made you trust her even when she was being ridiculous. She was also, inconveniently, the kind of friend who noticed things you wished no one would notice. "I'm home," I said, because lying felt like extra work. "Come up, 3rd floor." "I'm already in the lobby," she said. I could hear the lobby door in the background, that heavy pneumatic hiss. "Also, your intercom sounds like a dying robot, by the way. That's not new." "I know," she said. "That's why it's a joke." I put the sock on the counter like it was evidence and washed my hands for too long, scrubbing until the skin near my thumbs felt tight. When I looked up, my own reflection was watching me like a stranger. There was another noise from the living room, faint, quick, like something tapping once against the wall. I shut the bathroom door and walked out, forcing myself to take normal steps, not the careful, creeping kind that made everything feel like a scene in a movie. The buzzer rang a minute later. I pressed the button to let Nadia in, then went to the door. She appeared in the hallway with a paper bag in one hand and her phone in the other. hair in a messy knot, rain beating on her jacket. "Please tell me you're not doing that thing where you forget to eat again," she said, walking in like she lived here. "I brought you soup." "Bless you," I said automatically. She held up the bag like a prize. "Pho, and I stole you some extra basil because the guy at the counter has a crush on me." I tried to smile. It probably looked like I was concentrating. Nadia stopped mid-step and narrowed her eyes at me. "What's with your face?" "My face is normal." "Your face is the face you make when you're about to tell me you Googled your symptoms, and now you think you have a rare disease." "It's not that." She set the bag on the kitchen counter and leaned in, sniffing. "Also, why does it smell like bleach in here? Did you finally clean? Are you okay?" "I cleaned," I said. "Sort of." Nadia's gaze flicked around the apartment, taking in the couch, the bookshelf, the wall behind it like she was cataloging the space. Her eyes landed on the thermostat, the blank wall, my shoulders, which I hadn't realized were tensed up near my ears. "What happened?" she asked, softer. I hesitated. Saying it out loud made it bigger. "I heard something," I said, "from the wall, like a latch. And then I found this." I reached for the sock on the counter and held it up. Nadia blinked. "That is a sock, not mine." "Okay," she said, stretching the word. "Do you have a secret boyfriend you're not telling me about?" "No." "Secret roommate?" "No." She took the sock from me and turned it over, nose wrinkling. "This is not a fresh sock." "Exactly." Nadia looked toward the bathroom. "Where?" "Under the sink, behind the pipe." She set the sock down like it might bite. "That's weird." I waited for her to laugh it off, to tell me I was being dramatic. Instead, she walked to the living room and stopped near the wall behind the couch. "You said you heard it from here." "Yes." She placed her palm against the wall, mirroring what I'd done. Then she leaned in, ear close. For a few seconds, there was only the everyday noise. The distant elevator ding, someone's TV muffled through the floor, the soft hiss of rain against the window. Nadia straightened. "Okay," she said. "So, 2 options. Which are? 1, you're stressed and your brain is doing that thing where it turns normal building sounds into a murder podcast." I opened my mouth. 2, she continued, cutting me off. "Something is actually off." Her eyes moved to the edge of the bookshelf, the way it sat just a fraction away from the wall, the narrow gap where dust gathered. Nadia walked over and crouched, peering behind it. "How old is this building again?" "Early 1900s, I said. "Converted like 10 years ago." "Maybe," she said, as if tasting that. She stood and put both hands on the bookshelf. It wasn't heavy, cheap particle board and paperbacks, but it took intent to move it. She slid it an inch away from the wall. I didn't stop her. I watched, throat tight, because the part of me that wanted this to be nothing also wanted to know. Behind the bookshelf, the paint looked slightly different, more matte. There was a thin, vertical seam I'd never noticed, running from a foot above the baseboard up toward the thermostat. Nadia traced it with her finger. "It's a patch," she said. My stomach did a small, unpleasant flip. "It could be nothing," Nadia added quickly, like she'd heard my thoughts. "A repaired hole, a conduit." But, I echoed. Nadia looked at me, her expression serious now in a way that made the room feel smaller. "Do you want to call your landlord?" she said. "Or do you want to see what's behind it?" And that was the choice. The mundane, sensible option, the email, the appointment, the polite waiting. Or the other thing, the impatient itch under my skin. Because now that I'd seen the seam, I knew I wasn't going to sleep until I knew what it meant. I looked at Nadia, then at the wall. Then I nodded once. "Okay," I said. "Let's see." Nadia fetched a butter knife from my kitchen drawer like she was about to make toast instead of potentially open a wall. "Hold on," I said. That's not a tool. "It's a starter," she said. "We're not demolishing anything. We're just seeing." Seeing, it turned out, required more nerve than equipment. The seam was narrow, maybe the width of a pencil line, running vertically about 4 feet. Nadia pressed the flat edge of the knife into it and twisted gently. Paint flaked. A dry, chalky smell puffed into the air like an old classroom. Nothing happened. She tried again, harder. The knife slipped, scraping the wall and leaving a crescent-shaped mark that made my stomach drop. "Careful," I said, sharper than I meant to. Nadia shot me a look. "You want to do it." I didn't. I also didn't want her to. This was the flaw, the thing I never liked to name. I needed to know. But I hated being the one to open doors. I'd stand at thresholds forever, weighing risks, until someone else pushed past me and made the choice real. "Let's just slowly," I said. "If it doesn't move, we stop." Nadia nodded and wedged the knife again, levering it with the patience she used at work, with patience relearning how to grip a spoon. There was a soft pop. Both of us froze. It wasn't loud, but it was definitive. A seal broken, air moving where it hadn't been. Nadia pulled the knife away and ran her fingers along the seam. "There's something here," she said. Like a panel, she pressed. The wall gave slightly under her hand, flexing inward with a faint creak. My chest tightened. Okay, that's enough." She didn't argue. She stepped back, palms up, like she was surrendering to the wall. "So, option 3, we call someone." "Who?" I asked. "Miriam, and say what?" "Hi, there might be a door in my wall." Nadia shrugged. "Maintenance. Non-emergency. Or we wait for Wednesday." Wednesday was 2 days away. 2 days of sleeping 6 feet from a wall that flexed when you pressed it. 2 days of listening for clicks and scrapes and telling myself not to imagine patterns. As if summoned by the thought, there was a sound from the other side of the seam. Not a click this time. A soft thud, followed by a faint, irregular rustling, like someone shifting weight on a couch. Nadia's eyes went wide. She looked at me, then back at the wall. "That," she said quietly, "was not the building settling." I stepped back until my calves hit the coffee table. "That could be pipes." "Pipes don't shuffle," she said. We stood there, the apartment suddenly too quiet, every small noise amplified. The fridge kicked on with a low groan that made me flinch. Somewhere above us, someone flushed a toilet. Life going on, indifferent. My phone buzzed in my hand. I hadn't realized I was holding it. Unknown number. I stared at the screen until it buzzed again, impatient. "Answer it," Nadia whispered. "Why?" "Because if you don't, you'll imagine it's worse than it is." She wasn't wrong, I answered. "Hello." There was a pause, long enough that I thought it might be a robocall. Then a voice, low and male, came through the speaker. "Hi, is this Alex?" My name said carefully, like it was fragile. "Yes," I said, my throat felt dry. "Who is this?" Another pause, breathing, close to the phone. "I think I might have the wrong number," the voice said. "Sorry." The call disconnected. Nadia stared at my phone. "You know that voice?" "No." "Did it sound like anyone you know?" "No." We stood there, listening to the absence left behind by the call. "That could be a coincidence," I said, hating how thin it sounded. Nadia didn't say anything. She walked to the front door and checked the lock, twisting it back and forth like she didn't quite trust it. Then she checked the deadbolt, then the chain. "Okay," she said. "We're not opening anything tonight." Relief and frustration tangled in my chest. "So what do? "We document," she said, slipping into her work voice. We make it someone else's problem as soon as possible. She pulled out her phone and started taking photos. The seam, the scuffed paint, the sock on the counter. She recorded a short video of the wall, narrating quietly like she was leaving notes for herself. Date and time, she murmured. Location. Noting sounds. I watched her, grateful and irritated at the same time. Part of me wanted to tear the panel open and flood whatever was behind it with light. Another part wanted to crawl under a blanket and pretend I'd imagined everything. Alex, Nadia said, using my name again like an anchor. Have you noticed anything else? Missing food? Stuff moved. I thought about it. The way my peanut butter jar had been emptier than expected last week. The time my shower curtain had been pushed to one side when I was sure I'd left it centered. Little things I'd shrugged off because shrugging was easier than spiraling. I don't know, I said. Maybe. That's okay, she said. We're not jumping to conclusions. Another sound came from the wall, closer this time. A faint scrape, followed by what could have been a cough quickly smothered. My heart started to race, a physical reaction I couldn't reason with. My hands tingled. Nadia's jaw tightened. Okay, she said. Change of plan. She crossed to the wall and pressed her ear against it again, listening intently. Nadia, I hissed. Don't. She held up a finger for silence. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, muffled but unmistakable, came a voice. Not words, just a sound, someone exhaling through their nose, a soft human huff. Nadia straightened slowly. There is someone in there, she said. The sentence landed between us, heavy and undeniable. We should call the police, I said immediately. Yes, she said. We should. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking enough that I had to try twice to unlock it. Before I could dial, there was a sharp knock on the door. 3 knocks. Firm, close. We both jumped. Nadia mouthed, don't answer. Another knock, louder. Alex. A voice called from the hallway. Male, different from the one on the phone. Hey, it's Mark, from downstairs. Mark was my neighbor, Mark Jensen, 41, male. We de-exchanged maybe 10 sentences in 8 months, mostly about packages left in the lobby and the way the elevator liked to stall between floors. What does he want? I whispered. Nadia shook her head, eyes darting between the door and the wall. Alex, Mark called again. I know you're home. I saw your light. The wall made a sound then, not a scrape or a click, but a solid, unmistakable thump, like someone had leaned hard against it. The knock on the door came again, more insistent. My brain did what it always did under pressure. It ran scenarios. If I answered the door, I exposed myself. If I didn't, I escalated things. If I called the police now, what did I even say? There might be someone in my wall and my neighbor is knocking. Nadia leaned in close, her breath warm against my ear. Alex, she whispered, whatever you do next, don't be alone. The thump came again, closer to the seam. The knocking didn't stop. I looked at Nadia, at the wall, at the door, and realized that whatever choice I made, someone was about to cross a threshold. The knocking stopped. That was worse. Nadia and I stood frozen in the living room, the apartment suddenly balanced on a knife edge of quiet. The wall behind the bookshelf gave a faint creak, like someone shifting their weight, and then thinking better of it. Alex, Mark called again, softer now. I just need to talk to you for a second. I looked at Nadia. She shook her head once. Not yet. I put my phone to my ear and dialed 911, then hesitated with my thumb hovering over the call button. The script in my head unraveled as fast as I tried to assemble it. Hello, yes, there's someone possibly inside my wall. It sounded absurd even to me. Nadia mouthed, "Speaker." I hit call and put it on speaker. 911, what's your emergency? I think someone is inside my apartment, I said, like inside the walls. There was a pause, the operator recalibrating. Can you tell me your address? I did. My voice shook, which annoyed me, which made it worse. Are you alone in the apartment? No, I have a friend with me. Another knock at the door, sharper this time. Mark didn't wait for an answer. Alex, seriously, open the door. The operator heard it. Is that the person you're referring to? No, I said quickly. That's my neighbor, I think. Nadia leaned over and whispered, ask how long they'll take. How long for officers to arrive? I asked. Units are currently tied up, the operator said carefully. It may be some time. If you're not in immediate danger, I recommend staying put and keeping your doors locked. The wall thumped again, harder. The bookshelf rattled. Nadia flinched. That counts as danger. The operator's voice sharpened. Ma'am, are you hearing that noise now? Yes, Nadia said. We are. All right, the operator said. I'm updating the call. The line stayed open, a thin tether. Mark knocked again, then tried the handle. It didn't turn, but the metallic rattle sent a jolt through me. Like this, Nadia said. We have a person behind a wall and a man at the door. We need information. Attempt 1. The door. Nadia moved toward the front door, staying out of the peephole's direct line. She crouched slightly and whispered, Mark, hey. There was a pause. Oh, hey, is everything okay? No, she said flatly. Why are you here? I heard something, Mark said. From your place, thumping. Like furniture falling over. I was checking if you were okay. I swallowed. That was plausible. Too plausible. You tried the handle, Nadia said. Yeah, Mark said, defensive. Because you didn't answer. I didn't know if another thump from the wall, louder than before, followed by a scraping sound that traveled upward, like hands sliding against the inside surface. Mark went quiet. That, Nadia said, is why we didn't answer. What the hell was that? Mark asked. We're not sure, Nadia said, but we've called the police. Silence. Then, Jesus, Mark muttered. His footsteps retreated a few paces, then stopped. Okay, I'll wait downstairs. Call me if you need anything. We heard the elevator ding, doors open, close. The operator exhaled audibly. Good, keep distance from the door. Attempt 1 result, partial success. Mark backed off. No answers. Attempt 2. The wall. Nadia paced the narrow strip between the couch and the coffee table, rubbing her arms like she was cold. We need to know how big that space is. I don't want to open it, I said. I know, she said, but listening isn't cutting it. She grabbed my phone charger from the outlet and unplugged it. Flashlight. She knelt by the bookshelf and shined the light along the seam. The beam caught uneven paint, hairline cracks radiating outward like stress marks. The wall thumped again, then nothing. I leaned in despite myself, pressing my ear to the cool paint. The sound on the other side was unmistakably human now, breathing, shallow and quick. A faint wheeze. Can you hear me? She said, raising her voice slightly. Who's in there? Silence. I said. A sudden bang exploded from the other side, right where her face had been seconds earlier. Nadia yelped and fell back, hitting the edge of the coffee table hard enough to knock the air out of her. Nadia, I dropped to my knees beside her. I'm okay, she gasped, but her face was pale. She pressed a hand to her ribs, wincing. Just startled. The operator's voice cut in. What was that noise? Impact, I said, from the wall. All right, the operator said. I need you both to move to a safer area of the apartment if possible. Safer. The word felt ironic. Attempt 2 result. Injury, confirmation of proximity. Misdirection, a new sound joined the chaos, a high-pitched whine that rose quickly into a shriek. The smoke alarm. "Oh my God," I said. "Is there a fire?" My heart slammed into my throat. Fire meant smoke. Smoke meant nowhere to go. Nadia forced herself upright. "No," she said, squinting up. "Look." The alarm near the kitchen blinked red, then stopped as abruptly as it started. "Low battery," she said. "It does that sometimes when it gets jostled." Sure enough, the tiny LED pulsed weakly. My knees nearly gave out with relief that felt disproportionate, but very real, explainable. Not everything was a threat, but the adrenaline didn't leave. It pooled heavy and sour. New fact revealed as the room settled, another detail emerged. A smell, not smoke, not food, stale air. Like a closet that hadn't been opened in years. It drifted from the seam, faint but unmistakable. "There's airflow," Nadia said. "That means it connects somewhere. Another unit or a shaft." "Which means," I said slowly, "this isn't just my apartment." Point of no return, the wall groaned, a deep structural sound that made the floor vibrate. A crack snaked outward from the seam, splitting the paint with a dry snap. "Oh no," Nadia whispered. Alex, the bookshelf lurched forward, as if pushed from behind. Books spilled onto the rug, thudding and sliding. The panel bowed outward, no longer pretending to be a wall. I backed toward the kitchen, pulse roaring in my ears. Nadia grabbed my wrist, her grip tight despite the pain. The operator was talking, voice urgent now, but I barely heard her. With a final, splintering pop, the seam gave way. The panel shifted, just enough to reveal darkness beyond, and a hand, pale and shaking, forced through the gap, fingers grasping blindly for purchase. There was no closing it now, no pretending it was nothing. Whatever was in my wall was coming out. The hand didn't lunge. That was the first, strangest thing. It just hung there in the gap, fingers trembling, nails bitten short. The skin was pale with a grayish undertone, like it hadn't seen real light in a long time. A wrist followed, then stalled, as if whatever was attached to it had run out of room or courage. "Don't," Nadia said, hoarse. She was half crouched near the kitchen doorway, one arm wrapped tight around her ribs, eyes fixed on the wall. "Don't touch it." "I'm not," I said, though my body had already leaned forward without permission. The 911 operator was still on speaker, her voice thin and distant, repeating my address like a mantra. "Officers are en route." The words felt abstract, like something that applied to another version of this apartment. The hand flexed. Fingertips scraped the paint, leaving faint crescent marks. A voice came through the gap, not loud, barely more than breath. "Please," one word, dry, cracked. It hit harder than shouting would have. "Please," the voice said again. Male, young maybe. "I'm stuck," Nadia swore under her breath. "Alex, back up." "I can't," I said, because the word stuck had found the soft part of my brain and pressed. I took a step closer, heart hammering so hard it made me lightheaded. The gap was only a few inches wide. The broken panel bowed outward like a ribcage forced open. Beyond it was darkness, and that stale, breath-held smell. "How did you get in there?" I asked. The hand dropped slightly, fingers curling against the inside edge. I don't know, I do." But a cough cut him off, wet and ugly. I flinched back despite myself. "Slow," Nadia said. "Talk slow." The voice took a shuddering breath. "There's a space between units. They told me." "Told you who?" I asked. "Maintenance," he said. "Not your maintenance. The old guys before the conversion." My stomach twisted. They said it was empty, he went on, just dead space, that I could stay a few nights. I had a key for the access door. What access door? Nadia demanded. There was a pause. Then, quieter, they closed it. Something shifted behind the wall, followed by a sharp intake of breath and a muffled curse. He's moving, Nadia said. Alex, if that wall goes all at once. Another crack split the paint, louder than the last. The bookshelf shuddered again, its remaining books sliding to the floor. Plaster dust rained down, stinging my eyes. The man cried out, a sound that wasn't pain exactly, more like panic with nowhere to go. I can't breathe, he said. Please. Can't. My chest tightened, phantom pressure blooming under my sternum. This was it. The thing I'd rehearsed my whole life and never thought I'd face in my own living room. No, I said to the wall, to my body, to the memory of a locked stall and the smell of fried dough. No, 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 I forced myself to breathe out. In, out. Nadia, I said, the breaker, she blinked. What? If there's an access door, it might be electric. Lock, alarm, kill the power. She stared at me for half a second, then nodded. Okay. She moved down the short hallway toward the breaker panel by the bedroom, one hand skimming the wall for balance. I heard the panel door clang open. Alex, the operator said. Sir, officers are 2 minutes out. Do not attempt a rescue if it puts you at risk. I didn't answer. The man behind the wall started coughing again, harder this time. The sound echoed oddly, like it was bouncing through ducts. Hey, I said, crouching so I was level with the gap. Hey, look at me. What's your name? A pause. Evan, he said, Evan Miller. How long have you been in there, Evan? Since yesterday, I think. I fell asleep. The panel shifted. I couldn't push it back. Yesterday, my apartment, my shower, my couch, while someone lay trapped inches away. The breaker panel clicked. The apartment lights flickered, then went out. The fridge died mid-hum. The only light came from my phone and Nadia's, shaky beams cutting through dust. From somewhere beyond the wall, there was a distant metallic thunk, followed by another. That's it, Nadia called. Something unlocked. The panel shuddered violently, then gave way in a cascade of plaster and old wood. I threw my arm up instinctively as debris clattered to the floor. Behind it wasn't a room so much as a wedge-shaped cavity, maybe 3 feet deep at its widest, tapering off into darkness. Evan was wedged inside, knees drawn up, one shoulder pinned at an unnatural angle. His face was streaked with grime and sweat, eyes blown wide with fear. Okay, Nadia said, back at my side now, breathing hard. Okay, we can't pull him straight out. He's stuck on the shoulder. Evan whimpered. It hurts. I know, she said, voice steady despite the pain she was clearly in. I know. We're going to go slow. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, impossibly far away. I braced my feet against the floor, hands slipping on plastered dust as I widened the opening inch by inch, ignoring the burn in my arms. Nadia guided Evan's shoulder, talking constantly, grounding him, grounding me. On 3, she said. 1, 2, the wall groaned ominously. Stop, I said. Wait. Another crack. The ceiling above the gap sagged slightly, hairline fractures spidering outward. If it collapsed, now, Nadia said. We do it now or not at all. We pulled. Evan screamed. I felt something give, plaster, wood, or flesh. I couldn't tell. Pain flared in my own shoulder as I overextended, a hot, blinding spike. Then Evan was out, collapsing onto the rug in a heap of limbs and dust, gasping like a swimmer breaking the surface. I fell back against the couch, shaking uncontrollably. For a second, no one moved. The apartment was a wreck. Books everywhere, a jagged hole in the wall breathing stale air, the smell of old insulation and fear. Then footsteps thundered in the hallway. Voices. The door shook as someone tried the handle. "Police," someone shouted. Nadia laughed once, sharp and broken, then sat down hard on the floor, cradling her ribs. Evan curled on his side, coughing, eyes tracking the hole in the wall like it might reach for him again. As officers flooded the apartment, radios crackling, the operator finally disconnected. I watched gloved hands, heard questions, felt a paramedic grip my shoulder too tightly as they checked my pupils. My shoulder throbbed. Nadia's face was gray with pain. Evan was loaded onto a stretcher, oxygen mask fogging with each breath. An officer led me aside, away from the wall. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded automatically, then shook my head. "No," I said, and meant it in a way that had nothing to do with injuries. As they wheeled Evan out, his eyes met mine. "I didn't mean to," he said. "I just needed a place." I believed him. That didn't make the space behind my wall any less real. They taped plastic over the hole before they taped anything else. A maintenance crew arrived an hour after the police, all fluorescent vests and apologetic shrugs, and stretched thick, translucent sheeting across the jagged opening like they were closing a wound they didn't want to look at. The plastic snapped softly every time the heat kicked on, a sound I would later realize I couldn't unhear. An officer walked me through what would happen next, while a paramedic wrapped my shoulder in a brace that smelled like antiseptic and latex. He used words like incident report and temporary relocation and building code violation. He said you did the right thing with the practiced cadence of someone who said it a lot. Nadia sat on the edge of my kitchen chair, holding an ice pack to her ribs, jaw clenched. She kept nodding at things she wasn't really listening to. When I caught her eye, she forced a smile that didn't stick. Evan left on a stretcher. I watched them take him down the hallway, oxygen mask fogging with each breath, hands fidgeting with the blanket like he was afraid it might be taken away. An EMT told me he was dehydrated, hypoxic, lucky. Lucky felt like a strange word to apply to someone who'd spent a night wedged in the bones of a building. Before the doors closed, Evan looked back at me. "Thank you," he said. His voice was steadier now, the panic burned off and replaced with something like exhaustion. "I know I messed up," I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. The building manager, someone I'd never seen before, not Miriam, arrived with a clipboard and a face carefully arranged into concern. He promised an investigation. He promised cooperation. He didn't promise answers, not really. By midnight, the apartment was quiet again. Too quiet. The police left. The maintenance crew left. Nadia insisted on staying, even though her ribs hurt and she had work in the morning. "I'm not leaving you alone tonight," she said, unarguable. We sat on the couch, surrounded by debris, books piled haphazardly on the coffee table, a fine dust coating everything like pollen. The plastic over the wall glowed faintly in the ambient light from the street, rising and falling almost imperceptibly as air moved behind it. I stared at it until Nadia nudged my knee with her foot. "Stop," she said gently. "You're going to burn that image into your brain." "Too late," I said. She huffed a laugh, then winced. "Ow, don't make me laugh." We didn't talk much after that. There wasn't anything left to say that would make it better. Sleep came in pieces. Every time I drifted off, I dreamed of pressure of walls inching closer, of hands grasping for leverage. I woke up tangled in the blanket, heart racing, listening for sounds that might not be there. In the morning, my phone was full of messages. Miriam apologized. The building management apologized. A lawyer left a voicemail. My insurance company wanted photos. The city wanted statements. I took pictures of the plastic-covered wall, the cracked paint radiating outward like fault lines. I took a picture of the breaker panel, still open, a reminder of how close improvisation had come to disaster. 2 days later, an inspector condemned the unit temporarily. "Unsafe for habitation," he said, tapping his pen against the clipboard. He explained load-bearing structures and illegal modifications. He didn't speculate out loud, but the implication hung there. This wasn't an accident so much as an inevitability. They moved me into a short-term rental across town, a place that smelled faintly of new carpet and someone else's detergent. Everything worked. The doors closed cleanly. The walls were solid. I still slept with the lights on. Nadia healed slowly. She sent me a photo of the bruise blooming across her side like an oil slick, captioned occupational hazard. She joked about it, but I could hear the edge in her voice when we talked. She started double-checking locks at night, she admitted. Not out of fear, she said, just habit. Evan sent a message through a mutual contact at the hospital. He was going to be okay. He'd been charged with trespassing, technically, but the DA was considering the circumstances. He said he was done trusting shortcuts, done trusting people who said it's fine without proof. I understood that more than I wanted to. Weeks passed. The story faded into background noise, replaced by other headlines, other crises. Friends asked how I was doing with the careful tone reserved for things that might break if handled wrong. "I'm fine," I said, because it was easier. When I was finally allowed back into the apartment to collect my things, the wall was no longer plastic. It was new drywall, freshly painted, seamless. If you didn't know where to look, you'd never guess anything had been there at all. I stood in the living room, keys heavy in my hand, and pressed my palm against the spot where the seam had been. "Solid. Good as new," the contractor said, cheerful. "You won't have any more trouble." I nodded, thanked him, watched him leave. Alone again, I walked through the space slowly. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, everything where it should be. Ordinary. In the bathroom, I opened the cabinet under the sink. My cleaning supplies were back in their places. The basket, labeled under sink, sat square and obedient. I closed the door. As I turned off the light, there was a faint sound, not a click this time, but a soft rush, like air redistributing itself through hidden channels. Explainable, I told myself. Buildings breathe. I locked the door behind me and left the keys on the counter for the last time. Outside, the rain had stopped. The street smelled clean, scrubbed. People walked past, phones in hand, lives continuing without pause. I stepped into the flow and let it carry me, aware now of how thin the walls really were, how close ordinary life pressed against unseen spaces. Most days, that awareness faded. Some nights, when everything was quiet, it came back. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story title is Told in Darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time I saw it, I tried to make it make sense in the laziest way possible. I was on my knees in the front hall, half in the light from the open door, half in the dim that always pooled under the staircase. The air smelled like wet wool and the lemony floor cleaner I'd used the night before. A delivery truck grumbled somewhere down the street, the sound bouncing off row houses the way it does in South Philadelphia, and my phone kept vibrating on the floorboards where I'd tossed it, 2 texts in a row, then a pause, then another. The break from normalcy was small. A hinge squeak that wasn't mine, a draft that didn't match the weather app. The kind of thing you tell yourself is just the house settling. Except it wasn't a draft. It was a paper edge. A small square of off-white paper was peeking out from under the baseboard trim, right where the shoe rack sat. Like someone had slid a note into the seam, and the house had slowly exhaled it back out. I pinched it between my fingers and pulled. The paper didn't tear. It moved smoothly, as if it had never been stuck, as if it was waiting. It wasn't a note. It was the corner of a cover, black, textured, the kind you see on cheap journals. The whole thing came free with a soft rasp, leaving nothing behind but dust and the faint line where it had been pressed against the wall. I sat back on my heels, holding the notebook like it might stain me. On the cover, in silver pen, there were 2 words, Maracalani. My name, not printed, not a label. The letters were slightly uneven, the way mine get when I'm rushing. The A looked like a tent. The K had a hard angle, a thin smear at the end of the E like the ink had dragged. I stared at it until my eyes started doing that unfocused thing they do when you've been staring too hard. And then my phone buzzed again and snapped me back. Hey, I said out loud to nobody, because it felt better than letting the quiet fill up again. My voice sounded too loud in the hallway. Okay. I set the notebook on the floor like it might suddenly bite and grabbed my phone. Jess, you up? Jess, did you move my plant? I thumbed back with the impatience of someone clinging to normal conversation like a railing. Me, I'm up. No, why would I move your plant? Me, also, I found something weird. 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. Jess, define weird. Me, a journal with my name. Under the baseboard. Jess, lol, what? Under the baseboard. Me, like tucked there. I don't know. I glanced toward the living room, where the couch and the coffee table and the mess of everyday life waited. Yesterday's mail, a takeout menu, my keys on the little ceramic dish shaped like a fish. All familiar, all mine. The kind of clutter that's comforting because it means nobody staging your life. My hand still smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. The notebook smelled like nothing. I picked it up again. The cover flexed under my thumb. There was a faint indentation near the spine, like it had been pressed against something for a long time. Maybe it's yours, I called toward the kitchen, because Jess was supposed to be home, because she'd been home last night, because I'd heard her come in. I thought I had. The click of the front lock, the soft thunk of her boots, the way she always sighed like she'd been carrying a heavy bag even when she hadn't. No answer. I checked the shoe rack, my sneakers, Jess's Doc Martens, her running shoes. So she'd left recently. Or she hadn't come back at all, and I'd imagined the sounds, which was possible. I hated that it was possible. I didn't sleep well. I never did, not lately. My brain loved to throw up little illusions when I was tired. Shadows that weren't there. The sound of a cabinet closing when the dishwasher hadn't even been touched. That was the private flaw I hated admitting. I could be wrong in ways that felt real. I slid my thumb under the cover. The first page wasn't blank. It wasn't full either. It had a date at the top in my handwriting, October 14, and underneath, a single line. I keep thinking if I write it down, it will stop being real. My stomach did a slow, sinking turn. Not a dramatic one, not a movie one, just a quiet physical reaction, like the body knows something before the mind catches up. I flipped the page. More handwriting. Mine. The same uneven pressure, the same habit of crossing T's too far to the right, the same little hook at the end of my Y's. I had diaries. I wasn't a diary person exactly, but after my mom died, after everything got complicated and paperwork heavy, and people kept asking me, "How are you doing?" in that voice, I'd started writing in a cheap notebook at night, just to dump the day somewhere that wasn't my head. It was messy. It was private. It lived in my nightstand drawer under old charging cables and a half-finished crossword book. This notebook was not that notebook. I flipped through quickly, the pages fluttering against my thumb. Each one had dates, fragments, sentences that felt like mine in tone, if not in memory. Mentions of my job. Mention of a meeting with D, a doodle in the margin of a tiny square apartment layout, which made me laugh under my breath because I did that when I was stressed. Draw boxes, doors, possible exits. The laugh died fast because I didn't remember writing any of it. My phone buzzed again. A call this time, Jess. I answered too fast. Hey. A pause filled with street noise on her end, traffic, an engine idling, a horn that sounded impatient and close. Okay, Jess said. First, I did not move your baseboards. I didn't think you did. And second, she went on, I'm literally outside the Home Depot on Columbus. I went to grab spackle because the corner of my room looks like it's melting, and I figured I'd fix it before you noticed, and decided I'm secretly a raccoon. You are secretly a raccoon. Thank you, so, the journal. Where exactly did you find it? Front hall, I said, lowering my voice even though there was no one to overhear. Under the trim, like it was stored there. Jess exhaled, and I could picture her face. Eyebrows pulled together, mouth tight. Jess did not like mysteries in her own space. She liked problems you could solve with a list and a trip to a store and a receipt. Okay, she said, don't touch anything else. Like, don't go digging. I'll be back in 15. I already touched it, I said, and held the notebook up like the house might somehow see the gesture and take offense. I opened it. Of course you did. It has my handwriting. Another pause. The idling engine on her end ticked like a metronome. Mara, Jess said carefully, do you think it's like a prank? From your brother or something? My brother doesn't know where I live, I said too quickly. My throat felt dry. And he doesn't do pranks. He does passive aggression. Okay, I'm coming back. Put it somewhere safe. It feels dumb to call the cops over a notebook, I said. I didn't say cops. I said safe. I looked down the hall again. The house felt normal in all the big ways, sturdy, familiar. The faint hum of the fridge. The radiator pinging softly, even though it wasn't cold enough to be on. But my attention snagged on tiny things now. The slight misalignment of the coat hooks. The scuff on the wall by the light switch. The way the lock on the front door looked like it had been turned 1,000 times. I can put it in the kitchen drawer, I said. No, Jess said instantly. Don't put it where food is. Right. Put it in a bag, she said. Like a Ziploc. You have those, right? I have sandwich bags. Perfect, bag it. Don't write in it. Don't rip anything out. And this is important. Don't convince yourself you're overreacting. This is weird. It can be weird without being paranormal or whatever, but it's still weird. My grip on the notebook tightened, and the cover creaked faintly. Jess, I said, and I heard the tightness in my own voice, the part of me that always wanted to make the world smooth again. What if I did write this and I just forgot? Like sleep deprivation, stress. Jess didn't immediately reassure me, which was both cruel and kind. I mean, she said slowly, you're stressed. You work too much. You barely eat real food unless I cook. But you don't lose weeks of memory. That's not you. The words landed heavier than I expected, because she was right. My fear wasn't that the notebook meant someone else had been in my house. My fear was that it didn't, that the explanation was inside my own skull, and I had no handle on it. A car door slammed on her end. I'm getting in the car, she said. I'm leaving now. Don't do anything heroic. I'm not heroic, I muttered, and managed a shaky half smile. Good, because I need you alive, so you can keep paying your half of the Wi-Fi. The call ended. I stood there in the front hall, notebook in hand, phone cold against my palm. The house made its regular noises. A pipe shifted. The neighbor's dog barked once, then stopped. Somewhere upstairs, something creaked, not a footstep, just the old wood responding to temperature. I walked into the kitchen and pulled open the drawer with the plastic bags. The drawer stuck slightly, as it always did, then gave. The sound was normal, annoying, predictable. I slid the journal into a sandwich bag and pressed it closed, the plastic crackling loud in the small room. For a second, bagging it made it feel like evidence. Something that belonged to a story where someone competent takes over and tells you what to do next. But I was still the one standing here. I turned the bagged notebook over in my hands. Through the plastic, my name looked slightly warped, like the letters were underwater. Jess would be back soon. We could do something sensible. Check the locks. Maybe ask the neighbors if they'd seen anyone. Maybe look around for other weirdness. Or I could do the other thing, the thing my brain wanted to do, even as my gut warned me off, keep reading, right now, alone, because the pages were already open in my mind, like a door I'd accidentally cracked. I set the bag on the table. My fingers hovered over it. Upstairs, the house made another small creak. I didn't move for a long moment. Then I picked up my phone and opened my camera app, the way people do when they want proof for themselves later. And I had to decide, wait for Jess and do this slowly, or keep going alone and find out what exactly I supposedly wrote. Jess was still shaking rain out of her jacket when the smoke alarm chirped. Not the full scream, just the single, sharp peep that makes your shoulders jump because it sounds like a warning trying to clear its throat. We both froze. "Don't," Jess said automatically, holding up a hand like I was about to touch a hot stove. "Don't ignore that." "I wasn't going to," I said, even though a part of me absolutely was. The house had a way of making noises that meant nothing. Old wiring, pipes, the radiator pretending it still had a job. My private flaw exposed again. I minimized first, investigated later. The alarm didn't chirp again. Jess set the Home Depot bag down on the kitchen table, next to the plastic-wrapped notebook. The spackle bucket thunked softly, white lid smudged with blue paint from some earlier life. She noticed the notebook immediately. "You bagged it," she said, approval and tension mixed in her voice. "Good." "I took pictures," I said, and showed her my phone. The camera roll was a neat little horror. The journal under the baseboard, the close-up of my name, the first page with the date. Seeing it through a screen made it feel more official and less real at the same time. Jess scrolled, jaw tightening. "Jesus, that really is your handwriting." "I know." She didn't argue. That scared me more than if she had. The smoke alarm chirped again, from somewhere upstairs this time. The sound bounced down the narrow stairwell, metallic and thin. "Low battery," Jess said, but she didn't sound convinced. "Or something else." "Something else like what?" She shrugged out of her jacket. "Like carbon monoxide, like a bad sensor, like the universe reminding us it exists." My stomach sank in a slow, practical way. Carbon monoxide had come up once before, months ago, when a coworker's cousin woke up with a headache and didn't wake up again. It was one of those stories you file under unlikely but unforgiving. "Do you have a co-detector?" Jess asked. "Downstairs," I said, "by the laundry." "And upstairs." I opened my mouth, then closed it. "I think so." Jess's look sharpened. "You think or you know?" "I think." She exhaled through her nose. "Okay, we're checking now." The house felt different when we moved through it together. Less like a container for my thoughts, and more like a space with corners that needed accounting for. Jess took the stairs 2 at a time. I followed, phone in hand, filming without quite deciding to. The chirp came again as we reached the landing. The alarm outside the spare room blinked red, then went dark. "Battery," Jess said again, and reached up. "Wait," I said, "what if?" She stopped, fingers hovering. "What? What if it's not the battery? What if it's like telling us something?" Jess stared at me. "Mara, I love you. But if you're about to suggest the alarm knows about your diary, I'm going to need you to take a nap." "That's not what I meant," I said, embarrassed and relieved at the same time. "I just mean, what if the house isn't safe? Jess's expression softened, then hardened again into something practical. That's exactly why we're checking. She popped the alarm open. The battery was corroded, a little white crust around the edges. There, she said, see, old battery. Okay, I said, but my heartbeat didn't slow. Because if it was just an old battery, then the timing was cruel. And if it wasn't, then the explanation got worse. We checked the other alarms. 2 more chirps, 2 more dying batteries. Jess lined the spent ones up on the bathroom counter like evidence. The code detector downstairs was quiet, its little green light steady. So, she said, hands on her hips. No obvious poison gas. That's good. That's good, I echoed. We went back to the kitchen. The rain had picked up outside, tapping against the window in uneven bursts. Jess tore open the spackle bucket and started mixing, the repetitive scrape of plastic on plastic filling the room. You don't have to fix the wall right now, I said. I do, she said. I need to do something with my hands. Fair. I watched her for a moment, then reached for the notebook despite myself. Mara, Jess warned. I'm not opening it, I said. I just want to look at it. The plastic crinkled as I lifted it. Through the bag, the cover seemed thicker than it should have been. I tilted it, and something slid inside with a soft, internal thump. I froze. What? Jess said. There's something else in it. She set the spackle knife down slowly. Inside the bag. No, inside the journal. Okay, she said carefully. Put it down. I already have it. Put it down. I did, setting it flat on the table. The bagged journal lay there, innocent as a lunch. Jess wiped her hands on a paper towel and leaned in. Don't open it yet, she said. We think first. Think what? My voice sounded thin. Think timeline, she said. When could someone have been in the house long enough to hide that? Who has keys? Who knows your schedule? I swallowed. The landlord, the plumber, you, me. Anyone else? No. She nodded like she'd expected that. Okay. Then here's the time-sensitive part. She pulled her phone out and checked the time. Your landlord texted yesterday about the gas company inspection, right? Yeah, I said. They're supposed to come sometime today, between noon and 4. Jess met my eyes. It's almost noon. The words clicked into place with a dull thud. If someone hid that, she said. And if they're coming back today, for any reason, we need to know before they're inside this house again. You think the gas guy? I think we don't know who the gas guy actually is, Jess said. And I think you minimizing things is not helping us right now. That stung because it was true. My phone buzzed on the table. An unknown number. I stared at it like it might be contagious. Answer it, Jess said. I put it on speaker. Hello? A man's voice, cheerful and distant. Hi, this is Tom with City Gas. We're running a bit ahead of schedule. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. A clean, unforgiving number. Okay, I said, too fast. Thanks for letting us know. The call ended. Jess was already moving. Locks, she said. We check them now, all of them. We split up. I went to the back door, fingers fumbling with the deadbolt. Locked. The basement door locked. Windows latched, the one in the spare room stuck slightly, the wood swollen from moisture. "Jess," I called. "This one doesn't close all the way." "I'm coming," she said. She pushed on it, frowned. "It's old, probably always like that." I don't remember it being like that. My memory felt like a bad witness, suddenly under oath. Jess grabbed a chair and jammed it under the handle. Temporary. The notebook sat alone on the kitchen table, silent and patient. "We should call the landlord," I said. "We should," Jess agreed. "And maybe the non-emergency line, just to log it." The phone rang again. Same unknown number. Jess and I looked at each other. "That was fast," she said. I answered. "Mara," the man said. Same voice. "Hey, small thing, we might need access to the basement meter. Is there a separate entrance? Or..." "There's a separate entrance," I said, and felt the wrongness of it immediately. "I mean, no, we'll let you in." I hung up, heart pounding. "What did you say?" Jess demanded. "I said we'd let him in." She stared at me. "Why would you say that?" "I don't know," I said, panic rising. My brain." She grabbed my shoulders. "Listen to me. You don't have to be polite. You don't have to make this smooth. If something is wrong, you are allowed to make it awkward." A knock sounded at the front door. Not loud, not aggressive, just present. Jess's phone buzzed with a text from the landlord at the exact same moment. "Landlord, gas inspection started early today. Let them know if there are any issues." We stood there, the notebook between us, the knock echoing softly again. And then, from inside the plastic bag on the table, something slid once more, as if settling into place. The knock came again, firmer this time, knuckles against wood. 3 taps. A pause, 2 more. Jess mouthed, "Don't open it," and pointed toward the kitchen window that looked out onto the narrow back alley. I shook my head. Fire escape on the 2nd floor, trash cans below, slick with rain. Not an exit unless we were desperate. I took a breath, wiped my palms on my jeans, and opened the door just enough to see the man on the stoop. He was younger than I expected. Early 30s. Clean jacket with a stitched logo, dark hair plastered down by rain. He held a clipboard under one arm and a phone in his other hand. "Mara Klein?" he asked, already smiling like the answer was yes. "That's me," I said. "Tom," he said, tapping the logo. "City Gas. Sorry to rush you. We had a cancellation up the block." Jess hovered just behind me, visible enough to matter. "Come on in," I said, and hated myself for how automatic it sounded. Tom stepped into the front hall, wiping his boots on the mat without being asked. His eyes flicked, quick and professional, taking in the coat hooks, the shoe rack, the narrow staircase. He smelled faintly of rain and aftershave. "I'll need access to the basement meter," he said, "and the kitchen line." "Basement through the back," Jess said. Her voice was polite but tight. "Kitchen's right here." "Great," Tom said. "This won't take long." That was the first attempt. Let him do the job, stay alert, watch for anything off script. If he was just a worker, we'd feel stupid and relieved in equal measure. Tom set his clipboard on the kitchen counter. His gaze snagged on the plastic-wrapped notebook on the table. "What's that?" he asked lightly. I moved without thinking, sliding it closer to me. "Nothing." Jess shot me a look. "Smooth," it said. Tom didn't push. He knelt by the stove, pulling a small tool from his jacket pocket. Metal clicked softly. The sound seemed too loud. "Any issues lately?" he asked. "Smells, headaches, alarms going off." "All of the above," I said, then winced. "I mean just the alarms. Batteries." "Old houses," he said, like a blessing and a curse in one phrase. He worked for a few minutes, methodical. I watched his hands, the way his fingers moved with familiarity, the way he didn't hesitate. He seemed real, ordinary. The fear in my chest loosened a notch. Then he stood and turned, not toward the back door, but toward the stairs. "Basement's this way, right?" he said. "No," Jess said sharply. "Back door, through the kitchen." Tom blinked. Landlord's note said front access." "There is no front access," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. Tom raised his hands slightly, placating. "My mistake. Long day." He went the right way then, boots thudding softly on the kitchen tile, through the back door, and down the narrow steps to the basement. The door closed behind him with a hollow clap. Jess exhaled. "Okay, that was weird." "Not illegal weird," I said. "Not yet." We hovered by the basement door, listening. The house settled around us. Pipes groaned. Somewhere, water dripped. Normal basement noises, amplified by our nerves. Minutes passed, 5, 10. "Is it supposed to take this long?" I whispered. Jess checked her phone. "Inspection should be quick." That was the second attempt. "Call the landlord, verify Tom's presence, make this official." Jess stepped into the living room for better reception. "Hey," she said into her phone. "Quick question. Who did you send for the gas inspection?" I stayed by the basement door. The notebook lay heavy in my hands now, the plastic warm from my grip. I could hear Tom moving below metal clanks, a soft grunt. Real work sounds. Then a thud, not metallic, dull, like something dropped that wasn't supposed to be. "Tom," I called. No answer. Another thud, closer this time, followed by a scrape. My heart kicked up. I pictured him forcing something open, finding a hidden crawl space, a place I didn't know existed because I didn't want to know my house that well. "Mara," Jess called from the living room. The landlord's not answering. The basement door handle rattled. I jumped back. The door opened, and Tom came up the steps, breathing a little harder than before. His jacket was damp at the cuffs, smeared with something dark. "Everything okay?" I asked stupidly. "Yeah," he said too fast. "Just old latch down there, stuck." He glanced at the notebook again. This time, his eyes lingered. "Did you say you were having alarms go off?" he asked. "Yes," Jess said, rejoining us. "Why?" He frowned. "I'm getting a slight reading down there. Not dangerous, but..." The smoke alarm upstairs screamed. Not a chirp, a full, shrill wail that ripped through the house. I clapped my hands over my ears. The sound tunneled straight into my skull. "That's not low battery," Tom said. "No kidding," Jess shouted. We bolted up the stairs. The alarm outside the spare room flashed red. The air felt thicker suddenly, warmer, like before a storm. Get out, Tom said. Probably nothing, but protocol, get outside. That was the misdirection, the terrifying thing with a clean explanation later. In the chaos, I tripped on the last step, my shin cracking against the banister. Pain flared sharp and hot. I hissed, but kept moving. We spilled onto the front stoop, rain soaking through our clothes. Neighbors' curtains twitched. The alarm wailed on. Tom pulled out his phone, tapping fast. Dispatch, he said. Possible leak. Yeah. Jess grabbed my arm. Are you okay? My leg, I said, and then the notebook. She looked back inside, panic flashing. It's still on the table. I can get it, Tom said, already moving. No, I said, grabbing his sleeve. Leave it. He paused, eyes meeting mine. Something unreadable passed over his face. The fire truck arrived fast, lights washing the street in red. Firefighters moved through the house with practiced efficiency, shutting off the gas, ventilating. One of them found the cause. A faulty connector behind the stove jostled loose during the inspection. Real, explainable. As they worked, one firefighter called out, "Anyone else supposed to be here?" No, Jess said. Why? There's someone's bag in the basement, he said. Didn't look like ours. My blood didn't run cold. It went hot, then hollow. What kind of bag? I asked. Backpack, he said. Black. Tom was gone. Not dramatically. No sprinting, no shouting. Just absent. His clipboard still on the counter. His jacket hook empty by the door. Police came next. Questions. Notes. A neighbor said they'd seen a man leave out the back alley a few minutes before the fire truck arrived, hood up, head down. An officer bagged the notebook at our insistence. As he did, the plastic tore slightly, and something slipped free onto the table. A key. Not ours. The officer frowned. Where'd this come from? I knew without knowing. The shape of it, the wear pattern. Basement padlock. Old. Familiar in a way that made my teeth ache. Jess squeezed my hand until it hurt. Outside, the rain kept falling. Inside, the house felt breached, mapped by someone else's hands. When the officers asked if we wanted to stay somewhere else that night, Jess said yes before I could open my mouth. As they walked us out, I looked back at the front hall, the baseboard seam, the shoe rack, the place where normal had cracked. There was no going back to before now. They didn't let us back in right away. Protocol, the officer said. Ventilation. Paperwork. They stood on the sidewalk wrapped in borrowed blankets, my shin throbbing in time with my pulse. The rain eased into a mist, the street smelling like wet concrete and exhaust. The key sat in an evidence bag on the hood of the cruiser. I couldn't stop staring at it. What does it open? The officer asked. I shook my head. I don't know. Jess did. She didn't say it out loud at first. She just squeezed my hand once hard, then nodded toward the back of the house, toward the narrow alley that ran behind the row. The old storage cage, she said, in the basement. Previous tenants kept bikes there. The officer's pen paused. There's a padlock. There was, Jess said. We never used it. The officer looked at the house, then at the alley. He made a call. 10 minutes later, they let us back in with 2 officers staying close, boots echoing on the stairs. The house smelled wrong now, sweet and metallic, gas dissipating, but not gone. Fans hummed where firefighters had set them, pushing air through open windows. The spare room window with the chair jammed under the handle rattled in the breeze. Down the basement steps, the light flickered once, then steadied. The backpack sat where the firefighter had left it, slumped against the wall. Black nylon, a zipper half open. The padlock was still there, hanging from the storage cage door like a dull tooth. The officer nodded to Jess. "You can unlock it if you want." My hand shook when I took the key. The lock opened with a soft, anticlimactic click. Inside the cage, a folding chair, dusty, a plastic bin with cleaning supplies that weren't ours, and a clipboard. Tom's clipboard. Under it, a cheap burner phone, dead. The officer lifted the clipboard. The top sheet wasn't an inspection form. It was a printed map, our house, sketched from memory. Rooms labeled, measurements scribbled, notes in the margins. Front hall squeaks at third board. Spare window sticks, force from inside. Basement latch jams oil. My handwriting wasn't on that page. Jess swore quietly. "Bag it," the officer said to his partner. "All of it." Upstairs, while they catalogued, I sat on the bottom step and opened my phone. The pictures I'd taken earlier felt like a dare now. I scrolled to the diary shots, zoomed in on dates. October 14, October 18, October 21. Today was October 21. "I need the notebook," I said. The officer hesitated. "It's evidence." "I know," I said. "I wrote it, I think, please." He considered, then nodded. "You can read it. Don't touch anything." Jess brought it to me, plastic torn where the key had slipped out. I opened to the last dated page. "If you're reading this, and it's the day I think it is, don't let him move you outside. He wants the alley. He wants the basement when it's loud." My mouth went dry. Another line, smaller, like it had been added later. "He comes back when he thinks the mess covers him." A thud sounded at the back of the house. Not inside, outside, Ellie sighed. The officer's head snapped up. "Stay here." They moved fast. I didn't. My legs felt thick, my shins screaming when I stood. Jess grabbed my elbow. "Don't," she whispered. "I know," I said, already limping toward the kitchen. The back door stood ajar from the ventilation. Rain misted in. The alley was a narrow throat of brick and shadow, trash cans lining the walls like teeth. A shape moved. "Police," one officer called. "Show me your hands." The shape bolted. The chase was ugly and short. Slick ground. A body slamming into cans. A shout. By the time Jess and I reached the threshold, Tom was on the ground, face scraped, one arm pinned awkwardly under him. Blood mixed with rain, thin and bright. "I didn't hurt anyone," he said, breathless. "I didn't." "You cut the gas," the officer said, cuffing him. "I didn't know it would," he winced as they hauled him up. "I just needed time." "For what?" Jess demanded. Tom looked at me then, really looked. His eyes were tired, feverish. "To watch," he said, "to learn you." Something inside my chest hardened, like plaster setting. Back inside, with Tom in the cruiser and the alley cordoned, the house felt smaller. invasive in a new way. The officers took statements. They told us about the backpack gloves, a headlamp, copies of our utility bills, real, boring stalking tools. "You're lucky," one officer said, not unkindly. "You noticed when you did." I laughed once sharp. Did I? They left after dusk, promising follow-up. The fans stayed. The windows stayed open. The gas stayed off. Jess and I sat on the kitchen floor, backs against the cabinets. The notebook lay between us, open now. "I wrote this," I asked. Jess didn't answer right away. She traced the edge of a page. "Some of it," she said. "The fear reads like you. The details, those are his." "How could he?" "Practice," she said. "People do that. They copy. He hid it where you'd find it when you were tired, made you doubt yourself." My shin throbbed. My head did too. The cost settled in, not a dramatic collapse, just a steady ache. We didn't sleep that night. We packed a bag. When we left, I stopped in the front hall. The baseboard seam looked ordinary again. I pressed my thumb to it, then pulled it away. Outside, the streetlights flickered on. The house stood there, brick and mortar, innocent as anything. Resolved, they'd said. I locked the door and kept the key tight in my fist until it hurt. They took me to urgent care because my shin wouldn't stop swelling. And because the adrenaline had worn off enough for the pain to finally arrive, heavy and insistent. It was a clean injury, a deep bruise, some soft tissue damage, nothing dramatic. The clinician pressed along the bone with practiced fingers and asked me to rate the pain on a scale that never quite fits. Jess sat in the corner chair, scrolling through her phone without really looking at it, her knee bouncing. When the clinician wrapped my leg and told me to ice it and take ibuprofen, I felt embarrassed by how relieved I was. Something about being told this will heal felt like permission to keep going. We didn't go home. Jess drove us to her sister's place across town, a third-floor walk-up that smelled like coffee grounds and basil. The couch was too short, the blankets mismatched. Ordinary inconveniences pressed in and grounded me. I slept in fragments, waking every hour to check the door, the windows, the little chain lock I'd never paid attention to before. In the morning, the world did what it always does after something bad. It kept happening. A detective called. He asked careful questions about timelines and access, about the diary. He told me they'd confirmed Tom wasn't employed by City Gas. The logo was convincing. The paperwork was. He'd done this before different cities, different covers. No prior convictions that would have stopped him from walking free until now. They're charging him, the detective said. Stalking, impersonation, endangerment. I thanked him like he'd returned a lost wallet. My landlord emailed an apology that read like a template, promised new locks, promised reimbursement, promised inspections that would be scheduled and supervised. The gas company sent a letter too, crisp and official, explaining the faulty connector and the steps taken. Paper stacked up, thin armor against the memory of rain in the alley, and a voice saying I just needed time. I didn't read the diary again. The police returned it in a clear evidence bag a week later, the seal intact, the pages stiff inside. I held it with two hands like it was a box that might hum if I shook it. Jess watched me from the doorway, ready to intervene, ready to let me choose. I put it in the bottom of my bag and didn't open it. Control in small, stubborn gestures. I went back to work on Monday. My coworkers tried not to stare at the limp. They asked if I was okay in the careful way people do when they don't want details. I told them I fell on the stairs. It was true enough. I focused on my screen, on emails, on tasks that began and ended cleanly. At night, I wrote in my real diary again, the one from the nightstand. I wrote about the smell of basil at Jess's sister's place, about the way my hands shook when I unlocked a door, about the sound of fans humming in an empty house. I wrote dates. I wrote times. I wrote lists. Writing stopped being a confession and became a record. The house took longer. We went back together, Jess and I, after the locks were changed and the windows fixed and the landlord's contractor signed off on everything. The fans were gone. The air smelled like paint and lemon cleaner again. The baseboard seam in the front hall was patched, smooth now, the line erased. I stood there longer than I needed to. "You don't have to stay," Jess said gently. "We can grab your stuff and go." "I know," I said, and then after a beat, "I want to." We moved room by room, slow and deliberate. I mapped it again with my feet, with my eyes. The coat hooks were straight. The sticky kitchen drawer had been sanded. The spare room window closed with a satisfying click. In the basement, the storage cage was empty, the padlock gone, the floor swept clean. Ordinary reassembled. The first night back, I slept with the lights off and the bedroom door locked. I dreamed of lists that wouldn't end, of maps without labels. I woke before dawn to the sound of a truck passing and felt my heart race anyway. Healing wasn't linear. Some days I could laugh at how much fear I'd carried. Other days I flinched at knocks, at unexpected calls. Jess stayed over more often than she said she would. We didn't talk about it much. We talked about groceries, about work, about the neighbor's dog. Trauma, we discovered, didn't need narration to exist. The case moved forward. A court date, a plea. I didn't have to testify in person. I watched from a screen in a small room that smelled like old carpet, Tom's face flattened by bad lighting, his eyes down. When it was over, I felt nothing like triumph, just tired. Months later, when winter edged in, I found the evidence bag at the back of my closet. I hadn't meant to keep it. It had followed me home in a fog of paperwork and exhaustion. I took it out and sat on the bed. The seal was still intact, the pages still stiff. I told myself I didn't need to open it to know what was inside, that the story had ended where it should, that nothing good waited there. I slid it back into the closet. Downstairs, the house made its normal noises. Pipes settling, the faint click of the thermostat, a neighbor's laugh through the wall. I made tea. I iced my leg out of habit more than need. I checked the locks twice, and then, deliberately, didn't check them again. Later, as I turned off the lights, my phone buzzed with a notification from my notes app. A draft I didn't remember starting. Untitled. It contained a single line. timestamped earlier that evening. Remember to replace the batteries. I stared at it for a long moment, then deleted it. The app asked if I was sure. I was. I went to bed. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found my doppelganger online, and it found me as best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first wrong thing was the reflection in the bakery window. It wasn't mine. Not exactly. It was the same gray coat, the same cheap umbrella with a bite taken out of one panel, the same coil of hair slipped from a barrette. But the jawline in the glass was a fraction sharper, the posture slightly straighter, as if a speech therapist had taught my mirror to stand with purpose. I shifted left. The reflection shifted a heartbeat late, like a video with bad audio. The espresso machine barked. Someone laughed too loud. I blinked, and the pain offered me back my own face again, soft around the cheeks from winter pastries, eyes sleep-puffed, a smear of mascara I'd missed. Explainable, glass angles, the jumpy daydream brain, the distraction of the rain. I'm Mara. Full name, Mara Keene. 31, perpetually between haircuts, a London-based UX designer who collects mugs and drafts emails I never send. I've lived near Bethnal Green for 3 years, in a second-floor flat with a hissing radiator and the kind of light that makes your skin look honest. This morning's errand list: grab a cardamom bun, answer 2 clients before noon, and try again to get my file export to behave. I wanted calm precision, small boxes ticked in neat rows. That was the motive, at least. Morning, Mara. You're late, said the guy behind the counter, grinning like we had a joke only the two of us knew. Alfie Briscoe, 26, male. Alfie is the sort of barista who remembers orders the way other people remember childhood phone numbers. He once drawn a fox in my latte foam when he learned I had a fox sticker on my laptop. His nails are always clean. He hates blueberry muffins for reasons he has explained 3 separate times. I'll never be early, I said, tapping my phone to the contactless reader. The terminal chirped. The radio behind him was stuck on a station that plays 90s hits at a whisper, like a guilty memory. Already paid, he said. You popped in like 20 minutes ago. Said you were back for the bun. I gave you the student discount. Don't tell my boss. I waited for him to laugh again. He didn't. The espresso hissed. The door thumped open. Someone shook rain from their jacket like a dog. The tiny bell on the door trilled. I wasn't here, I said, choosing a light tone that didn't quite land. I've been at home failing to compress a PDF. Alfie's grin faltered, then returned to its post. Okay, sure. Must have been your twin then. He slid the bun over in its flimsy paper cradle. sugar dust lifted and settled. You left your umbrella, by the way, he ducked, produced a second umbrella identical to mine. Black, one panel missing a tooth along the rib. So, now you've got two. I held both handles. Same nick in the foam grip. Same faint vanilla smell where I'd once spilled a candle. The rationalizations lined up like apologetic schoolchildren. Maybe I left the umbrella yesterday and someone else borrowed it. Maybe umbrellas are more common than we think, and vanilla is universal, like lint. Maybe Alfie was mixing up faces. I could feel myself performing calm. Outside, the street was the color of dishwater. Bicycles moved like quiet machinery through the drizzle. On the corner, Mrs. Patel was wrestling a roll of bin bags into place and muttering at the wind. Indira Mrs. Patel, 58, female. She manages the shop 2 doors down that sells both party supplies and laundry baskets, which seems like a metaphor for adulthood. She keeps a suspicious eye on everyone, but once pressed a blister plaster into my palm when she caught me limping after a run. "Morning," I said. She squinted. "Morning again," she said. "You dropped this earlier." She held up a blue wool beanie with a thread pulled loose near the hem. Mine. I never left the flat without it in winter because my ears complain like old hinges. Thanks, I said, sliding it into my tote. Inside the tote, tethered hardware security key on a lanyard work notebook, a half-eaten cereal bar. The key felt heavier than usual, a coin of certainty against my palm. I like two-factor everything. I like doors with chains. I like to know which mirror is mine. Upstairs, my radiator clattered like cutlery in a drawer. My email had multiplied in the hour I'd been gone. Subject lines breeding like rabbits. Ari, quick tweak. /invoice query /last minute help. The flat smelled faintly of kettle steam and damp laundry. I set the duplicate umbrella next to my real one and told myself I'd deal with that later, along with the plant that was dying in a stubborn, accusatory way. My phone nudged my hand. A notification from a neighborhood forum, some thread I never muted. The preview showed a photo snapped through glass. A woman at the bakery counter, face in profile, bun in her hand. My gray coat, my scarf, my hair. The caption, "Anyone know this person? She left her card behind." Thought I recognized her from the estate. Lovely coat. I enlarged it until the pixels showed their seams. The shadow of a small scar under the left brow. Mine, from a dumb teenage bike crash outside a Boots in Brighton, where I'd overbraked on wet leaves. The woman's ear had the same silver hoop. Mine, bought in an airport when a different flight was delayed. Same, same, same. The comments were banal and neighborly. Someone said, "Looks like Mara from the 3rd floor," with a smile emoji. Someone else said, "She works in design, I think." Harmless. Except it wasn't me. Except Alfie's "You're late," and Mrs. Patel again, and 2 umbrellas lined up like a visual joke that didn't land. I messaged the Threads poster. "Hi, that looks like me, but that I wasn't there this morning, then deleted the sentence. I tried again. Hi, I think I know her. I can grab the card. Delete. What if I sounded defensive? What if I made something small into something large? This is my flaw. I do not confront until the house is already on fire. I accumulative avoid. My laptop pinged with a Teams call from a client who always sits too close to her camera. I put the beanie on my desk and breathed through my mouth. Frozen pizza smell drifted from the downstairs flat. Somewhere, a scooter roared past like a hairdryer. I accepted the call. "Hey, Mara," said the woman on the screen, bright and manicured. Charlotte Charlie Duval, 34, female. Charlie is the marketing lead for a mid-sized heritage brand that sells waterproof coats to people who like pretending they're going on expeditions. She is unfailingly kind, but speaks in bullet points, even when gossiping. I like her, which is rare for clients. "We loved the prototype," she said. "Small snag. Legal wants to see your ID in the onboarding portal again. It says your verification failed this morning. Did you resubmit?" "No," I said. The radiator sighed, as if bored of my answers. I bumped my mouse, and the screensaver dissolved into the dashboard I had last left. "I haven't logged in today." "Okay," she said slowly, head tilt, human BS detector flickering. Weird. It shows a successful login from clicks on her end. "From your usual IP." Like exactly your IP. Two-factor approved. My security key sat exactly where I'd left it. The lanyard was twisted, as if recently handled. The steel felt cool and ordinary between my fingers. A plausible explanation formed. Cached approvals, someone at legal clicking wrong, a JIRA ticket gone feral. Still, my mouth tasted like copper pennies. "Let me check," I said. I pulled up the portal. The button. Retry identity verification. A thumbnail of my passport page sat above it, my 19-year-old face telling me to get on with it. The timestamp of the failed attempt, 9:12 a.m. The timestamp of the successful login, 9:14 a.m. I was in the bakery at 9:12, watching my reflection argue with me. I might have been in the bakery at 9:14 too, depending on whose morning you believed. On the sticky note stuck to the edge of my monitor, in my own handwriting. Email Mum Ray, consultant forms, and don't forget gate code change Thurs. The gate code hadn't changed in a year. I'd written that last night after the management company's notice slid under doors like a timid apology. Everyone knew the new code would leak within a day. Codes, like gossip, never stay put. My phone buzzed again. Instagram. A new account tagged me in a story. The username was a string of letters and numbers that meant nothing. The thumbnail was my face, badly lit, bending over the bakery counter while I laughed at something outside frame. There was no caption, just the mention, at Maricane, my private account. Only friends and clients. Tagged by what? By who? I screenshotted. I blocked the account. I unblocked it to look again. The story had a second clip. My back, crossing the street toward my building. blue beanie pulled low, the umbrella just so. The angle suggested it was filmed from the window of the flat directly across from mine. Someone's television glowed cold in the reflection. The sound was off. The caption said nothing. A knock rang on my door in 3 impatient taps. "Hold on," I called, heart doing something unhelpful. I peered through the peephole. Jamie filled it, freckled and wet-haired, holding a paper bag like a triumph banner. Jamie Price, 32, male. Jamie is my friend-turned-downstairs neighbor after a breakup rearranged his life. He's a primary school teacher who can silence 30 children with one raised eyebrow, but panics when a kettle whistles. We share Wi-Fi, occasional dinners, and a commitment to keeping each other's spare keys in mismatched mugs by our doors. "Brought you the good crisps," he said as I opened, pushing past with the ease of longtime friends. "Also, did you just come back? I thought I saw you go in about 10 minutes ago." Didn't say hi and then felt rude. "But, Jamie," I said, "I've been here." He stopped mid-shrug. He smelled like rain and classroom sanitizer. "Okay, that's sure." He produced the crisps like evidence. "You've got flour on your coat," he added, brushing a ghostly smear from my sleeve. His fingers hesitated. "Or no, sorry. Maybe I'm imagining it." We stood in the narrow hall, the radiator heat pushing at our shins. The flat felt 1 inch too crowded, as if an extra life had been played in it and left a residue. On my phone, the anonymous account's story ticked down its seconds. I realized, with a small, ridiculous jolt, that my rubbish bag was still by the door. I hate leaving rubbish by the door. The tiny fail felt suddenly like a beacon. "Look," I said, and showed him the story. He watched, mouth tight. "That's your coat," he said. "It isn't me," I said. He drew the words out slowly. "So either someone is messing with you, or there's a face filter thing, or some AI video crap, or it is you and you're sleepwalking and also filming yourself. None of these options are fun." He scratched his jaw. "We should do something boring and sensible immediately." We stood there with the sensible options lined up. Go across the street and ask who posted it, march back to the bakery, and ask about the card. Email the client with a dry explanation. Change the gate code on principle, call 101, and ask a board operator what to do when your day is slightly wrong around the edges. Or, least sensible, but most tempting, pretend none of this happened and go back to work, because deadlines are more real than ghosts. Jamie flipped my security key lanyard with a finger, making it spin. It circled, slowed, pointed toward the door like a compass. "Report it," he said. "Or don't. Your call." He watched me the way you watch a traffic light that has stayed yellow too long. I looked at the portal on my screen. The retry identity verification button, ready to collapse one uncertainty or create another. My phone offered the report story option. My fingers hovered, the pads of them warm and damp. "Which first?" Jamie asked. The radiator clicked. The utensils in the jar by the hob trembled each time upstairs. Washing machine, hit a spin. Rain hushed against the windows like someone shushing a room. I picked up my beanie. I picked up one umbrella, then the other, absurdly heavy now that they were two. We could cross the street and knock, walk into the ordinary, and make it give up its secrets. Or I could sit down, press the verification button, and see if the system believed me more than it believed the morning. I held both choices at arm's length, feeling the slight sway of each. The radiator had just settled into its usual hissing lull when Jamie said, "All right, let's pick one. Report it or march over there. Sitting here refreshing apps isn't a plan." His voice was too loud for my narrow kitchen. The sound bounced off the cupboards, sharp as cutlery. I wanted quiet. Time to line up my reasons like neat rows of icons. Instead, my laptop chimed with another email, subject line in aggressive caps. Urgent, invoice paid to alt account. My stomach pitched. "What?" Jamie asked. I tilted the screen toward him. The email was from our finance contact at the waterproof coat company, not some spam domain. "Just confirming you requested payment reroute this morning," it read. "Since it came through with your approval chain." "I didn't," I whispered. Jamie scrubbed a hand down his face. "So someone's not just pretending to be you. They're moving money with your name on it." I thought of my flaw, the way I avoid direct confrontation until the problem metastasizes. This wasn't a leaky tap I could ignore. It was my credibility, my job. If I stayed quiet, if I let emails pile up while I rationalized, I could lose everything. "We call Charlie," Jamie said, already reaching for my phone. "No," I said too quickly. "If it's a mistake, I'll look paranoid." His eyebrows rose. "And if it is?" The flat smelled faintly metallic, like damp wires. I realized my hands were shaking against the laptop trackpad. "Okay, I'll email her. Casual. Just check what she saw." Before I could draft a sentence, my phone buzzed again. WhatsApp. An unknown number had dropped a pin location 3 streets over, near a row of derelict workshops. The message, "Come collect what you left." Attached, a photo. My tote bag, the one currently hanging on my chair, slumped against cracked pavement like a discarded skin. Jamie leaned closer. "That's your bag." "It's here," I said, pointing. Keys, notebook, half-eaten cereal bar, all accounted for. I checked the photo again. Same bag, same knot in the strap, same cereal bar wrapper sticking out like a tongue. "Could be an old photo," Jamie said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Or staged. Either way, they want you to come. Which is exactly why I won't." We stared at the pin poolsing on the screen. The rational thing was obvious. Ignore it. Forward everything to the police. Change passwords. Let processes grind slowly into action. But my chest buzzed with a different urgency. What if someone already reported me for fraud? What if the company locked me out before I could prove myself? Jamie tapped the table. "Listen, I finish lessons at 3. I can skip prep go with you to the workshops. Quick look, then police. If it's nothing, we've wasted half an hour. It's not nothing, I said. My throat felt lined with sand. A sharp knock rattled the door. 3 raps, spaced perfectly, like someone trained to knock that way. Not Jamie's messy rhythm, not Mrs. Patel's fluttery tap. We froze. The knock came again, then silence, then the faint squeal of trainers on the stairwell as footsteps retreated. I checked the peephole. The corridor was empty. Jamie swore softly. They know where you live. Of course they do. You've been tagged, filmed. They're playing. I pressed both umbrellas into the corner behind the door, as if duplicates might breed into a solution. My phone buzzed once more. Another message from the unknown number. Tick, T-O-C-K. I hated deadlines. They made me rush, skip steps, miss details. And now the problem had a clock. We call the police, Jamie said firmly. You don't play their game. You report the impersonation, the threats. Done. I nodded, but my chest squeezed. The police meant reports, waiting rooms, the risk they'd dismiss it as digital noise until money was truly gone or someone got hurt. Meanwhile, the company's finance team might freeze me out. My reputation was fragile enough without looking incompetent or compromised. The radiator gave a long groan, followed by a clunk, as if something heavy shifted in the pipes. The sound made me jump. Jamie touched my arm. Mara, decide. I opened my mouth, but the laptop dinged again. Another email. This one shorter. Hi Mara, just confirming you'll be at the workshop site for handover. 1 p.m. sharp. Best, L. No signature, no company footer. Just the letter L, the time. 1 hour from now. My fear sharpened into something close to anger. They were dragging me into a meeting I hadn't agreed to. Using my name, scheduling my body like it was theirs to book. Jamie's face hardened. If you don't go, they'll go without you. Use your name anyway. If you do go, he didn't finish. The air tasted sour, like the inside of an envelope. I thought of my private flaw again. How much I wanted to minimize, delay, let someone else decide. But here the choice was binary. Show up or don't. Either way, something happened with my name attached. Jamie said quietly, we could bring someone. Alfie, on shift, he saw her too. Mrs. Patel's nosy enough to stand watch. Or just the police, straight up. The idea of involving neighbors made me feel exposed, fragile. But doing nothing left my identity flapping in the wind. The clock on my laptop read 12:04. We have less than an hour, I said. Jamie folded his arms. So we go now, together, before they decide what else you've agreed to. The radiator hissed again, water scalding somewhere inside. The umbrellas dripped faintly in their corner, though neither of us had touched them. I grabbed my beanie, pulled it tight, and slung my tote, my actual tote, over my shoulder. We stepped into the hall. The door clicked shut behind us, with a sound far louder than usual. We cut across the estate toward the derelict workshops, rain misting harder with each block. My tote strap dug into my shoulder like a reminder. The bag was here, real, while its twin had already been staged. Jamie walked half a step ahead, shoulders hunched, the paper bag of crisps abandoned on my counter like a relic from a safer hour. Bethnal Green Road throbbed with buses and impatient horns, but the side street narrowed quickly into silence. Warehouses lined the lane, their windows blacked by grime and plywood. The kind of place you'd expect spray paint and teenagers, not official handover meetings. Looks like a set from a cheap crime show, Jamie muttered. I tried to laugh, but my throat closed. My trainers slipped on damp leaves that had plastered themselves to the uneven pavement. Half a mile behind us, the main road was still visible. The cafe, the shops, Mrs. Patel's gaudy balloon display. Half a mile might as well have been another continent. We stopped at the corner where the pin pulsed on my phone. Unit 14, an old workshop with corrugated shutters pulled down halfway, chained, but not locked. Someone had spray painted a crude crown above the door. The air smelled of wet metal and burnt wiring. Jamie checked his watch. 12:48. We're early. Want to call the police now and have them meet us here? I wanted to say yes, but my chest tightened at the thought of explaining shadows and umbrellas to a dispatcher. Let's just look. Quick. We circled the building. The rear had a broken fence, gaps wide enough to squeeze through. Mud clung to my soles, slick and cold. Inside the fence, the yard was scattered with debris, splintered pallets, rusted cans, a shopping trolley overturned on its side. That's when we saw the tote. It lay propped against the shutter, just as in the photo. Same knot in the strap, same half-exposed cereal bar wrapper. I crouched, reaching, then froze. The cereal bar was gone. Jamie knelt beside me, scanning the ground. They moved it or swapped it, which means they're close, I finished. The words trembled out. We both straightened, scanning the yard. No movement, just the drip of rain through a cracked gutter, the faint rattle of a can shifting in wind. I forced myself forward, grabbed the bag, and yanked it open. Empty. No notebook, no keys, no wrapper. Just a single sheet of printer paper folded twice. Inside, printed in a font too clean for its setting, "Try again." My fingers went numb around the page. They're laughing at us. Jamie took the bag, slung it crosswise like a shield. Fine, that's attempt one. We checked, found nothing. Now we leave. But leaving wasn't simple. As we cut back toward the street, a black Vauxhall with tinted windows turned the corner and idled at the curb. Engine low, steady, too purposeful. My pulse slammed. "Don't look at it," Jamie said. We walked faster. The car rolled forward, matching pace. My breath stuttered. I imagined doors opening, hands pulling us inside, my name added to headlines about missing women. We broke into a jog. At the corner, Jamie yanked me behind a skip. We crouched in the stench of old paint and rotting cardboard. The car's engine droned closer, then stopped. My heart clawed at my ribs. Seconds stretched. Then came the thud of doors, boots on wet tarmac, a voice. Mail, board. Yeah, just here for the meter reading. I risked a glance. 2 men in high-vis jackets, clipboards under their arms, walking to the opposite unit. The car wasn't tinted menace. It was a contractor's pool vehicle. Relief burst so sharp it hurt. I laughed, a jagged sound. God, I thought. Don't apologize for caution, Jamie snapped, though his shoulders sagged in relief too. But we're burning time. We've got 10 minutes until 1. What now? I checked my phone. Another message had arrived during our panic. Final chance. Gate code or job. The estate's gate code, the change scheduled for Thursday. My note on the sticky by my monitor. Someone wanted it early. If they had access, they could pass as residents, intercept parcels, enter flats. This is about the building, I whispered. Not just me. Jamie's face hardened. Then we go back, warn Patel, warn the rest. We turned toward the main road. That's when I realized my security key lanyard was gone. My hand fumbled at the tote pocket, but the ring was empty. Cold air flooded my chest. It was clipped here, I said, panic rising. I checked before we left. Jamie grabbed my shoulders. Could have dropped when you crouched, or someone took it. The thought made me dizzy. That key was me, my proof, my second factor. Without it, the system believed them more than it believed me. We retraced steps to the shutter, scanning the mud. Nothing. The lanyard was simply gone. This is attempt 2, Jamie said grimly. We came for answers, lost more instead. We're done. We go home, call the police. I wanted to agree, but my phone buzzed again. A new message, this time with a photo, my front door, taken from the stairwell. The note taped to it in thick marker, see you inside. My legs weakened. They'd been in the building. Maybe while we were here, maybe now. Jamie swore. That's it, no debate. We're calling it in. I shook my head. If they're inside already, the police will take an hour. I can't let them sit in my flat. My things. His jaw flexed. So what? We rush back and walk straight into them. The choice snapped, taut between us. Retreat meant handing over my home, my accounts, my very name, until authorities caught up. Confrontation meant danger immediate, tangible, a stairwell away. I thought of the radiator's groan, the utensils rattling, all those little domestic sounds, bass lines. If anything sounded off when we opened that door, we'd know. Jamie's eyes searched mine. If we go back now, Mara, there's no undoing it. That's point of no return. I adjusted the beanie on my head, rain dripping off the edge. The workshops loomed behind us. The road ahead felt endless. And my flat, my refuge, had just been claimed by someone else. I'm not letting them own my space, I said. My voice was hoarse but steady. We're going back. We reached the estate just before 1. The rain had thickened to a wet curtain, making the courtyard's puddles glint like open eyes. My breath steamed as we stopped at the outer gate. I punched the old code into the keypad. The bolt clicked open, no resistance. If they wanted the new code, it meant the old one still worked for now. Inside, the familiar geometry of brick and iron railings wrapped around us. But the rhythm was wrong. A stroller abandoned near the bins. Mail scattered across the walkway, soggy envelopes clinging to one another. Curtains drawn at windows, usually left open for daytime light. The whole place felt paused. Jamie put a hand on my arm. We don't go in loud. If they're inside, we listen first. I nodded, though my heart drummed too fast for listening. We climbed the stairwell, each creak of the steps magnified. The smell of bleach from Patel's cleaning bucket mixed with something else, cigarette smoke, sharp and unfamiliar. Halfway up, I froze. My door was in sight. The note taped across it, "See you inside," was gone. Jamie whispered, "They've been back." We edged closer. My tote strap cut deeper into my shoulder, every movement loud in my body. At my door, the lock looked untouched, but the radiator inside hummed faintly. Too faint. Usually, it clattered like a drunk percussionist when warming up. Now it purred like a secret. Jamie mouthed, "Baseline." I understood. Something had changed. He reached into his jacket and produced a heavy maglite torch. "For light," he said, too casual. But we both knew it was also a weapon. I slid my key into the lock, turning it slowly. The latch clicked, louder than thunder. We pushed the door open. The flat smelled wrong. Not just lived-in wrong, stranger wrong. A hint of unfamiliar aftershave, a chemical tang of wipes not mine. We stepped inside. The living room was tidy. Too tidy. My dying plant had been trimmed back, its brown leaves clipped neatly into the bin. The utensils that rattled in their jar were now stacked in exact order: spoons, then forks, then knives. My skin prickled. Then I saw the umbrellas. Both propped side by side, handles aligned perfectly. "Jesus," Jamie muttered. From the bedroom came a sound. Not footsteps. A single cough, muffled, as though someone tried to swallow it down. Jamie's hand tightened on the torch. He nodded once. I stepped behind him, clutching my beanie like a talisman. He pushed the bedroom door. It swung inward. A man stood at my desk, back turned. He wore my gray coat, my scarf, my beanie stretched tight over cropped hair. My security key dangled from his lanyard as he typed calmly on my laptop. The sight hit me harder than any horror film. Not a supernatural twin, not some glitch in the glass. A man wearing me, inhabiting me, bending my space into his. "Stop," Jamie said, voice low but firm. The man froze. Then he turned. His face wasn't mine. Not really. It was close enough that at a glance, in poor light, in a blurred photo, you'd think it was. Similar jawline, Same scar near the brow, makeup darkened it. Contact lenses tinted his eyes to match mine. He smiled slightly, as if embarrassed at being caught. "You're early." His accent was London, clipped, too precise. My mouth worked without sound. Jamie advanced a step. "Put the key down, step back." The man raised both hands, palms out, security key dangling. "No need to panic. We're just smoothing an overlap. You weren't using the access properly." "I was. You stole from me," I managed. My throat scraped. He tilted his head. "Only what you didn't value." His gaze flicked to me, then to Jamie, measuring. "We can share if you like." Jamie shifted, ready to lunge. The man saw it. His smile hardened. He moved first, quick, reaching for the laptop. Jamie swung the torch, connecting with a dull crack against the man's shoulder. He staggered, cursed, then drove forward. The laptop clattered to the floor. I grabbed the nearest thing, the duplicate umbrella, and swung. It snapped open between us like a shield. The man shoved it aside, striking my temple with an elbow. Stars burst behind my eyes. Jamie tackled him, both crashing into the radiator. The hiss spiked, water spattering the floor. They grappled, grunting, the torch clattering away. The man's hand shot for the key, still looped around his neck. Adrenaline cut through my fog. I dove, yanking the lanyard hard enough to burn my palm. The cord snapped. I stumbled back, clutching the key. The man lunged after me. Jamie caught his arm, twisting. The man roared in pain, but shoved Jamie into the desk, scattering mugs and cables. I fled into the kitchen, the key in one hand, umbrella in the other. My chest heaved, ribs screaming from the elbow hit. The man followed, fast, eyes locked on the lanyard. I flung the umbrella again, this time stabbing with the point. It caught him in the ribs. He hissed, faltered. Jamie slammed into his back, pinning him against the counter. "Go," Jamie shouted. "Take the key." I hesitated, every instinct to stay, to not abandon him. But the man twisted, nearly breaking free. Jamie's face strained red with the effort of holding him. I ran. Out the door, down the stairwell, legs barely working. My ears rang with echoes of struggle upstairs. On the street, air sliced my lungs. I clutched the key, rain slicking my face. My hand shook so violently I nearly dropped it. I dialed emergency. My voice cracked but got the words out. "Intruder, my flat. He's still inside. My neighbor sends someone now." I turned back toward the building. The stairwell window glowed faintly. A shadow crossed, fast, then another. A crash, like furniture toppling. Minutes later, but it felt like years, sirens wailed closer. Blue lights splashed across wet brick. Officers surged inside. They brought Jamie out first, limping, lips split, but alive. He clung to my shoulder, muttering, "He's tougher than he looked." The man came out next, cuffed, coat slipping from his shoulders. Without the scarf, the beanie, the lenses, He was just a man, ordinary, forgettable. And yet his eyes found mine, steady, as though none of this was defeat. The officer asked for the key. I couldn't unclench my fist to hand it over. My palm was sliced raw where the lanyard had burned, blood mingling with rainwater. As they shoved him into the back of the van, he spoke not to them, but to me. "See you again," he said, softly enough that only I heard. The flat smelled of disinfectant and copper hours later. Blue gloves and muddy boot prints tracked across the floor where officers had moved in and out, photographing, bagging, sealing. My radiator sat silent now, the pipe dented where the struggle had thrown them against it. The sound of it hissing, its ordinary chaos, was gone. I hadn't realized until then how much I depended on that background noise. Jamie sat on my sofa, an ice pack pressed to his jaw. The split in his lip had already stiffened into a swollen line, his knuckles scraped raw. His school would get a different kind of story from him tomorrow, if he could even go in. He kept saying he was fine, though he flinched each time the door slammed below as neighbors came home. "They'll ask me to ID him tomorrow," I said quietly, leaning against the doorframe. The police had already shown me his wallet, real name, real address in another borough. 33, a data contractor with a criminal record for fraud. Nothing extraordinary, which somehow made it worse. "Don't you dare go alone," Jamie said. "You'll want someone next to you when they say his name out loud." I nodded, though I wasn't sure what good names did. He wasn't a ghost to banish by calling. He was flesh, and he'd been in my space, brushing crumbs from my desk as though it were his. The officers had taken my laptop. "Evidence," they'd said. I sat at my desk now, staring at the empty rectangle where it had always glowed. The desk looked wrong without it, as though I'd lost both a tool and a limb. A knock came at the door, gentler this time. Mrs. Patel shuffled in, carrying a Tupperware of dal and rice. She placed it on the counter with firm hands. "For both of you, you need warmth," she said. Her eyes flicked around the room, taking in the scattered umbrellas, the beanie on the floor, the dented radiator. I knew something was off. Told you, people are careless with codes. I almost smiled. Almost. Instead, I said, "Thank you," and meant it more than I expected. Later, after Patel had gone, Jamie dozed upright, still holding the ice pack. I sat on the rug, legs folded under me, the security key in my palm. The metal had been cleaned by evidence techs, but the burn across my hand from yanking it free throbbed each time I closed my fist. A livid line of red. My proof of being myself. The company called in the evening. Charlie's voice was softer than usual, less bullet points, more pauses. "We've suspended the accounts until forensics confirm everything." "But Mara," she hesitated, "I believe you." "Finance saw the logs. None of it fits. You'll need to redo verification once we're clear. We'll sort the invoices. You don't need to worry about your contract." I thanked her, though not worrying was impossible. Still, Relief unclenched something in me. Work wouldn't vanish, not yet. As the sky outside darkened, I heard laughter from a flat below, the ordinary spill of neighbors' lives returning. Children squealed at cartoons. Someone fried onions, the smell rising through vents. The estate was itself again, except for me. When Jamie finally left, promising to text every hour until I slept, I tried to reset the flat. I aligned the cutlery back into disorder, spread the umbrellas apart. I wanted to reclaim randomness. My plant looked naked, its dead leaves gone, its stalks cropped. I moved it back to the sill anyway, like setting a stone where it belonged. I washed the dishes, each clink too sharp. The flat stayed quiet, too quiet. At 10, I sat on the sofa, lights low, phone buzzing, with sympathetic texts from neighbors who'd heard police had come. I read none of them. My thumb hovered over Instagram instead. The account that had tagged me earlier had been deleted, vanished. My mentions empty now, as though the stories had never existed. I should have felt relief. Instead, my skin crawled. Deletion meant choice. Someone had tidied away their tracks as neatly as they'd trimmed my plant. I checked the neighborhood forum. The thread about the bakery photo was locked, moderator's note at the bottom. Due to ongoing police matter, the image was gone. Only comments remained, neighbors joking about twins, student discounts, mistaken identity. My name floated there still, pinned forever to the conversation. At midnight, I crawled into bed. The sheets smelled faintly of the stranger's aftershave, or maybe it was just memory. I rolled them up and threw them into the laundry basket, then lay on the bare mattress until exhaustion dragged me under. I woke at 3 to a sound. A hiss, low, sustained. My chest seized. For a second, I thought the radiator had revived, carrying with it the proof of intrusion. I padded barefoot into the living room, pulse hammering. It wasn't the radiator, just the kettle, left switched on after rinsing mugs. Steam curled into the dark, harmless. I unplugged it, but my hand shook too much to sleep again. Back in bed, I clutched the security key under my pillow like a child with a talisman. The burn on my hand pulsed, the line raised and raw. The flat was quiet, my own again. And yet, as I closed my eyes, I kept seeing his face, so close to mine, altered but familiar, promising in that calm voice, "See you again." Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The monitor at bed 12 didn't alarm. That was the first thing that made it wrong. In a hospital, alarms are the background music, sharp chirps, drawn-out tones, the occasional panicked chorus when somebody's oxygen drops, and everyone pretends they didn't hear it until they absolutely do. But this was quiet, not peaceful, just absent, like someone had reached into the building and turned one channel down. I stood outside room 412 with a paper cup of coffee going lukewarm in my hand, watching the rhythm strip on the hallway monitor. A steady, boring line. Heart rate 78. Oxygen 97. Blood pressure last cycle fine. The kind of numbers that make you relax without meaning to. Then the screen blinked once fast, like an eye twitch. The patient name at the top of the panel changed. Not to another patient. Not to test or disconnected, like when a lead falls off. It changed to date. For 12/1999, I stared long enough for the coffee smell to stop registering and the disinfectant to push forward again. Lemon cleaner over bleach, the scent of a place that doesn't want you to think about what it really is. The date held for maybe 3 seconds. Then the name snapped back, Martin. The numbers never changed. The alarms never triggered. Nobody else reacted. Across the hall, a cart squeaked one bad wheel, always one bad wheel, and I felt my body remember that it was 2:17 a.m., and I'd already been awake too long. I lifted my badge and tapped the scanner at the room door anyway. Habit. Something to do with my hands. The lock clicked, and the soft, negative pressure hiss met me. The little breath of air that always makes the room feel like it's exhaling when you enter. My name is Claire Hart, and at that moment, my brain was doing what it always does on night shift, trying to make the weird thing normal before it becomes a story you have to explain. I'm 32. I've been a nurse long enough to stop calling myself a new nurse, but not long enough to be one of those people who can eat a granola bar in a code without blinking. I work nights on the surgical step-down floor at St. Bridget's Medical Center in Portland, Oregon, because nights are quieter, because the politics are less sharp, because I can do my job without performing it, and because I have a private flaw that I don't advertise. When something feels off, I want to fix it alone first. I don't like being the person who cries wolf. I don't like being the person who gets laughed at in the break room later. Room 412 smelled like warm plastic and stale linens. The IV pump clicked every few seconds in that steady way that becomes comforting when you're tired. A portable fan hummed in the corner, turned toward the window, even though it was January, and the glass looked like a black mirror. Evan Martin lay, angled slightly to one side, half propped on pillows. 64, post-op from an open reduction internal fixation, broken hip from a fall off a ladder. The kind of injury that comes with a story about independence. The kind of patient who insists they were fine until their body made a decision without asking them. His mouth was open just enough to show he was breathing through it. His hair stuck up in a stubborn wave at the crown. The pulse ox on his finger glowed red, blinking like a tiny lighthouse. The bedside monitor showed him steady. No arrhythmias, no drama. I moved closer, the soles of my shoes making that sticky peel sound on the tile where someone had mopped too recently. I checked his IV site. Clean, no swelling. The clear tubing caught the overhead light. The call light cord was tucked between the mattress and the rail, out of reach. I pulled it free and looped it where he could grab it if he woke up confused. Routine, something normal. Then I noticed his phone. Most patients kept their phones in the bed, on the tray table, shoved under a pillow. Evans was upright, propped against his water pitcher like it had been set there intentionally. The screen was on, not a video, not a game. The Notes app, one line of text, big white letters on black. Answer the overhead PA in our hospital is a tinny voice that announces codes and bed requests. and occasionally a lost visitor. It's annoying, not ominous. I leaned in a fraction, because tired brains do that like proximity changes reality. The letters stayed crisp. No autocorrect mistakes, no punctuation. I touched Evan's shoulder gently and felt heat through the thin gown. "Mr. Martin," I said, keeping my voice low. "Evan, you awake?" He didn't move. I checked his pupils with my penlight. Normal response. I watched his chest rise, measured, slow. He looked sedated, the kind of sleep that's heavy but safe. Pain meds and exhaustion. I glanced back at the phone, and for a second, I had the ridiculous thought. Maybe he sleep-typed it. People do weird stuff on Ambien. People call their exes. People order inflatable kayaks on Amazon. From the doorway, someone cleared their throat softly. I turned. Janelle Ruiz, 26, female, stood with her hands on the med cart handle like she was anchoring herself. She was in her second year as a nurse and still had that slight stiffness of someone who double-checks every word before it leaves their mouth. A pen was tucked behind her ear. A strip of tape stuck to her scrub top, forgotten. "You in there, Claire?" she asked. "I saw you go in. Everything okay?" "Yeah," I said too quickly. Then, because lying cleanly is harder at 2 a.m., I added, "Monitor glitched." For a second. Probably a network hiccup. Janelle's eyes shifted to the bedside monitor, then to Evan. She did that quiet nurse math. Stable patient, stable room, stable coworker. "What kind of glitch?" she asked, like she didn't want it to matter, but needed it to. I could have said the date. I could have said the notes thing. I could have made it a shared moment, the way you're supposed to. Instead, I heard myself say, "Nothing. It's fine, just tired." Janelle's expression softened, but there was a look under it, her version of my flaw. She hated missing something. She hated being the person who didn't catch the early sign. "You want me to pull biomed?" she offered. "Or IT? We can put in a ticket." "Not yet," I said, and immediately wished I hadn't made it a decision. Decisions have weight. Decisions can be wrong. Janelle stepped into the room anyway, the med cart squeaking behind her. The squeak was familiar enough to settle me a little. "He's due for vitals at 2:30, she said. "I can take them now if you want." I nodded, letting her do it, because it gave me something else to watch. She wrapped the blood pressure cuff around Evan's arm, careful not to tug the IV. The machine whirred and squeezed and released. Numbers appeared unremarkable. Evan's phone screen dimmed a fraction, like it was about to time out. On impulse, I tapped the screen to keep it awake. The note disappeared. Not deleted, not scrolled away. Just gone, replaced by the lock screen photo. Evan with a woman in a red rain jacket, both smiling into sun glare like it was too bright to look at directly. Janelle glanced up. "What was that?" "What was what?" I said, and hated the sound of my own voice trying to be casual. She pointed her chin at the phone. "You looked like you saw something." I exhaled through my nose. He had a note up, probably nothing. Maybe he was trying to remind himself not to press the call button for something dumb. Janelle's eyebrows lifted. What'd it say? I could feel the hallway behind me even though I wasn't looking, the fluorescent light striping the floor, the distant beep of a pump in another room, the soft thunder of the ice machine dumping a fresh load. Ordinary sounds that suddenly felt like a thin layer over something else. Before I could answer, the overhead PA clicked on. That click is always the same. A relay, a little throat clear of the building, and a voice started to speak. Not the usual operator, not the cheerful recorded chime first. just a low, hesitant inhale too close to the microphone. Then, Claire, Janelle's head snapped toward the ceiling tile speaker. Her mouth opened slightly, like she was waiting for the rest. My hands went cold in a practical way, like my body was diverting resources. I stared at the speaker grill embedded in the ceiling, the dust caught in its edges. The overhead is not supposed to say your name. Not like that. The voice continued, faint and distorted, as if coming from far away and right beside us at the same time. Claire Hart, can you? It broke up into static. Then, in the hallway, I heard the clerk's phone ring at the nurse's station, sharp and insistent. Janelle looked at me. I looked at her. We both had the same thought, plain and immediate. Do we answer that? And the choice sat between us like a dropped instrument no one wanted to pick up first. Janelle didn't move. Neither did I. The overhead speaker fizzed again, like someone rubbing aluminum foil near a microphone. And then the voice cut off mid-syllable. A second of nothing. Then the PA clicked out like it had never happened. Down the hall, the nurse's station phone kept ringing. Janelle's eyes were wide but focused, the way they get when you're trying not to spook a patient, even if the patient is asleep. Was that? She started. Probably a misroute, I said, because my mouth wanted something to stand on. Sometimes the operator, you heard your last name. I heard something that sounded like it. I forced myself to turn away from the ceiling speaker and step into the hallway. Movement helps. Night shift logic. At the station, the unit clerk, Marcy Dunn, 54, female, was hunched over her keyboard with one hand over her headset like she was trying to hold her skull together. Marcy had worked nights longer than I had been licensed. She was the kind of person who knew every extension by muscle memory and hated surprises that didn't come with a clear form to fill out. The phone on the desk rang again, vibrating the stack of patient labels beside it. Marcy snatched it up. "Fourth floor, step down," she said, already irritated. "This is Marcy." A pause, her eyebrows pulled together. She glanced up at me, then away, like she didn't want to make eye contact with whatever the caller was saying. "Slow down," she snapped. "Who is this? What department?" Janelle hovered behind me, hands clasped so tight her knuckles looked pale. Marcy pressed the receiver closer to her ear. Her mouth tightened. "No, you can't use the overhead like that. If you're in the building, you come to the desk or you call security." "Which room?" Another pause, longer this time. "Which room did you say?" I stepped closer. "Marcy." She held up a finger without looking at me. Her gaze stayed fixed on the computer screen like it could translate the call into something sensible. Then her eyes flicked to the board, where bed numbers and names were written in dry erase. "Room 412, she repeated into the phone, voice flattening. "Evan Martin." Janelle exhaled a sharp little sound. Marcy's face shifted, annoyance draining out, replaced by something like reluctant attention. "Okay," she said slowly, like she was negotiating. "Okay, stay where you are. Do not," she stopped, listening, then repeated, "do not enter the stairwell." "Fine, I'm sending someone." She hung up too hard. The receiver clacked. "What was that?" I asked. Marcy's hand hovered over the keyboard, then jerked back as if she'd touched something hot. "That," she said, "was a man whispering like he's hiding in a closet. He said he's maintenance. He said there's someone on 4 with a badge they're not supposed to have." "That could be," Janelle began. Marcy cut her off. "He said the badge number out loud." She looked at me now, finally. "He said your name, Claire, and he said it like he already knows you." A prickle ran up my arms that wasn't mystical and wasn't dramatic. It was the simple human feeling of being watched when you didn't consent to it. What did he want? I asked, because it was easier than asking how. Marcy swallowed. He said the man is in room 412. Janelle turned toward the hallway immediately. Evan's asleep, she said. He's post-op. He can't even, or he can, Marcy muttered, and then seemed to regret it. I remembered the phone in Evan's room, the note, answer the overhead. My mind tried to slide into the familiar groove. Maybe it was a confused patient. Maybe it was a prank call. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I was making too much of it. My private flaw revved up like a car engine in cold weather. Handle it yourself first. Don't make a scene. Don't be dramatic. Then the call light panel at the desk lit up room 412. A steady white glow. Not the code blue light. Not the bathroom alarm. Just a normal call light. Janelle stared at it. He's awake, she said, or someone pressed it. Marcy's voice sharpened again, the way it does when she's scared and trying to bully reality back into place. Call security, she told me. Now, and don't go in there alone. We should have listened to her immediately. That would have been the clean, policy-compliant move. A policy doesn't live in your bones the way habits do. Janelle was already walking fast down the hall. Not running, nurses don't run unless someone's dying. But that clipped pace that says you're about to ignore your own better judgment. Janelle, I called after her. Wait, she didn't. Not because she was reckless, because she was the kind of nurse who pictured a patient trying to reach the call light and failing. And the guilt of that picture was worse than fear. I followed, and I hate admitting that the reason I followed wasn't only Evan. It was also that the overhead had said my name, and some part of me wanted to prove to myself that it meant nothing, that I could walk into a room and make it normal again. The hallway felt longer than it had a minute ago. The fluorescent lights buzzed in a way I usually tuned out, like insects trapped in glass. Somewhere, a TV murmured from a patient room, a late-night commercial with laugh track cheer. Room 412, the door was closed. It hadn't been closed when we left it. I was almost sure. Janelle reached for the handle. Stop, I said, grabbing her sleeve. We wait for security, her jaw clenched. The call light's on. We can talk through the door. You know how fast someone can aspirate if they're, I know, I snapped, too harsh. Then softer, because I heard myself. I know. Janelle looked at me like she was weighing which version of me she was getting tonight. The competent charge nurse, or the one who didn't want to escalate. I put my face close to the door, not touching it, and called, Evan. It's Claire, you okay in there? Nothing. No shuffling, no groan, no nurse, the way they usually say it like you've been personally depriving them. Janelle leaned in, voice higher. Mr. Martin, can you tell us what you need? Still nothing. The call light stayed on. Marcy's voice came faintly from the station down the hall, talking fast into another phone's security, I assumed. Janelle's hand went back to the handle. Claire, if he fell trying to get up. I'm not saying we don't go in, I said, heart thumping in that practical way it does before you do something you'll have to chart. I'm saying we do it smart. There was a crash from inside the room. Not a scream, not a dramatic slam, more like a tray table tipping or something hitting the floor and bouncing once. Janelle flinched. That's him. My stomach tightened. Okay. We didn't have time to perform perfect policy anymore. The situation had turned into a problem with a ticking edge. I swiped my badge. The lock clicked. Janelle pushed the door open. The room was darker than it should have been. Not unlit, just wrong, like the bedside lamp was off, and the overhead hadn't come on with the door. The monitor glow painted everything in pale blue. Evan was not in the bed. The sheets were pulled back. The pillow was skewed. The pulse ox clip lay on the mattress, blinking uselessly with nothing in it. The IV pump was still running, tubing trailing, but the line was disconnected, and saline dripped steadily onto the tile in a tiny rhythmic tap that matched the fan's hum. The tray table had been tipped. A plastic cup rolled slowly near the wall, making a faint rasping sound. And in the corner by the bathroom door, half behind the curtain, I saw movement. Someone crouched low, shoulders hunched. Janelle sucked in a breath. Evan. The crouched figure didn't answer. Instead, they lifted their head just enough for me to see the hospital badge clipped to their chest. Not Evan's, not ours. A visitor badge, white and flimsy, with a strip of masking tape over the name. Like someone didn't want it read. Then the bathroom door clicked. From the bathroom, a man's voice, close, muffled, urgent, said, Don't open it, please." And at the same moment, from the hallway behind us, the lights flickered once, hard like the building took a breath. Janelle and I stood frozen in the doorway, the door slowly drifting inward on its hinge, and the choice snapped into something sharper. Step in and close the door, trapping ourselves with whoever was inside, or back out and leave a patient wherever Evan was unaccounted for. Janelle moved first. She didn't step into the room. She shifted sideways, bracing the door with her foot so it couldn't swing shut, keeping the hallway light spilling in like a safety line. "Security is on the way," she said, loud enough to carry. "If you're not supposed to be here, you need to show yourself." The crouched figure flinched. A shoulder bumped the curtain. Plastic rustled. From the bathroom, the man's voice came again, sharper now. "Don't listen to him. He's not staff." I felt the adrenaline kick in properly then, not the cinematic rush, but the narrowing. Sounds sharpened. The drip of saline on tile became obnoxiously loud. Somewhere down the hall, a cartwheel squealed, distant and irrelevant, and still too present. "Everyone stop talking," I said, surprising myself with how steady it came out. One at a time. I didn't step fully into the room either. I leaned in just enough to see more without committing my whole body. Geography matters when you're scared. Doorway advantage. "Bathroom," I said, aiming my voice toward the closed door. "Who are you?" A pause. Breathing. Close to the mic, feeling again. But this time it was just air through teeth. "My name is Daniel Weiss," the voice said. "I'm 39. I'm not supposed to be here. Neither is he." "Who is he?" Janelle asked. The crouched figure shifted again. I saw a hand mail, rough, a healing cut across the knuckle. No gloves, no visible weapon. That detail mattered, Daniel said, the guy by the curtain. He followed me up from the loading dock. "That's not true," the crouched man said quickly. His voice was younger than I expected, tight. "She's lying. I came in with the patient." "With Evan?" I asked. "Yes," he said, too fast. "I'm his nephew." Janelle shot me a look. Evan's chart had no nephew listed as an emergency contact. A sister, deceased. A partner, female, name matching the woman in the red rain jacket on his phone. "Okay," I said. "If you're family, you know he can't leave the floor without staff." "Where is he?" Silence. Then from the bathroom, a soft thud, like someone leaning too hard on the sink. Daniel's voice came strained. "He helped him. He made him get up." "That's a lie," the crouched man said, louder now. He was already confused. He tried to pull his IV himself. I was trying to stop him. My pulse hammered in my ears. 2 stories, neither good, both plausible enough to stall us. Behind us, the hallway lights flickered again, this time just over our section. A stutter, then steady. My brain leapt where it shouldn't, and then corrected. Older wing, overloaded circuit, night shift weirdness. I grabbed that explanation and held it tight. "Janelle," I murmured without turning. "Security ETA," she glanced down the hall. "They said 2 minutes. 2 minutes is an eternity when a post-op patient is missing." Attempt 1. Call for help. Hold position. I lifted my badge radio. "4th floor, step down. Room 412, I said. "We have a missing patient and unauthorized individuals in the room." The radio crackled. Someone acknowledged. The sound grounded me a little. "Bathroom door," I said. "Daniel, do not come out yet. Stay where you are." "And him?" Daniel shot back. "Same goes," I said to the crouched man. "Hands where we can see them." He slowly raised his hands, palms out. Visitor badge swung on its clip. The tape over the name was sloppy, hospital beige. "What's under the tape?" Janelle asked. He hesitated. "Fell off earlier." "Take it off," she said. He peeled the tape back. The name underneath was printed crooked, like it had been run through a machine too fast. "WSS," Janelle inhaled sharply. "They have the same last name." "Doesn't mean," the crouched man started. The bathroom door rattled. "That's my badge," Daniel said. He took it. Attempt 1 failed. The facts didn't line up cleanly, and the clock was still ticking. Attempt 2, find Evan. "We're not solving your family drama," I said. "Finding my patient." I scanned the room properly now, forcing myself to look at the details I'd avoided. Bed empty. IV pole still here. Bathroom occupied. Window closed, blinds half drawn. Closet door ajar. "Closet," I said. Janelle shook her head. "He can't fit." "People fit where they shouldn't," I said, and pushed the door open with my foot. Empty, extra blankets. A walker folded and leaning. No Evan. The drip from the IV had made a small puddle. I stepped back before I could slip. My ankle twinged where I'd twisted it last month, a reminder that my body kept score even when I pretended it didn't. "Where did he go?" Janelle said, voice thin now. "From the bathroom," Daniel said quietly. He said the voice told him to. My stomach dropped, and then my rational brain slammed the brakes. "No," I said. "No voices." "Not like that," Daniel said quickly. "Not, I mean," he said someone on the phone told him he was being discharged. Told him to meet them at the stairwell. The stairwell. My mind snapped back to Marcy's words. "Do not enter the stairwell." A misdirection bloomed fully then, terrifying in its shape. Someone luring patients. Overhead misuse. A voice using names. It felt huge and coordinated and out of control. And then a smaller, uglier explanation elbowed in, phishing, but physical, social engineering. Someone exploiting night shift gaps and hospital confusion. No ghosts, just people. "Which stairwell?" I asked. "East," Daniel said. "The supply room." That stairwell fed directly to the loading dock. Janelle swore under her breath. "That's a fall hazard." "Heel," a crash echoed faintly, far away. Metal on concrete. A sound that traveled through vents and walls, distorted but unmistakable. My heart leapt into my throat. That was below us. Attempt 2 collapsed into motion. "We go," I said. "Security," Janelle began. "We go now," I repeated. "You call it in as we move." We left the room exactly as it was. Door open. Lights on. People contained as much as we could without restraints. It felt wrong, but Evan mattered more. The east stairwell was 30 feet down the hall. The closer we got, the colder the air felt. concrete smell, oil, the kind of space hospitals don't bother to soften. At the stairwell door, a yellow cone lay tipped on its side. Wet floor sign ignored. My foot slid a little as I stopped short. "Careful," Janelle said, breathless. I pushed the door open. The stairwell was lit only by emergency lights, dim, orange-tinged. Another explainable thing. The flicker earlier. A partial outage, isolated. On the landing below us, a man's groan echoed up the concrete shaft. "Evan," Janelle shouted. Another groan. Closer now. Pain has a specific sound when it's real. We started down, one hand on the rail, shoes squeaking. On the first landing, we saw him. Evan lay twisted, one leg at an angle that made my stomach clench. Blood spotted the concrete where his IV had torn free. His eyes were open, glassy with pain and confusion. "I fell," he said weakly. "They said I could go." "Who said that?" I asked, kneeling, already reaching for gloves, tourniquet, pressure. Muscle memory kicked in. "The man," Evan murmured, "on the phone, said my wife was waiting. Red rain jacket." Behind us, the stairwell door slammed shut, hard. The emergency lights flickered once and went out. Total darkness swallowed the concrete shaft, thick and immediate. My badge radio crackled to life with static, then nothing. Janelle's breathing went fast and loud in the dark. "Claire," she whispered. Above us, something scraped against the door, a lock engaging. And from somewhere higher in the stairwell, a calm male voice, not distorted now, just human, said, "You shouldn't have come down here." There was no way back up. Darkness in a stairwell isn't clean. It isn't like shutting your eyes. It's thick and grainy and full of tiny reflected glows that don't belong to anything. Exit sign bleed from somewhere above. The faint green LED of a smoke detector. The dim pulse of my watch when I moved my wrist. It made the space feel smaller, like the concrete was leaning in. Evan groaned again, and the sound ricocheted up and down the shaft, making it hard to tell where pain ended and echo began. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice into nurse mode. "Evan, look at me." My pen light was in my pocket, but my hands were already on him. One gloved, one bare because I'd rushed and only managed to yank a single glove out of my pocket. I pressed my gloved hand hard against the spot on his forearm where the IV had torn free. Warm blood slicked my fingers anyway. Not spurting, thank God, not arterial. Still enough to matter. Janelle knelt beside me, fumbling. I heard the soft plastic rasp of her glove box tearing open. "Pressure," I said. "Just pressure." "Keep it, I can't see," she breathed. "Use your phone," I told her. "Flashlight." Her phone light snapped on, a harsh white cone that made everything outside it disappear. Evan's face washed out and sweaty. His lips trembled. The angle of his leg turned my stomach. "Don't move him," I said quickly, seeing Janelle's hands twitch toward his shoulder. "I wasn't," she snapped back, then swallowed. "I was." Above us, the scraping against the stairwell door stopped. Then a sound that was worse. The soft metallic click of something being tried, handle, chain, maybe a zip tie. A deliberate person taking their time. "Claire," Janelle whispered. "What do we do?" My badge radio was dead. I lifted it anyway. Nothing but faint hiss, like the building itself was breathing in my ear. "Marcy called security," I said, though it sounded thin even to me. I swallowed and pushed my voice lower. "They'll come." A calm voice from above said, "No, they won't." Not shouting, not theatrical, like he was talking to a neighbor over a fence. My whole body reacted, every muscle tightening, but my brain stayed stubbornly practical. Human voice, human plan, human weakness. "Who is this?" I called up the stairwell, careful to keep my tone firm and not panicked. "This is a secure area. You need to identify yourself." He chuckled softly. "You're still doing hospital talk." Janelle's phone beam jerked as her hand shook. "Claire, don't. We're not trapped," I said, and it was half lie, half instruction to myself. I glanced behind us, downward. The stairwell continued to the next landing, and then down to the loading dock level. If Evan had been lured here, the plan was to get him lower, out of sight, closer to exits. And we followed, my private flaw catching up to me in real time. "Handle it yourself first." "I need a tourniquet," I muttered, and ripped open the small trauma pouch I carried on nights: gloves, gauze, tape, one cheap tourniquet that always felt like a token until it was. Janelle's phone light flicked over the tipped yellow wet floor sign on the landing above us, lying at an angle like it had been kicked. Overhead flickers. Emergency lights out. It wasn't random. Someone had done this. Evan's eyes fluttered. "My wife," he whispered, voice wet. "She's Evan," I said sharply, not unkind, just urgent. "Listen to me. You're in the hospital. Your wife is not in the stairwell. You fell. We're helping you. Stay with me." His mouth opened like he wanted to argue, then his face crumpled with pain. A sound came out of him, small, humiliating. The sound people make when their body betrays them in public. Janelle's jaw clenched. I could see her guilt trying to turn into anger to protect itself. Above us, footsteps began. Slow, measured. One step, pause, another step, not running down to attack, coming down like he owned the space. I reached into my pocket with my bare hand and pulled out my pen light, clicked it on. Tiny beam, weak compared to the phone, but it gave me control of a direction. "We go down," I said to Janelle, my voice low. "We can't go up. We go down to the loading dock door. There's a crash bar. We get through. We scream. We find people." "And Evan," she hissed. "We drag him," I said. "Not lift. Drag. It's going to hurt him. It's that or we stay here." Evan moaned like he heard us and understood enough to be scared. A shadow moved in the upper darkness, just the suggestion of a person entering the edge of Janelle's phone light. "Stop," Janelle shouted. Her voice echoed raw. "Stop right there." The man didn't stop. He stepped into the cone of light. He was tall, maybe 40-something, white, with close cropped hair and a face that would have looked normal at a grocery store. Dark hoodie, cargo pants, a lanyard around his neck with a badge flipped backward. He held something in his right hand. For half a second, my brain screamed gun. Then the light steadied and I saw it, a cordless phone handset. The kind environmental services used sometimes, old and beige, stolen from a desk. Misdirection. Terror turned into something uglier because it meant he wasn't here to shoot us. He was here to talk us into compliance. "Claire Hart," he said, smiling like it was a joke between us. "You should have answered the overhead when I asked nicely." My stomach dropped. That was the payoff. The note. "Answer the overhead. You're the caller," I said, keeping my voice even. "I'm the one who can make this easy," he replied. He nodded toward Evan. "You're bleeding your patient out. That's going to be a report. That's going to be your license. You think they'll believe you?" Two nurses wandering into a dark stairwell with a post-op looked sloppy. Janelle's phone shook harder. "What do you want?" He lifted the handset slightly. "I want you to give me the patient." He walks out. "Quiet. You go back upstairs. No one gets hurt." "He can't walk," I said. The man's eyes flicked to Evan's leg, then back. "Then you help him." Evan's hand clawed weakly at my sleeve. "Claire," he whispered, please." The man took one more step down, close enough now that I could smell him, stale cigarettes and cold air, not hospital. "Back up," I said, and my voice cracked on the last word. I hated that it betrayed me. He smiled again, smaller. "Or what? I didn't have a weapon. We didn't have a radio. We had a phone beam and a penlight and a patient bleeding. And one more seated detail, the puddle of saline, the drip we'd stepped around, the wet floor sign, water on concrete, slippery." I leaned closer to Evan like I was adjusting my pressure bandage. My bare fingers found the tourniquet strap. I tightened it one notch. Evan cried out, sharp, involuntary. The man flinched, just slightly, as if pain noises bothered him. "Janelle," I said softly, not looking at her, "turn your phone light off, now." "What?" she breathed. "Do it." She hesitated, one heartbeat, then clicked it off. The stairwell went almost fully black, and in that black I snapped my penlight straight into the man's eyes. It wasn't a superhero move. It was a cheap, desperate thing. But people have reflexes. He jerked his head back, hand rising. I said, and grabbed Evan under the shoulders. Janelle understood finally. She hooked her arms under Evan's armpits. We dragged. Evan screamed. It was awful. It had to be. The man cursed and lunged down the steps, blinded and angry. His foot hit the wet patch condensation saline, whatever had been tracked in, and slid. His body went sideways. He slammed into the rail hard enough that the metal rang. The handset clattered down the concrete steps, bouncing and cracking with each impact. He grabbed for the rail, fingers scrabbling, and for a second it looked like he'd catch himself. Then his momentum took him. He fell down toward us in a tangle, shoulder first, then hip, then elbow, hitting each step with a sickening rhythm. He didn't fly. He just lost the argument with gravity. He hit the landing 3 steps above Evan's feet and lay there, stunned, wheezing. Janelle's breath came out in a sob. Oh my God. I didn't look away. I didn't allow it. "Keep moving," I said, voice low and hard. "Keep moving." The man groaned and tried to push up. His knee slipped again on wet concrete. "Help," he rasped, and it almost sounded real. Almost. Evan was whimpering, shocky now, his head lolling. The tourniquet had slowed the bleeding, but his face had gone pale in the thin light from below, an emergency exit sign glowing faintly at the next level down. We reached the next flight. The loading dock door was at the bottom, and I could see the thin seam of light under it, real light, industrial, the world still existing on the other side. But the door wasn't fully closed. It was propped open a crack. Something, maybe a wedge, maybe a piece of folded cardboard, kept it from latching. A path, a plan. We dragged Evan the last steps, my shoulders burning, my hands numb. My bare hand was slick with blood and sweat. Janelle hit the crash bar with her hip, or swung outward, and cold air slapped our faces. The loading dock smelled like diesel and wet pavement. A forklift sat silent. A security camera blinked red in the corner, alive. "Help," Janelle screamed, voice tearing. "We need help." Footsteps pounded from the far side of the dock, reel running now. A voice shouted, "Hey, who's there?" A man in a security uniform appeared, flashlight beams sweeping Officer Malik Carter, 31, male, eyes widening as he took in Evan, the blood, our faces. "Call 911, I gasped. "Now," patient fell. "We've got someone in the stairwell." Malik's expression changed instantly from confusion to action. He yanked his radio up. "Dispatch, I need backup at East Loading Dock now. Medical emergency and possible intruder. Lock down East stairwell." Behind us, from inside the stairwell, the fallen man's groan echoed faintly. Then another sound. A door above us clanged open, and a voice, Daniel's voice, unmistakable, shouted from somewhere higher, "He's not alone." My stomach sank, even as relief washed in from the sight of Malik and the open dock. We made it out, but the building still had corners, and we had only moved the danger, not erased it. Evan lay on the dock floor, shivering, his eyes rolling back, and I pressed my hands to him and did what nurses do when the world narrows to one job: keep someone alive long enough for the next handoff. The cost was already there: Evan's leg, my torn glove, Janelle's shaking hands, and the knowledge that the overhead had said my name because a human being had taken the time to learn it. Not a ghost, something worse in its own way. They took Evan away under brighter lights. That's how it always goes: chaos funneled into order by gurney rails and clipped voices. Paramedics arrived with practiced calm, boots squeaking on the loading dock's painted lines. Someone handed me a blanket that wasn't for me. Someone else asked for vitals I'd already been tracking in my head. Evan was conscious when they lifted him. Pale, shaking, jaw clenched against pain that no amount of reassurance could erase. When they strapped his leg, he cried out and then apologized for it, a reflex that made my throat tighten. "You didn't do anything wrong," I told him, leaning close so he could hear me over the dock noise. Diesel, radio chatter, the distant thump of a door closing somewhere inside the hospital. "You're going to surgery. We'll tell them everything." He looked at me like he was trying to memorize my face. "I thought she was waiting," he said, small and embarrassed. The man sounded so sure. "I know," I said, "I know." They rolled him away, and the dock felt suddenly too big. Janelle sat on the concrete with her back against a pillar, arms wrapped around herself. She stared at her hands like she didn't recognize them. Her phone lay face down beside her, flashlight still on, a white oval on the ground. I crouched in front of her. "Hey," she blinked slowly. "I thought," she stopped, swallowed. "I thought I killed him when we dragged him." "You didn't," I said, and meant it. "You kept him alive." She nodded, but it was the kind of nod you give facts you don't yet believe. Officer Malik stood a few feet away, talking into his radio, voice low and efficient. He caught my eye and raised 2 fingers 1 minute. The security camera in the corner kept blinking red, indifferent. Inside, the stairwell door clanged again as more officers went in. I didn't turn to look. I didn't want the image of that man, his careful smile, the beige handset, to settle somewhere permanent. The police arrived after the paramedics left. Portland uniforms, damp from the night air, notebooks already open. They asked us to repeat things in order, which is harder than it sounds when your body is still buzzing and your ankle throbs, and you keep replaying the moment you chose to go down instead of up. I told it straight. The monitor glitch, the overhead, the call, the stairwell. I left out nothing and tried not to add meaning where there wasn't proof. Janelle did the same, her voice steady until it wasn't, then steady again. She corrected herself once, cheeks flushing. The officer nodded like that was normal. They caught the man in the stairwell on the second landing up, wedged awkwardly, wrist swelling fast. He tried to crawl. He hadn't made it far. The cordless handset lay in pieces on a step below him, beige plastic cracked like a dropped mug. Daniel Weiss was found in the bathroom of room 412, hands raised, shaking so badly his voice wobbled. He told a story about his cousin friend, then cousin about debt and desperation, and a plan that was supposed to be clean. He hadn't expected the nurses to come down. He hadn't expected the lights to go out. He hadn't expected anything to hurt. They put him in a blanket too. By dawn, the floor smelled like bleach again. The kind of clean that tries to erase footprints. I filed an incident report that ran long and still felt incomplete. It took the overhead system offline for review. Biomed checked the hallway monitors and found a network hiccup packet loss at the wrong second. A name field overwritten by a timestamp from a test log. Explainable. Documented. Closed. Security taped the stairwell door with a strip of red plastic that read "Do not use" and posted a guard until maintenance could fix the lighting and the latch. They took the wet floor sign away. Marcy brought me a coffee I didn't ask for and set it down too hard. "You did what you could," she said, like she was trying to convince herself as much as me. "You hear me? Don't you dare start that thing where you take it home." I smiled. It probably looked convincing. Evan came out of surgery mid-morning. A longer repair, more hardware, a longer road. The surgeon said it would have been worse if he'd stayed down there longer. That sentence landed with weight. When my shift ended, the sun was already up, pale and ordinary. Cars moved through the parking garage. Someone laughed near the elevators. The hospital resumed its shape as a place where things happen and then stop happening. I walked Janelle to her car. She moved like she'd aged a year overnight. "Do you want me to come over?" I asked. "I can make eggs or just sit." She shook her head, then hesitated. "Can I text you later, anytime?" She hugged me without asking, quick and tight, then pulled away like she'd startled herself. "I'm glad you were there," she said, and got into her car. At home, I slept in fragments. Stairwells and phones and the sound of a door locking stitched themselves into half-dreams. When I woke, it took a moment to remember where I was. My phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. My chest tightened before my brain caught up. "This is Claire Hart," the message read from St. Bridget's. "I'm Evan Martin's partner." I exhaled. "Thank you," she wrote. "He told me what happened. He says you kept talking to him when he was scared." That mattered. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred. Then I typed back something simple and true. That night, back on shift, the overhead worked the way it always had. Codes, requests, lost and found. The voice belonged to the operator, cheerful and flat and familiar. Still, when it clicked on, I felt my shoulders lift without my permission. Room 412 had a new patient. Different name, different story. The call light cord was looped just right. As I left the room, the hallway monitor blinked just once. A harmless refresh. The name stayed put. I stood there longer than necessary, coffee cooling in my hand, listening to the building breathe. Ordinary sounds layered over something thinner. Explainable, mostly. And when the overhead clicked again down the hall, I didn't answer it. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is Someone Airdropped Me a Photo of Myself Sleeping. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that felt wrong was how normal everything else looked. I was wedged into a molded plastic chair at gate B12 with my backpack between my ankles and a paper cup of coffee, slowly turning lukewarm in my hands. Across from me, a kid in a puffy jacket dragged the wheels of his suitcase over the same 2 floor tiles again and again, clack, clack, like he was testing whether the universe would finally crack open and give him something different. Behind me, a floor buffer whined in a steady loop, the kind of sound that burrows into your skull without you noticing. An overhead announcement hiccuped through the speaker system, half swallowed by the terminal's cavernous acoustics. It smelled like cinnamon pretzels and jet fuel, and that weird sterile cleaner note you only get in airports. My phone buzzed on my thigh. I glanced down, expecting my boarding group. Instead, airdrop, IMG 4839 from B12 iPhone. I blinked like that would change what I was seeing. Airdrop requests happen sometimes in crowded places, people sharing photos from a bachelor party, or a bored teenager trying to send memes to strangers. Annoying, but explainable. Still, the file name stopped me. I wasn't sure why. A number string, a JPEG. No message, just a file. The preview didn't show, just the generic thumbnail. I could either decline or accept. I tilted my screen away from the aisle, more out of instinct than logic. My thumb hovered. The floor buffer's whine rose and fell as it passed behind me, and somewhere a man laughed too loudly at something on his laptop. I hit decline. A second later, another buzz. Airdrop, IMG 4840 from B12 iPhone OK. I sat up straighter and looked around like the culprit would be obvious, someone grinning at me, someone making eye contact and waiting for my reaction. The people nearest me were performing their usual airport rituals, pretending to work, pretending to sleep, pretending not to be the kind of person who gets stuck in an airport on a Tuesday night. My own reflection caught in the black glass of the boarded-up Hudson News storefront. Tired eyes, stubble that didn't commit to being a beard. A hoodie-eyed slept in the night before. I'm not a paranoid person, not in the fun way where you think every coincidence is a message meant for you. But I do have this private habit of rehearsing worst-case scenarios when my brain doesn't have anything useful to do. It's not even dramatic stuff. It's mundane disaster. Lost wallet, canceled flight, someone stealing my laptop because I took my eyes off it for 30 seconds. I'm good at seeing the weak points in my own day and then poking them until they bruise. That's the flaw, if you want to call it that. I can't always leave things alone. The phone buzzed again before I could decide what to do about the second request. Airdrop, sleeping, JPG from B12 iPhone. That one wasn't default. That one felt chosen. I stood slow, like I'd dropped something and didn't want to spook anyone. My backpack strap creaked as I pulled it over my shoulder. I scanned the seats in a wider circle, 2 rows, 3 rows, the cluster by the charging station. Nothing. No one looking at me. No one even looking up. I started walking toward the windows, because at least there I could see the whole gate area reflected behind me. The carpet muffled my steps. My coffee sloshed against the lid. The request stayed on my screen, waiting. At the windows, the tarmac was a gray-black expanse dotted with orange cones, and slow-moving vehicles with blinking lights. A plane sat parked like a sleeping animal, its belly lit from beneath. My reflection floated over the glass, and behind it, the gate, chairs, and bodies arranged in little islands. Another buzz. Airdrop. IMG 4841 from B12 iPhone. I exhaled through my nose. It came out like a laugh I didn't mean. "Hey," a voice said, close enough that I felt it in my shoulder before I turned. A woman had stepped up beside me, not right beside, but close in that polite airport way where you can talk without leaning. She wore a navy coat and had a lanyard tucked into her pocket like she'd yanked it off after work. She held her phone in one hand, and her other hand was wrapped around a bottle of water with the label peeled halfway off. "You look like you just got texted something awful," she said, not unkindly. I hesitated, then angled my screen a few degrees so she could see the repeated airdrop banner stack. Her eyebrows lifted. "Oh, that. Yeah," I said. "You ever get that?" "Sometimes," she said. "We'll send stuff. Usually dumb." "This doesn't feel dumb," I said, and immediately wished I hadn't phrased it that way. She studied my face, then the gate behind us. "Who does it say it's from?" "B12 iPhone," I said, and then just now, sleeping JPG. She made a soft sound, more thoughtful than alarmed. "That's specific." "I declined the first one," I said. "They keep sending." "Turn airdrop off," she suggested, like it was obvious. "Yeah," I said, because yes, that was obvious. And also because I hadn't done it yet, which was the point. If I turned it off, whatever this was would just be gone. A weird little blip in the day I'd never explain. My brain didn't like that. My brain wanted to open the box, even if it held something unpleasant. I didn't say any of that. I just swallowed and stared at the dark glass as another request popped up, the little spinning blue circle hunting for my response. "My name's Mara," she said, as if introducing herself would stabilize the situation. "Mara Larkin." I shifted my coffee to my other hand. "Evan," I said, "Evan Price." She glanced at my boarding pass peeking out of my phone case. "You on the Boston flight?" "Yeah," I said, delayed, mechanical. "Same," she said. "Of course." Mara's phone chimed softly. Not an airdrop, something else. Maybe a calendar reminder. She ignored it. "Do you think it's someone you know?" "I don't know anyone here," I said, then paused. "I mean, no. Not that I'm aware of." That sounded less convincing than I intended, and Mara picked up on it. She didn't push, though. She just watched the gate area with the same quiet focus you see in people who commute a lot. Practiced observation without drama. A tall guy in a fleece vest walked by, dragging a rolling bag with one sticky wheel. A couple argued in whispers over a charging cord. Someone's FaceTime call leaked tinny laughter. Life went on. Mara nodded toward the chairs. If it's coming from B12 iPhone, they're probably in the seating zone. Airdrop range isn't huge. "I know," I said, and the admission came with a spike of irritation at myself. I worked in IT security, nothing glamorous, mostly compliance and audits. I lectured colleagues about basic hygiene. Yet here I was, letting curiosity lead me around by the nose like a dog. Mara took a sip from her water bottle. "You want to find out who it is?" I looked at her. "Do you?" She gave me a small shrug. "I don't love the idea of someone messing with people in public, and I've got time. And honestly, I'm nosy." That made me smile, despite myself. The phone buzzed again, like it was impatient with our conversation. Airdrop. Evan asleep from B12 iPhone. Mara saw my expression shift. "Okay," she said, tone changing. "That's your name." My stomach did something small and unhelpful. Not a cinematic lurch, just a tightening, like my hoodie drawstrings had been pulled. "I didn't tell you my last name," I said automatically, then realized that wasn't the point. Mara's face stayed composed, but her posture changed, weight slightly forward, attention sharpened. "How would they know your name?" "Boarding pass," I said, too fast. Maybe they saw it. I was holding my phone. Or I gestured vaguely, as if there were obvious ways strangers learned each other's names in airports. Mara's eyes flicked to the gate podium. "There's also the display screens," she said. "Sometimes they show lists." "They don't show names," I said, and I knew they didn't because I'd checked earlier like I was looking for proof that the universe had assigned me a seat. My phone screen held the request like a hand held out in the dark. Mara lowered her voice. "What if you accept it? Just see what it is. And if it's something gross," I whispered back, "then you delete it," she said, "and you turn AirDrop off, or you show a gate agent." I stared at the accept button until my eyes started to blur around it. The rational thing was to shut it down, turn AirDrop to contacts only or off, and go back to being a tired guy with bad coffee waiting for a delayed flight. But the file names were too pointed, and if someone was doing this on purpose, there was a chance it wasn't random. Mara shifted closer to the window, angling so she could still see the gate. "If you accept," she said, "do it with me here. Don't do it alone in the bathroom or something." A laugh tried to escape me and failed halfway. "That's good advice." She held up her phone. "I can record your screen if you want, in case it disappears, or in case you need to show someone." My hands felt slightly damp around the coffee cup. The floor buffer had moved on, replaced by the rhythmic squeak of someone's sneakers on carpet. The announcer crackled again, apologizing for inconvenience in that meaningless way they always do. Mara met my eyes. "Your call, Evan." And that was it, an actual choice, right there in the most ordinary place imaginable. Accept and look, or shut it down and let the weirdness evaporate. My thumb hovered over accept, and the gate behind us kept breathing, busy and indifferent, as if nothing in the world had changed at all. I did tap accept right away. I did the thing I always do when my brain senses danger. I tried to build a neat little box around it. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice into that calm, professional tone I used at work when someone forwarded me a phishing email with 12 exclamation points. "If I accept, it could be nothing. Could be a picture of anything. Or it could be something meant to freak me out. Or it could be malware." Mara watched me. "AirDrop files can carry, what, a malicious profile. In theory," I said. "It's not common." But I stopped. The word, but was doing too much. She angled her phone like she was ready to hit record. "Then don't open it. Just accept so we can see the thumbnail in photos. Or accept and airplane mode immediately. I don't know. You're the security guy." The way she said it, half teasing, half trusting, made my chest tighten. Because yes, I was the security guy. I was supposed to be the person who didn't get surprised by basic stuff. I dragged down Control Center and switched my AirDrop to receiving off. Quests disappeared instantly, like a hand yanking a thread out of fabric. For a second, I felt relief. Then the phone buzzed with a normal notification sound. A text, "Unknown number, no contact photo. If you turn it off, you won't see the next one. No emoji, no punctuation beyond the apostrophe." Mara's mouth went slightly open. That came through as a text. I stared at the screen. My fingers went cold in a practical way, like when you touch a metal railing in winter. Yeah, that's not random, she said. I tried to rationalize it fast. Could be coincidence. Someone texting the wrong number. Mara gave me a look that wasn't dramatic, just flat. Evan, I exhaled, and the breath shook on the way out. Okay, not coincidence. Airport noise kept going. The clack of the kids' suitcase wheels, a zipper, a cough, someone's earbuds hissing. The normalcy around us made the text feel louder, like it was being shouted in a library. Mara moved a half step closer, lowering her voice. Do you want to tell someone? Gate agent. And say what? I whispered. Someone airdropped me a file and then texted me. They'll tell me to block the number, and I don't know. Stop accepting things from strangers. She didn't argue. She understood that the real problem wasn't whether an airport employee would care. The real problem was the message had hopped from one channel to another. Airdrop was proximity. Texting meant the sender had my number. My phone vibrated again. Another text from the same unknown number. You're not in Boston yet. Don't get on. I felt Mara watching me read. Her face tightened. What does that mean? It means they want me to not board, I said, and it came out like a question. Mara's eyes flicked toward the gate podium where two agents were typing at keyboards, their faces washed in screen light. Maybe it's some scam. Like, they want you to miss your flight. Why? I said. Do they get? She didn't answer because neither of us had a clean, safe explanation. My phone buzzed again. Look up. Blue backpack. Yellow tag. I didn't move at first. My body went stubborn and heavy, like if I stayed still, the world would have to stay still with me. My brain tried to turn it into a game. Spot the blue backpack, haha. Someone's messing with you. But the text had that clipped certainty of someone watching in real time. Mara spoke softly, like you would to a dog that might bolt. Don't whip your head around, just scan. I did, slow, casual, like I was stretching my neck. 3 rows left, near the charging station. A blue backpack sat under a chair. Bright yellow luggage tag looped around the handle. There was a phone cable snaking out of it into the wall. Next to it, a man in a gray hoodie sat with his knees wide and his eyes on his lap. Could be his bag. Could be someone else. In airports, bags and bodies blur into temporary ownership. My next text arrived before I could decide whether to look away. That's not your bag, but it's on your flight. I swallowed. My throat felt dry in that particular way you get after a long day, when your mouth tastes faintly of coffee and recycled air. Mara's voice was barely audible. Is your name on the tag? I leaned my head slightly, trying to read it without looking obvious. The yellow tag was turned inward, not readable from here. My heart wasn't hammering. Not yet. It was doing something worse. Steady acceleration, like a car picking up speed, and you don't realize how fast you're going until you look down. Okay, I whispered. Okay, so someone wants me to believe there's a bag situation. Mara's jaw worked. Either they're warning you about something or they're setting you up. My private flaw, my inability to let things go, clicked into place like it had been waiting. Because now there was a tangible object, a specific point in space. Not just a weird photo file. A blue backpack with a yellow tag. Something I could walk toward and verify. And the time-sensitive part arrived like the universe had been waiting for the right cue. The overhead speaker crackled. Attention passengers on flight 1827 to Boston. We are now boarding Group C. A line formed fast, people popping up like springs. The gate area shifted. Chairs scraped. Rolling bags thumped over seams in the carpet. Mara looked from the bag to the forming line to me. If that bag is a problem, and it's going on the plane, I know, I said, cutting her off. The word problem felt too small for what my brain was now painting. I forced myself to think procedurally. We should tell the gate agent. Mara nodded immediately. Yes, we started toward the podium, but the crowd thickened, funneling into the boarding lane. A family with 4 carry-ons drifted in front of us. Someone stepped sideways to take a call, blocking the path. The normal inconveniences of travel suddenly felt like deliberate obstacles. Another text buzzed. Don't tell them. He'll move it. 3 minutes. Mara heard the vibration, saw my face. What? I held the phone toward her, my thumb covering the number like that mattered. She read it and made a sharp exhale. I don't know, I said. But if you don't tell them, you're taking advice from the person doing this, she said. And if we do tell them and it's a prank, we look insane, I said, hating how much that mattered to me. And if it's not a prank, then we look insane for a different reason, she said, and her tone hardened. Evan, people are boarding. She was right. Group C was moving. The gray hoodie man near the blue backpack stood, stretching his shoulders like he'd been waiting for the call. He unplugged the cable from the wall with an absent tug. The blue backpack shifted as he grabbed it by the strap. My lungs tightened. World narrowed to that strap in his hand. Mara grabbed my sleeve. We need to do something. I should have walked straight to the gate agent and said, I'm getting texts about a bag. Let the professionals handle it. That was the correct move, the adult move, the move I would tell someone else to make. But the fear that had always lived quietly in the back of my mind, making a public mistake, being the guy who overreacts, the guy everyone watches and whispers about, rose up and put a hand on my shoulder. And right behind it came the other fear, the one that mattered more. The idea of sitting on a plane and realizing too late that I'd ignored a warning because I didn't want to look foolish. The gray hoodie man started walking toward the boarding lane, blue backpack swinging lightly, yellow tag flashing with each step. Mara's grip on my sleeve tightened. Evan, I know, I said. A final text buzzed, and my stomach sank before I even read it, like my body recognized the shape of bad news. If you let him board, you're in the photo next. Mara's eyes flicked from the screen to the man with the bag, then back to me. What does that mean? I don't know, I said, and for the first time my voice cracked. The man merged into the line. He was 10 feet from the scanner, then 8, then 6. The gate agent smiled at someone, oblivious, hand out for the next boarding pass. Mara leaned in, urgent. Choice. Now. Tell the agent and risk tipping off whoever was watching, or follow the man, keep quiet, and try to see where he takes the bag. My flaw did what it always did. It picked the option that promised answers. Come on, I said, and pulled Mara with me, not toward the podium, but toward the line, slipping into the flow of boarding passengers like we belonged there. Mara's eyes widened. Evan, I'm not letting that bag out of my sight, I whispered. We moved forward in the crowd, close enough now that I could smell the man's detergent, cheap, floral, and the faint sour note of sweat trapped under synthetic fabric. He didn't look back. He didn't hurry. He just boarded, as if nothing in the world had changed. And then the gate agent scanned his pass and waved him through the jet bridge. The crowd surged. The line advanced. Mara's voice was tight. We're doing this, I nodded once, unable to speak. My phone buzzed again, but I didn't look. Not yet. We stepped up to the scanner. The gate agent reached for my boarding pass. and the overhead lights above gate B12 flickered once, twice, before the terminal speaker popped with a sharp, ugly burst of static, like something shorting out. Every head in the gate area turned for half a second, and in that half second, the gray hoodie man and the blue backpack disappeared down the jet bridge. The jet bridge swallowed us in a warm, recycled breath that smelled faintly of rubber mats and old coffee. We moved with the line, shoes thudding on the slightly springy floor, the walls narrowing our vision to a gray tube lit by buzzing fluorescent strips. The gray hoodie man was still ahead of us, maybe 15 people up, his blue backpack slung over one shoulder, the yellow tag flashing like a tiny warning flag every time he shifted. Mara leaned close to my ear. "We're boxed in now." "I know," I said, and my voice sounded wrong to me, too thin, stretched. That was the first failed attempt, though I didn't realize it yet, just following. Acting like proximity alone counted as control. The line stalled halfway down the jet bridge. Someone up ahead was struggling to fit a carry on into the overhead bin before even stepping onto the plane, blocking the flow. People sighed. A man behind us muttered something under his breath. The gray hoodie man stopped moving. I used the pause to do what I should have done earlier. I pulled my phone out and typed 911 without hitting call, just to see how it felt. My thumb hovered, useless. If I called now, what would I even say? "I'm on a jet bridge and someone texted me about a backpack," Mara noticed. "If you're going to do it," she whispered, "do it." Before I could answer, my phone buzzed again. Too many eyes. Wait. My pulse jumped. I scanned the people around us, families, business travelers, a woman rocking a baby against her shoulder. No one was looking at me. That somehow made it worse. Whoever was texting wasn't just nearby, they were watching behavior, reading the room. The line lurched forward again. We stepped onto the aircraft. The cabin was dimmer than the terminal, overhead lights set to that soft, artificial evening meant to trick your body into calm. The aisle felt narrow after the jet bridge, shoulders brushing, elbows bumping as people jockeyed for bin space. Row numbers glowed faintly above the seats. 18, 19, 20. The gray hoodie man turned left into the aisle, then stopped at row 22. He lifted the blue backpack, opened an overhead bin, and slid it inside with practiced ease. No fumbling, no hesitation. My stomach tightened. The bag was on. Mara whispered, "That's it." Attempt 2 formed itself in my head. Verify the bag. If I could see the tag, read a name, maybe this would all collapse into embarrassment and relief. I stepped forward as if I needed to stow my own bag and reached up, pretending to adjust my backpack strap. I craned my neck toward the overhead bin. The yellow tag swung free now, readable. Not a name, just a phone number. Handwritten, thick black marker, no area code. Mara saw it too. Her eyes widened just slightly. "That's not normal." "No," I said, "it's not." The gray hoodie man slid into his seat by the window, pulled out his phone, and put in earbuds. He didn't look back. He didn't watch us. That again felt worse than if he had. People kept boarding. The aisle filled behind us. A flight attendant gestured politely. "Sir, if you could keep moving." We had to retreat a step, pressed back into the flow. Attempt 2 inspection had given us information, but no leverage. Mara's hand brushed mine. "You're shaking." "I know," I said. My forearms felt tight, like I'd been clenching them without realizing. We reached our row 24, aisle and middle, and slid in. As soon as I sat, the offer of stillness backfired. My leg bounced. My shoulders ached from tension. Another buzz. Good, you saw it. I stared at the message until the letters blurred. Mara angled her body toward me, shielding the screen. He knows what you're doing, she said quietly. Or someone does. The doors hadn't closed yet. A flight attendant stood near the front, making an announcement about overhead space. The engines were still silent. Okay, Mara whispered. Third option. We get up, tell a flight attendant quietly. Security protocol. They can pause boarding. And if the texter is watching, I said, if that tips them off. Evan, she said, and there was steel in it now. We are already tipped off. She was right. And still, my fear of escalation, the messy, public kind, wrapped around my ribs. I stood anyway. My knees complained immediately, stiff from the sudden movement. The aisle was still crowded, but thinning. I stepped toward the rear galley where a flight attendant was arranging cups. Excuse me, I said, keeping my voice low. I need to report something odd. She looked up, polite smile ready. Of course, sir. I opened my mouth and my phone buzzed again. If you say it out loud, the bag isn't the problem anymore. I froze. The attendant's smile wavered. Sir, Mara stepped up beside me. A loud bang echoed from the front of the plane. Several people yelped. A baby started crying. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. The flight attendant flinched, then relaxed almost immediately. Overhead bin, she said, already moving forward. Someone slammed it. The tension didn't drain from me, though. The timing was too clean, too perfect misdirection. That's what it was. Just physics and impatience. But my body didn't care. My palms were slick. My throat burned. The attendant glanced back. What was it you needed, sir? I swallowed. This was the point. Say it now or lose the nerve. There's a bag in the overhead, I said. Row 22. Blue backpack with a yellow tag. I've been receiving messages about it. Her expression shifted not to alarm, but to something procedural. Messages how? Texts. Airdrop earlier, I note, aware of how insane it sounded. She nodded slowly. Okay, let's have you take your seat for a moment. My stomach dropped. No, we're about to close the door, she said, still calm. I'll notify the lead, but you need to be seated. That was attempt 3, authority. And it failed, not because she didn't believe me, but because procedure moved slower than threat. We slid back into our seats. The aisle cleared. The door thumped shut with a finality that echoed in my bones. The safety demo lights flicked on. Mara leaned in, her voice barely more than breath. We're locked in now. I nodded, jaw tight. The plane pushed back from the gate. The floor vibrated under my feet. Outside, through the tiny oval window, the terminal began to slide away. My phone buzzed one more time. Too late to stop it. Not too late to fix it. What does that even mean? Mara whispered. I didn't answer. My attention had snagged on something else. The gray hoodie man was standing. He stepped into the aisle, blue backpack now slung in front of him, clutched to his chest. A flight attendant near the front looked up sharply. Sir, please take your seat, she said. He didn't respond. He just stood there, breathing fast enough that I could see his shoulders rise and fall from rows back. People started murmuring. Someone laughed nervously. This was it, my brain insisted. The nightmare scenario finally breaking cover. Then the man lurched sideways and dropped into the aisle seat across from us, head snapping forward. The backpack hit the floor with a dull thud. The murmurs rose into alarm. He fainted, someone said. A flight attendant rushed over. Sir, can you hear me? Another attendant appeared with a medical kit. Does anyone have medical training? The explanation was immediate and crushing in its ordinariness. A diabetic episode, a panic attack, dehydration, something human and fragile, misdirection again. My heart had sprinted ahead of reality, but the backpack was on the floor now, close enough that I could see the zipper wasn't fully closed. Mara's hand gripped my forearm. Evan, don't. Inside the bag, visible through the gap, was a phone. Not a bomb, not wires, just a phone, screen lit. On the screen, a photo, me, curled on my side in my own bed. Eyes closed, taken from above. The same bedding, the same hoodie. Sleeping. The plane started to roll, and whatever line I thought existed between watching and being watched vanished completely. The aisle filled fast. Flight attendants knelt around the gray hoodie man, voices low and efficient. Someone pressed the call button. Someone else stood half up, craning to see, then sat back down when an attendant shot them a look. I couldn't stop staring at the phone in the open backpack. The screen dimmed, then lit again, as if nudged awake. My own face stared back at me from my own bed, mouth slightly open, hair mashed to one side. The angle was wrong, too high, too close to the wall. Not a doorway shot, not across the room, from above. Mara followed my gaze, her breath hitched, quick and involuntary. Evan, I know, I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere behind me. The gray hoodie man groaned. His eyes fluttered open. He looked confused, panicked, like a person surfacing from underwater. Sir, an attendant said gently, you fainted. Try not to move. His eyes slid to the backpack on the floor. His hand twitched toward it. I moved before I finished deciding to. I stepped into the aisle, bent, and grabbed the bag by the strap. Sir, an attendant barked. The man's hand clamped around my wrist. His grip was weak but desperate. Don't, he croaked. I don't, please. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't look. Mara was on her feet now too, her shoulder braced against the seat in front of us. Evan, she said, urgent. What are you doing? Finding out, I said. The plane lurched slightly as the tug connected. The engines whined louder. We were moving. I yanked my wrist free. The man's fingers slipped, sweaty and trembling. He slumped back into the seat, breathing hard. An attendant reached for the bag. Sir, put that down. I need 1 second, I said, louder than I meant to. Heads turned, murmurs rose. I dropped into the empty aisle seat across from mine and pulled the zipper the rest of the way open. Inside, clothes folded tight, cheap, new, a charger brick, a power bank, and the phone. I picked it up. Locked screen, no notifications, just the photo. My phone buzzed again. I pulled it out, hands shaking now. You have it, good. I typed back before I could stop myself. Who are you? 3 dots appeared immediately, then stopped, then started again. The flight attendant put a hand on my shoulder. Sir, I need you to give me the bag. Please, I said, not to her, to the phone, to whoever was behind it. Please. The dots vanished. A new message came through. Check the contact list. I hesitated, then swiped the screen. No passcode. The phone opened. My stomach dropped. The contacts list wasn't long. No names like mom or work. Just addresses, street names, apartment numbers. One was mine, below it dozens more. Mara leaned in, reading over my shoulder. Her face went pale. These are homes. Targets, I said. The gray hoodie man let out a broken sound, half sob, half laugh. I told him I couldn't, he gasped. I told him I didn't want to be part of it. Who? I snapped, spinning toward him. He squeezed his eyes shut. I don't know his name. He pays. He gives instructions. I just deliver. Deliver what? Mara demanded. The man shook his head, tears leaking out now. Phones. I don't know what's on them, I swear. My phone buzzed again, sharp and insistent. If you give it to them, the list doesn't disappear. I felt boxed in on all sides. The attendants, the passengers, the accelerating plane, the reality that this wasn't just about me anymore. What do you want? I typed. My thumbs felt numb. A pause. Long enough that the cabin noise swelled back in engine pitch. A baby crying, someone whispering a prayer. Then, proof you won't run. Mara grabbed my arm. Evan, don't, I swallowed. My heart felt too big for my chest. What kind of proof? The response came instantly. Unlock your phone. Open photos, I froze. Mara stared at me. No, absolutely not. I knew what he meant. If he could see my phone, see what I was doing, then he was closer than the plane, closer than the airport. I can't, I typed. 3 dots. Then you're not the right person. My phone buzzed again, but this time it wasn't a text. It was an airdrop request. From seat 24A, my seat. Mara sucked in a breath. He's here. Every muscle in my body went tight. I scanned the cabin, suddenly aware of how many people were within 10 feet of me. A man 2 rows up, adjusting his glasses. A woman across the aisle, pretending not to stare. The gray hoodie man slumped and shaking. Decline it, Mara whispered. Evan, decline it. But I already knew what it was. I could feel it, like a weight behind my eyes. I accepted. The photo opened automatically. It was me, standing in the aisle right now, taken from behind. The angle was low, disguised, cropped tight enough that it could have been anyone with a phone held at chest height. My vision tunneled. Mara's nails dug into my arm. Don't turn around, she said fiercely. Don't. A man behind us stood abruptly. Hey, he said, voice sharp. What's going on up there? The flight attendant raised her voice. Sir, please remain seated. My phone buzzed again. Say it out loud. My mouth was dry. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might pass out like the courier had. Say what? I whispered. That you see me. The plane picked up speed. The runway lights streaked past the windows. This was it. The point of no return had already passed. I just hadn't felt it until now. I stood. The cabin erupted. Sir, sit down. Mara stood with me, one hand still gripping my sleeve like an anchor. I see you, I said, my voice shaking, but loud enough to carry. I see you. Silence snapped into place, brittle and electric. Then a man 3 rows back laughed. Too loud, wrong. You don't see anything, he said, standing slowly. He was middle-aged, clean-cut, the kind of face that vanished the moment you looked away. Sit down before you get someone hurt. My phone buzzed. Wrong one. The laughing man's smile faltered. Across the aisle, a woman lowered her phone too slowly. Her face was flushed, eyes bright with something like excitement or panic. She met my gaze and didn't look away. Mara saw it too. Her, she said. The woman bolted. She shoved past a passenger, slammed into an attendant, and ran for the front of the plane just as the engines roared louder. People screamed. Someone fell. The cabin tilted slightly as the plane accelerated. A flight attendant lunged, missed, and went down hard, hitting the galley wall with a sickening crack. The woman yanked open a galley compartment, fingers scrabbling. She wasn't going for a door, just trying to destroy something. The phone. I ran. My shoulder slammed into a seatback. Pain shot down my arm. I barely felt it. I grabbed her wrist as she raised the phone and twisted hard, the way my dad once taught me as a kid, just in case. she screamed. The phone clattered to the floor. An attendant tackled her from the side. Another piled on. The woman sobbed, incoherent, thrashing. The plane lurched, then lifted. I hit my knees, breath heaving, ears popping as the ground fell away. My phone buzzed one last time. Good choice. See you later, Evan. Then the number went dead. The phone from the backpack lay cracked on the floor, screen dark. The list, whatever it was gone. The plane climbed into the night, full of shaken people, and one bleeding flight attendant, and one courier crying quietly into his hands. Mara knelt beside me, her face pale, eyes wet. You're hurt. I looked down. Blood soaked the knee of my jeans. I'm okay, I said automatically. I wasn't sure if that was true. The plane leveled off somewhere over the dark quilt of New England, the engines settling into a steady, almost soothing roar that felt obscene given what had just happened. They taped my knee with quick, practiced hands. The flight attendant, her name was Jessa, I learned later sat pale and silent in the jump seat across the aisle with an ice pack pressed to her temple. Someone had wrapped her head in gauze that was already stippled with red. The courier in the gray hoodie had been moved to a row near the back, watched by 2 attendants and a man who quietly identified himself as an off-duty EMT. The woman who'd run had been zip-tied with spare restraints, her phone in pieces in a sealed evidence bag. No one cheered. No one clapped. People avoided looking at me like I'd broken a rule they hadn't known existed. Mara stayed with me through all of it. She held my backpack when they took my phone to photograph it, nodded at the crew when they asked if she'd witnessed anything, pressed a cup of water into my hands when I started shaking again. We didn't talk much. Words felt like they'd been used up. When the captain came on the intercom, his voice was calm in that practiced way. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a medical situation on board. Everything is under control. We'll be landing shortly, where local authorities will meet the aircraft. Local authorities meant flashing lights at the gate, uniformed figures with neutral faces. It meant standing in the aisle while passengers filed past, eyes flicking to my knee, to Mara's tight mouth, to the zip-tied woman who stared at the floor like it might open. On the jet bridge, the smell of rubber mats came back, grounding and awful. A police officer with a Boston accent took my statement while another spoke quietly to the courier. I heard the courier say, I didn't know again and again until the words lost meaning. The officer asked me to describe the texts. I did. He asked me to describe the photo. I did that too, my voice flattening the details into something manageable. They took my phone for a while. They gave it back with a card and a case number. Asked if I wanted to press charges. I said I didn't know. They nodded like that was an acceptable answer. At baggage claim, everything felt wrong in a softer way. The carousel hummed. Suitcases thumped into view. People laughed with relief that they'd made it, that nothing in their world had actually changed. Mara leaned against a pillar and closed her eyes. Do you want me to stay? She asked, opening them again. I can. I surprised myself by saying yes. At the hospital, they cleaned my knee properly. It needed stitches 5, neat and white under the lights. The doctor asked how it happened. I said I fell. He accepted that without curiosity. Jessa got a CT scan and a concussion diagnosis and a ride home. The EMT shook my hand before he left, squeezing once like he was sealing something. Mara sat in a plastic chair, scrolling through her phone without really seeing it. When they finally let me go, it was almost morning. We took a cab. The city looked like itself, brick and glass, and early joggers moving with purpose. Ordinary, cracked sidewalks. A bakery opening its doors, the smell of yeast and sugar briefly sweetening the air. At my place, I stood in the doorway longer than necessary. The lock looked the same. The hallway smelled like my neighbor's curry. My bed was made the way I'd left it. "Do you want me to check?" Mara asked. I nodded. She walked through the apartment with careful steps, opening the bathroom cabinet, the closet, the window by the fire escape. Nothing was out of place. No footprints, no hidden cameras, no sign that anyone had been there. Still, I slept on the couch that morning. When I woke up, the light had shifted and Mara was gone. A note on the counter in careful handwriting. "Text me. Eat something." The days after fell into a pattern I didn't choose. Interviews, emails, a detective who called and said they were following leads, that the woman had been charged, that the courier was cooperating. They couldn't say more. My job told me to take time. I said I would. I didn't. I changed my locks. I bought a small camera for the front door and another for the living room. I turned AirDrop off and left it off. I slept badly. When I did sleep, I woke up convinced I could hear someone breathing in the room, then embarrassed by myself when there was. Mara checked in. We got coffee once. We talked around it, then finally through it, the way you do when pretending is more exhausting than honesty. She admitted she jumped every time her phone buzzed on the flight home. I admitted I'd been replaying the moment I grabbed the bag, wondering how many different ways it could have gone. "Do you regret it?" she asked. I thought about the photo, the addresses, the way the plane had lifted while everything I knew tipped. "No," I said. "I regret that it worked." The investigation moved on without me. That was the strangest part, how quickly it became paperwork, how the shape of it smoothed. The woman pled down. The courier testified. The list was gone, unrecoverable. That was what they told me. That was supposed to be the relief. Weeks later, I found myself back in an airport, a different gate, a different city. I sat with my backpack between my ankles and watched a floor buffer trace lazy arcs across the carpet. The sound still crawled under my skin, but I breathed through it. My phone buzzed. Just a calendar reminder this time. Lunch. I let out a laugh that was half a wince. I checked my settings anyway. AirDrop off. As boarding started, I stood and joined the line. People shuffled forward. A kid dragged a suitcase over the same 2 tiles again and again. Nothing happened. On the plane, I took the window seat. I watched the wing flex against the sky and tried to focus on that, on physics, on the boring miracle of it. After we leveled off, I pulled my phone out to text Mara that I'd landed safely. There was a notification badge on photos. One new image. My heart stuttered, then steadied. Probably a delayed sync. A screenshot I'd forgotten. I opened it. It was a picture of my front door, taken from the hallway, the new lock gleaming. The time stamp from last night. No message. No sender. Just the ordinary rectangle of my life, captured and waiting. I closed the app. I put the phone face down on the tray table. Outside, the clouds slid past, endless and impersonal, and the engine kept its even, comforting song. I breathed. And then I kept breathing, because stopping didn't feel like an option anymore. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is That Is Not My Dog. Something replaced my pet, and it's learning to bark. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that felt wrong was the tag. It wasn't like I woke up to horror movie tableau. No overturned furniture. No weird footprints in flour. Just my dog, my very normal, very expensive to feed rescue mutt, standing in the hallway with his head tilted, the metal ID tag on his collar, catching the light from the kitchen like a tiny mirror. I'd heard him moving around in the night, nails ticking softly over the laminate, the little sigh he does before he folds himself down. The usual, the kind of noises you don't notice until you're not alone. But now, the tag said Milo. My dog's name was Archer. I stood barefoot in my socks and stared as if I could will the letters to rearrange themselves. The tag swung when he breathed, tapping the buckle with a faint, irregular click. The hallway smelled like last night's dish soap and the cold, wet air that seeped in under the front door in February. Okay, I said out loud, because talking to an empty hallway is better than letting your brain talk back. That's not funny. The dog Archer watched me with that patient, blank canine look that is either love or mild contempt, depending on how much they've had to deal with your species. He wagged his tail once, twice. Then his ears went up like he'd heard a car door outside. My phone was in my hand without me remembering picking it up. I opened my photo roll and scrolled, thumb moving too fast. Like if I got to the right picture quickly enough, I could keep the moment from turning into something else. There he was last weekend, sprawled on my couch with his paws in the air, belly exposed like he trusted me more than gravity. Archer's collar visible, tag flashing, but the letters were too small to read. I pinched and zoomed until the pixels smudged. Unreadable, of course. Archer, I said, softer now, like I was testing a word in my mouth. Come here. He didn't come. He didn't retreat either. He just shifted his weight, front paws a little more squared, chest forward, like he was bracing for something that might happen. His mouth opened slightly, and his tongue showed, pink and wet. Normal. Except he wasn't panting like he usually did when he was excited. His breathing sounded careful, measured, like he was listening for an instruction. I took one step forward. The tag swung again, and that little click-click was suddenly the loudest thing in the apartment. Then from the living room, a voice, groggy, annoyed, called out, "Can you not stare at him like he's a murderer? It's 6 a.m. I blinked, and the world snapped back into place. The dim kitchen light, the half-empty water bowl, the pile of shoes by the door, the coat rack leaning a little too far to the left because I still hadn't bothered to tighten the screws. I'm not staring, I called back. You are, she said, and I could picture her rubbing her face with one hand, the other reaching blindly for the mug she'd left on the coffee table. He's fine, I swallowed. Maya, did you change his tag? There was a pause, a long enough pause that my skin prickled under my sweatshirt. Then she appeared in the doorway, hair shoved into a messy knot, wearing my old college hoodie because she claimed it was softer than hers. She squinted at the dog, then at me, then at the dog again, like she was trying to catch up to a conversation she'd missed. "Why would I change his tag?" she asked. "Why would anyone change his tag?" I lifted my hand and pointed like I was presenting evidence in court. "Look," Maya leaned forward. The dog didn't move, but his eyes tracked her with a precision that felt sharp. Not aggressive, just intensely attentive. Maya's squint deepened. "It says Milo." "Yeah," I said, and my voice came out thin. "As Milo." She straightened, one eyebrow rising. "Okay, that's weird." "Thank you," I said too quickly, relieved she wasn't brushing it off. "Right, that's weird." Maya rubbed her forearm, goosebumps raised despite the heater humming. "Did you order a new one, like online? Sometimes they send the wrong engraving." "I didn't order anything." She walked past me toward the dog, moving slowly in that careful way people do when they don't want to set off an animal. "Archer," she said, warm and familiar. "Hey, buddy." The dog's tail gave another cautious wag. He didn't go to her. Maya's hand hovered above his head for a second before she scratched behind his ears. He flinched. It wasn't dramatic, no yelp, no snapping. Just a tiny recoil, like her touch surprised him. Then he leaned into her fingers, as if he'd remembered he was supposed to enjoy it. Maya's face shifted, subtle but real. "Okay," she said quietly, more to me than to him. "That is also weird." "I didn't hurt him," I said automatically. "I know," she replied, but her eyes stayed on the dog. The dog's mouth opened again, and he made a small sound that wasn't a bark, more like a throat clearing, a wet, tentative huh. He closed his mouth and looked at Maya as if waiting for approval. Maya froze mid-scratch. "Did he just? He's been making noises," I said, like he's trying something. "Dogs try things all the time," she said, but the words had lost their confidence. The kettle on the stove clicked as it finished heating, and the sound made all three of us twitch in different ways. Maya exhaled, then forced herself into routine. She poured water into the French press like it was a spell that would keep the morning normal. The smell of coffee bloomed, bitter and familiar, filling the kitchen. I watched the dog instead. His coat looked right. The little white crescent on his chest, the notch in his left ear from whatever happened before the shelter, even the faint scar along his muzzle where he'd once tried to chew through a plastic crate, something the vet had said would fade, but never did. All of it was him. So why did my brain keep insisting there was something off, like a note played slightly flat? Maya slid a mug toward me. "Okay," she said, in her practical voice, the one she used when she was trying not to spiral. "Possibilities. 1, the tag got swapped, like at the groomer or the vet, or he hasn't been to either in 2 months," I said. 2, you're misremembering." "I am not misremembering my dog's name," I snapped, then softened. "Sorry, it's not that. It's the way he's looking at me." Maya took a sip of coffee and stared over the rim at the dog. "He's looking at you like a dog." "No," I said, and hated how ridiculous I sounded. I gestured, helpless, like he's watching what works. Maya set the mug down carefully. "Okay," she said. "Then we check the basics. Microchip, vet records, your photos. Maybe he got out and someone—" "Don't say it," I cut in, because the thought had already slid into my mind like a knife under a fingernail. Maya's eyes softened. She didn't push. She knew about my thing. Not a dramatic trauma, not a headline. Just a private flaw I carried around. A constant, quiet suspicion that if I didn't keep control of the small pieces of my life, they'd get swapped out when I wasn't looking. Not stolen, replaced. like someone could move the furniture in my brain a few inches while I slept, and I'd spend the rest of the day bumping into it. It was why I triple-checked locks, why I photographed receipts, why I couldn't stand shared Dropbox folders. It made me feel stupid, which made me hide it, which made it fester. Now my dog's tag said Milo. Maya cleared her throat. Let's look at the collar. I knelt, hands slow, and reached for the dog's neck. He didn't back away, but his muscles tightened under his fur as my fingers slid under the collar. The leather felt worn in the familiar places, stretched where he pulled against it on walks. The buckle had the same scratch from when he'd gotten caught on a fence. My thumb brushed the inside. There was a second tag, not metal, plastic. A little rectangular chip tag, the kind shelters clip on temporarily when they're moving animals between kennels. I lifted it into the light. It was blank. No, I whispered. Maya crouched beside me, her knee bumping mine. That wasn't there before. I would have noticed, I said, and I didn't mean it as arrogance. I meant it as desperation. I check him. I check his paws after walks. I check his collar. The dog made that wet, tentative sound again. He stared at my mouth. Then he tried something else. His chest expanded. His throat tightened. His jaw opened. A sound came out that was almost a bark, but not quite too breathy, like air pushed through a reed. He shut his mouth fast, as if embarrassed. Then he looked between Maya and me, ears angled forward, waiting. Maya's hand flew to cover her lips. Oh my God. The room felt suddenly smaller, as if the coffee smell had thickened into fog. Outside, a car passed on the street, tires hissing on wet pavement. The radiator clicked. Somewhere in another apartment, a phone alarm started and stopped. Normal sounds. Normal world. The dog sat very still in the hallway with a tag that didn't belong to him and a second tag that shouldn't exist. And he was watching us like we were training him, like he wanted to get it right. Maya whispered, we should call someone. My instinct was to say the police. The word rose up automatically, the way it does when you're a kid and something breaks. But this was a collar, a tag, a weird sound, a dog that looked like my dog. What would I even say? Hi, yes, hello. I'd like to report what? That my pet feels wrong. Maya looked at me, and I saw the fork in the road in her expression. Either we treat this like a bizarre paperwork mistake and laugh about it later, or we take it seriously enough to risk feeling stupid in public. She reached for her phone. We can start with the shelter, she said, or your vet, microchip scan. The dog's head turned toward the front door again. That same alert posture. From the hallway outside, faint but clear, came a sound I'd never heard in our building before. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like nails on tile. Maya and I froze. The dog did not move. He only listened, then drew in a careful breath and tried again to shape his throat into something familiar. He whispered, as if practicing. Maya's eyes widened. Liam, she said, using my name like an anchor. We need to decide. Do we open the door and see who's out there, or do we lock it and go to the vet right now? The tapping outside continued, patient and close, and my dog, Manat dog, sat in the hallway, learning how to bark. Maya didn't wait for my answer. She slid the deadbolt with a sharp clack that sounded louder than it should have, then twisted the second lock for good measure. The tapping outside paused immediately, like whoever or whatever had been listening too. Okay, she said, too brightly. Door stays closed. Opens in 40 minutes. We can be there right when they unlock. The dog tilted his head at the sound of the lock, then looked at Maya's hands as if cataloging the motion. His tail thumped once against the wall. I stared at the door. The peephole sat at eye level, a dark glass coin. My heart was doing that unhelpful thing where it sped up without asking my permission. What if that was another dog? I said, like someone in the building. Maybe he smelled, then they'd knock, Maya said, or yell. Literally anything other than whatever that was. She picked up her phone again, already scrolling. I'm calling the vet to make sure they have a scanner ready. And maybe, she hesitated, maybe animal control if the dog made another sound. This one was closer, less breath, more shape. Maya's thumb froze above the screen. Did you hear that? I heard it, I said. My mouth felt dry. He's getting closer. Closer to what? To barking. The word hung between us, stupid and heavy. Maya crouched in front of him again, her voice gentle but tight. Hey, buddy, it's okay. The dog's eyes flicked to her mouth, then to mine, then back again, quick as a metronome. He inhaled. Ha-ar-ar. It scraped out of his throat, rough and unfinished, like a word mispronounced by someone who'd only seen it written down. Nope, Maya said softly. I don't like that. Neither do I, she stood up fast. We need to go now. Wait, traffic's going to be a mess. And she waved a hand at the dog. I don't want to be here if he figures out the rest. That's not fair, I said, even as I nodded. Dogs learn sounds all the time. Yeah, from other dogs, or from reinforcement, not from staring at your face like he's reading subtitles. The tapping outside started again. Slower this time, more deliberate. Not nails skittering, knuckles maybe. Or something trying very hard to be quiet. Maya's eyes snapped to the door. Did you order anything? No. Anyone who might come by? No. The tapping stopped. A beat passed. 2. Then a voice muffled by the door said hello. It was a man's voice. Normal. A little breathless, like he'd taken the stairs. Maya and I looked at each other. Don't open it, she mouthed. I nodded. The voice tried again. Louder. Hey, I think I might have your dog. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like missing a step in the dark. The dog in the hallway stiffened. His ears pricked forward, his body suddenly alert in a way that made my skin crawl, not aggressive, not fearful, attentive, interested. Maya whispered, What did he say? He said, I swallowed. He said he has our dog. The voice outside continued, overlapping me. I found him downstairs. He's got your building tag. Real friendly guy. Maya shook her head slowly. That's not possible. I stared at the dog in front of me. Same white crescent, same scar, same collar, same wrong tag. The man outside cleared his throat. Look, I'm not trying to freak you out. I just don't want to leave him in the lobby. He keeps a pause. He keeps barking at the elevator. The word hit like a slap. The dog in the hallway opened his mouth. RK, it wasn't a bark, but it was close enough that my pulse spiked. Maya grabbed my arm, nails digging in. Liam, that man needs to leave. What if he actually does have Archer? I whispered. What if this is? I don't care, she said, fierce now. We are not opening that door. The man outside tried the handle. Just a test. The lock held. Hey, he said, annoyance creeping in. You don't need to be weird about this. I can see the leash through the peephole. My blood went cold, not in the dramatic way, but in the practical one, like realizing you'd left food out overnight. The leash. I'd left it by the door. Red nylon, frayed near the clip. Maya followed my gaze. Oh no. The dog's head turned slowly toward the leash, then back to us. He made a sound that was unmistakably a bark. Short, sharp, wrong in some subtle way, like the pitch was off by a fraction. The man outside laughed. Hear that? That's him. No, Maya said, louder now. It's not. She stepped in front of the door, phone pressed to her ear. Yes, she said into it, breathless. Hi, I need to report a situation. There's a man outside my apartment claiming to have my friend's dog, but the dog is inside with us. A pause, her face tightened. Yes, I understand that sounds strange. The man outside raised his voice. Lady, I'm standing here with a dog who looks exactly like the one barking inside your apartment. You want me to just let him go? The building's hallway amplified his words, turning them hollow and echoing. I could hear a second set of paws, now lighter, faster, scratching against tile. 2 dogs. My flaw, the one I hated most, reared up then. That old, gnawing certainty that if I didn't control this moment, it would spiral beyond repair. That if I let other people handle it, something would be swapped out, and I'd be left holding the wrong version, wondering when it happened. I need to see, I said. Maya turned on me. No, I need to know, I insisted. If that's him out there, if this is Liam, she said, and now there was fear in her voice. You are not opening that door. The dog beside us watched the exchange, head moving between us like he was following a tennis match. His tail wagged once when my voice rose. The man outside knocked again, harder. Police are going to take a while, he said. I've got places to be. Maya hissed into the phone. They're on their way. Please stay where you are. Another bark echoed from the hallway outside, higher pitched, familiar in a way that made my chest ache. Archer's bark. I stepped toward the door. The dog at my side moved with me, not to block me. Touch me, shoulder to knee. He barked again, perfect this time. Maya grabbed my sleeve. Liam, stop. I just need to look, I said, through the peephole, that's all. Her grip tightened. You're not thinking straight. I never do, I snapped, then regretted it. But I can't live with not knowing. The dog sat when I stopped, obedient and quick, like he'd anticipated the command. His eyes never left my face. Outside, the other dog barked again. Scratched, whined. The man sighed. Seriously, open the door. I leaned toward the peephole and felt a warm breath against my calf. The dog behind me inhaled, deep and steady, and let out a bark so clean and convincing that it made my skin prickle. Maya gasped. He's copying him. The knock came again, sharper now. Last chance. I had my hand on the lock. Behind the door, 2 dogs barked in near perfect sync, and I had to choose which one I believed was mine. I didn't open the door. That's the version of me I want to be. The one who hears last chance from a stranger in a hallway and doesn't move. But my hand stayed on the lock long enough that the metal warmed under my palm, and Maya's nails were still digging into my sleeve when I finally forced myself to step back. Okay, I said, voice shaking with effort. Okay, peephole only. Maya didn't let go. Fine, but don't touch the locks again. I leaned in. The peephole gave me a warped fisheye view of the 3rd floor hallway. Beige walls, the scuffed carpet runner, the emergency light above the stairwell door. Directly outside our apartment, a man stood with a leash in his hand, my leash. No, different. Blue rope leash, clean, new-looking. He was mid-30s maybe, wearing a black puffer and a beanie pulled low. He was angled slightly away, like he didn't want his face fully on camera. Because yes, there was a camera. Our building had installed those cheap, cloud-connected hallway cams last summer after a package theft spree. The kind that promised peace of mind, but mostly gave you push notifications every time someone walked their dog. The man kept glancing up toward the camera dome, then back at the door. At his feet, a dog strained at the leash. white crescent on the chest, notched ear, same height, same build, archer. My throat tightened so hard it felt like swallowing sand. The dog barked again, high, sharp, frantic. He hopped sideways, nails clicking against the tile. He looked up at the man, then back at our door, then straight into the peephole like he could see me. Behind me, the dog inside my apartment made a soft, eager sound, like a suppressed whine. Maya whispered, "What do you see?" "A guy," I said, "and an archer." "Are you sure?" I stayed glued to the peephole, afraid to blink. "It's him. It's his ear. That notch, that's..." The man outside leaned down and touched the dog's collar. The dog flinched, then lunged again, barking harder. The man looked up at our door. Then, very deliberately, he turned his head toward the hallway camera and raised 2 fingers in a loose wave, like he was trying to be casual for a recording. Then he did something that made my stomach drop. He pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and held it up, pointed straight at our peephole. Not toward the hallway camera, toward me. Maya sucked in a breath. "He's filming." Jerked back from the peephole like it had burned me. The dog inside barked perfectly, crisply, then sat, fast and neat, like he'd learned that barking came with a pause afterward, like punctuation. Maya dragged me into the kitchen by my sleeve. "Okay, attempt 1. We do this the same way. We call the vet, we call the shelter, we keep the door locked until police arrive." "I don't think police are coming fast," I said. My hands were shaking so hard I spilled half my coffee when I tried to pick it up. "They're going to treat this like a neighbor dispute." "Then we make it not a neighbor dispute," she said. "We make it a safety thing, trespassing, harassment, stalking." I opened the building app with the camera feed. The video buffered, then showed the hallway view from above the stairwell. Our door sat at the bottom of frame. The man was there. The dog was there. A timestamp pulsed in the corner. And then my stomach lurched again. The dog inside my apartment walked into frame. Not on the camera. In real life. Padding down the hall toward the front door with that same careful breathing. Maya blocked him with her leg. "No, no, no." The dog stopped immediately, sat, looked up at her. "Waiting." Maya's voice cracked. "That is not normal. I tried the vet first. It rang, went to voicemail. I tried again, thumb slipping. Maya tried animal control. She got a recorded message about high call volume. My phone buzzed with a notification. Motion detected. 3rd floor hallway. The building camera had triggered. The cloud clip saved automatically. That should have felt like protection. Evidence. Instead, it made my skin crawl, because evidence only matters if someone cares in time. Maya hit live view. The man outside was still there. The outside dog was pulling, twisting, barking in frantic bursts. The man looked up at the hallway camera again. Then he stepped closer to our door and said something I couldn't hear through the silent feed. He held up a hand like he was counting down. Maya muttered, "He's trying to push you." "He's not wrong," I said, and hated myself for it. Attempt 2 was me trying to be clever, because clever is my coping mechanism when panic doesn't work. "I'm calling the building manager," I said. "He has to have contact info." Maya nodded quickly. "Yes, do that." I scrolled through an email chain from last month about the elevator inspection. Found a number, called. A sleepy voice answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello. Hi, sorry. This is Liam in 3B, I said fast. "There's a guy outside my door claiming he has my dog. There's a dog inside my apartment. I need you to check the lobby cameras." Now, a pause, paper rustled. "Sir, it's 6:15. "I know," I said, "I'm sorry. But he's here, on the 3rd floor, with a dog." And he's filming my door. Maya leaned in, listening. Her eyes flicked to the front door every few seconds like she expected it to explode inward. The manager exhaled, annoyed. Okay, I'm going to log in, hold on. I heard typing, a long stretch of it. Then he said slower, I'm not seeing anyone on the lobby feed. What? I said. No one, lobby's empty. I see the mailboxes, the front door, no dog, no guy, nothing. My skin prickled. Check the third floor. Those cameras don't record continuously, he said. They're motion clips. I don't have live access from my end. That's through the resident app. Maya mouthed, of course. Then come up here, I said. Please, you live nearby, right? You can, sir, he said, irritation turning into caution. I'm not coming into the building because someone's standing outside your door with a dog. Call the police. We did. Then wait. I closed my eyes, jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Fine, thank you, I hung up. Behind us, the dog inside made that soft, almost human exhale again. Patient. Present. Maya whispered, if the lobby's empty, it means he didn't come in through the front, I said. Misdirection landed like a punch. My brain immediately jumped to vents, to fire escapes, to nonsense. But the building was old and practical. There was a service stairwell that led to the basement laundry room and out to the rear lot. There was also the trash door, the one that never latched properly. A real way in. Maya was already thinking it too. Backstairs. The knock came again, louder, not tapping now. Knuckles firm. The outside dog barked over it, frantic and breathless. Maya flinched. He's escalating. The dog inside stood, walked to the door again, sat perfectly, looked up at the lock. Then he did something that made my stomach twist. He lifted his paw and placed it on the bottom edge of the door, exactly where a dog would scratch to be let out. He didn't scratch. He just held it there, like he'd seen the gesture somewhere, and knew it was part of the script. Maya's face went pale. He wants it open. No, I said. He wants to see what happens. My phone buzzed again. Another motion alert. In the live view, the man outside shifted his weight and tugged the outside dog closer. The dog twisted, trying to pull away, and for one awful second, the leash looped around his neck. From the camera angle, it looked like the man was choking him. Maya gasped. Oh my God. But then the man bent down quickly, fingers working the loop loose. The dog stumbled, coughed, then barked again, still frantic, but alive. An accident, not an attack. A terrifying image with a mundane explanation. My heart didn't care. It hammered anyway. He's not going to leave, Maya said. And Archer, if that's him, he's going to hurt himself. I looked at the door, the locks, the peephole, the leash by the hook. My private flaw tightened around my ribs, the need to resolve it now, even if it meant doing something stupid. Especially if it meant doing something stupid. We go out the back, I said, and the words came out before Maya could stop them. We don't open the front. We go down the service stairs, out to the rear lot, around to the front entrance, and we call to Archer from the lobby side. If he's real, he comes to me. If he's not, we're still outside, Maya finished, eyes wide. With him. With them, I said, because the plural felt important. Maya shook her head hard. No, that's worse. It's time sensitive, I said. He's winding up. And Archer, my Archer is, my throat closed. He's going to get taken away. Maya stared at me, then at the dog inside, who sat calmly like he was listening to a plan being made about him. Her voice dropped. If we leave this apartment with him, and he's not Archer, we're walking him into the world. I didn't have an answer that didn't sound insane. The knock on the front door became pounding. Open up, the man shouted, losing the friendly tone. I'm not doing this all morning. The dog inside barked perfectly, confidently, then padded toward the kitchen, toward the service door that led to the building hallway at the back, the one we used for taking out trash. Maya followed him, horror dawning on her face. Liam, did you lock the back door? I hadn't. We never did. It only latched from the outside. A stupid design. A familiar negligence. The dog rose on his hind legs and pressed his paw to the handle like he'd seen me do it 100 times. He pushed down. The latch clicked, and the back door swung inward with a soft, ordinary sigh. Point of no return. Because now the dog wasn't just waiting to be let out. He was letting himself out. The back door opened like it had done it 1,000 times. Not with a bang. Not with drama. Just a soft swing on tired hinges, and that faint smell that always lived in the service corridor. Bleach, damp cardboard, old paint, and the ghost of someone's cigarette from the rear lot. The dog stepped through first. He didn't bolt. He didn't glance back at me the way Archer always did, checking whether I was coming. He moved with that careful, measured pace he'd been practicing all morning, nails clicking on the concrete like he was counting. Maya grabbed the edge of the door, eyes wide. No, she hissed, as if saying it louder would change physics. No, 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 the pounding at the front door continued, muffled now by distance, but still there, like a second heartbeat in the apartment. Open up. I made a decision I didn't feel myself make. My body just moved. I lunged, caught the dog by the collar, and yanked him back hard enough that the metal tag snapped against the buckle. Milo, it flashed at me. He didn't yelp. Archer would have yelped, or at least flinched like he'd been offended by my rudeness. This dog turned his head slowly and looked at my hand. Then he barked clean, crisp, perfectly pitched, and the sound hit me like a command. Maya grabbed my wrist. Liam, get the leash, I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. The red one, now. Maya hesitated, then snatched it from the hook by the front door and ran back, socks slipping on the tile. She fumbled with the clip, hands shaking. The dog watched her hands again, tracking, learning. I had him pinned in the doorway between my thighs and the doorframe, one hand dug under the collar, the other braced against the wall. My heart hammered so hard I could taste metal. Maya clipped the leash on. The dog sat instantly, not because he was trained, because he knew sitting was what came next. Okay, Maya whispered. Okay, we have him, we have him. The latch clicked again in the service corridor. Not our latch, not the back door. A different one, deeper down the corridor. A door opening from the stairwell. Maya's face went pale. Someone's back there. I strained my ears, heard a faint scuff of boots on concrete, a soft chink like keys brushing a handrail. Then the outside dog barked somewhere close, but distorted by walls. Hi, frantic, familiar, Archer. My throat tightened around his name. The dog at my side barked back. Same pitch, same cadence, like an answer. Maya jerked the leash. Stop. It wasn't a command to the dog. It was to me, to my instincts, to that part of me that wanted to fling the back door open and chase the sound like a drowning man chasing air. The pounding at the front door turned into something worse. A heavy thud, a shoulder. The whole doorframe trembled. The man shouted, I can hear you in there. Don't make this harder. Maya's eyes flicked between the front hallway and the back corridor. Trapped. Okay, she whispered, voice tight. We can't stay here. Front is compromised. Back is, she swallowed. Back is unknown. The dog pressed his shoulder against my leg, not struggling, just present. anchored, waiting. And then it clicked in my head, sharp as a snapped cable. He wasn't trying to escape randomly. He had opened the back door because it led to the service stairs, the rear lot, the blind spot, the route the building manager didn't see, the route someone else had used to bring an identical dog to our floor without ever showing up in the lobby feed. Service stairs, I said. That's how he got up here. Maya's jaw clenched. So whoever's back there is with him. The dog's ears perked at the word stairs, like he understood. I pulled Maya toward the kitchen, away from the front door. We go out back, I said. Not to run, to get eyes, to make noise, to force a witness. Maya stared at me like I'd lost it. Witness where? The rear lot. It's someone will be taking out trash. Someone will be walking down to the laundry. We need people, cameras. The hallway cam doesn't record continuously, but it triggers on motion. We trigger it. Maya's breathing came fast. And what drag? She glanced at the dog. Him with us. We can't leave him in the apartment, I said, and I hated that my voice cracked. If we leave, the front door goes. And then another slam rocked the front door. A metallic scrape, like something trying the lock mechanism itself. Maya flinched. Okay, fine, back door now. She swung it wider and the service corridor yawned open, long, narrow, fluorescent lit, with a row of utility closets on the left and the laundry room at the far end. To the right, a gray metal stairwell door stood ajar by a few inches. That's where the latch sound had come from. Maya whispered, "Hello." No answer. Just the distant bark again. Closer now, echoing up the stairwell. Archer. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. The dog beside me leaned forward, leash taut, ears high. He made a soft, breathy attempt at a whine, like he was trying on the emotion as well as the sound. Maya moved first, because she was braver than me in that particular way, braver in the way that counted when your brain was screaming to freeze. She shoved the stairwell door open. It clanged against the wall. The sound bounced down the concrete stairwell like a dropped pan. And there, halfway down the stairs, was Archer, my Archer. I knew it in the stupid, absolute way you know your own handwriting. His tail was tucked, his paws splayed awkwardly on the step like he'd slipped. His collar looked wrong, too loose. And there was a fresh red scrape on his throat where something had rubbed him raw. A rope leash. Blue. The same rope leash the man outside held. Archer barked once, sharp and scared, and scrambled up 2 steps toward us. Behind him, lower down, a man's voice snapped. No stay. A figure moved up from the landing. Black puffer beanie. The same man. My stomach dropped through the floor. He took 2 stairs at a time, one hand on the rail, the other holding the blue rope leash, and his eyes darted to the dog on our leash, the inside dog, like he was checking inventory. For a split second, his face did something ugly, like annoyance, like disappointment. Then he forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Oh," he said, breathless. "There he is. Great, hand him over and we're all done." Maya's voice came out thin. "Why are you in the back stairwell?" He spread his hands like we were being unreasonable. "Because you wouldn't open the front door." Another bark came from upstairs, from our apartment side. The hallway, someone else. A second set of steps, heavy, moving fast above us. And the hallway camera would be triggered, grabbing a motion clip of what? A chase, a struggle. My mind tried to split into 2 and failed. Maya saw it too, her eyes widened. Liam, the man on the stairs, glanced up sharp, and his pleasant mask slipped. "Don't," he said. "Don't do anything stupid." Archer whimpered and tried to climb toward me again, nails scraping concrete. His body trembled. His throat scrape looked angry and fresh. The inside dog Milo barked once, clean and calm, then sat, like he was watching a scene he'd rehearsed. I did something I will hate myself for forever. I stepped toward Archer and let go of Milo's leash with my other hand to reach. Maya hissed, "Liam." Milo surged forward, not at Archer, at the man. He lunged down 2 steps, fast and silent, mouth open, not snapping wildly, but aiming. The man jerked back, startled, and Milo's teeth caught fabric, not flesh. The black puffer tore with a ripping sound that seemed impossibly loud in the stairwell. The man swore and swung his elbow down hard. It connected with Milo's skull. A dull, sick thump. Milo crumpled sideways, stunned, leash slipping through Maya's fingers as she screamed. Maya grabbed for the leash again, missed, and her shoulder slammed into the stairwell wall. She gasped, eyes watering. Archer yelped a real yelp, panicked, and bolted upward past us, into the service corridor, claws skittering on concrete as he ran toward the apartment back door, toward the front door, toward the pounding. "Archer," I shouted, and my voice cracked apart. Maya lunged after him, stumbling, one hand clutching her shoulder. "No, no, no." The man seized the moment. He grabbed the blue rope leash and sprinted upward, past us, eyes on Archer like he was chasing a dropped wallet. In the corridor, everything happened at once. Archer skidded near the back door, confused by the smell of our apartment and the violence behind him. The front pounding hit again, and the whole apartment door rattled. Maya reached Archer first, grabbing his collar with both hands. Archer twisted, terrified, and his raw throat made him cry out. "Easy," Maya sobbed. "Easy, baby, please." The man grabbed the blue rope and swung it, trying to loop Archer's neck in one practiced motion. I saw the move, the familiarity of it, the efficiency. He'd done this before. I threw myself forward and caught his forearm with both hands. Our bodies slammed into the utility closet door. The metal dented. Pain shot up my wrist. He was stronger than me, not outrageously, just enough. He snarled, "Let go." I didn't. I couldn't. I dug my nails in like that would matter. From inside the apartment, the other pounding stopped. A lock clicked. The front door opened. My stomach turned to ice. Second man's voice called, "What the hell is going on back there?" Maya's head snapped up, eyes wide. Archer barked, ragged, hoarse, real. The hallway camera chirped a tiny confirmation sound as it caught motion. The man I was grappling with froze for half a beat, calculating. Then he did the only thing that made sense for someone like him. He let go. He shoved me hard into the closet door, and I stumbled, wrist screaming. He bolted down the service corridor toward the stairwell, boots pounding. Gone. Maya collapsed against the wall, clutching Archer to her chest like he was a child. Archer shook so hard his tags jingled. And behind us, on the stairwell landing, Milo stood unsteadily on wobbly legs, head tilted, eyes bright and calm. He opened his mouth and barked, perfectly, not frantic, not afraid, like he was trying to prove something, like he was showing us he'd learned. Maya stared at him, tears on her face, and whispered, "Liam, what do we do with that?" I looked at Archer trembling in her arms, throat scraped raw, eyes wide with trust and terror. Then I looked at Milo, and I realized the cost wasn't just bruises and torn fabric. It was that I couldn't unknow what I'd seen, because even with Archer in my arms, even with the threat sprinting away, I still wasn't sure what Milo was going to do next. The police arrived 22 minutes later. I know because Maya timed it on her phone while sitting on the kitchen floor with Archer pressed against her chest. Her hoodie soaked through where his throat scrape had started bleeding again. He shook the entire time, not violently, just a constant tremor like he was cold in a way heat couldn't fix. My wrist had already started to swell. Purple bloomed under the skin in a shape that looked like a map I didn't recognize. I kept flexing my fingers to prove to myself nothing was broken, even though every movement sent a dull ache up my arm. Adrenaline had burned off, leaving everything louder and heavier. Milo sat in the hallway, not pacing, not hiding, just sitting, head tilted, watching the front door like a well-trained dog waiting for permission. When the first officer knocked 3 firm, official raps, Milo barked. Once, perfectly. I flinched harder at that than at the knock. Maya looked at me, eyes rimmed red. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't react, please." I didn't open the door this time. She did, standing slowly, Archer never leaving her arms. 2 officers came in, 1 male, 1 female. Late 30s maybe, calm voices, neutral faces. They took in the apartment with that practiced sweep. Overturned chair near the utility closet door, dent in the metal, leash on the floor, my wrist already swelling. Maya's scraped shoulder, Archer's injury. Then their eyes landed on Milo. The female officer crouched automatically, professional warmth kicking in. "Hey there, buddy," Milo wagged his tail, sat straighter. "Is that your dog?" she asked. "No," Maya said immediately. "Yes," I said at the same time. We both froze. I swallowed. "I mean, no, it's not. It looks like my dog." "But my dog is," I nodded to Archer, who whined softly and pressed his face into Maya's neck. "That's Archer." The male officer raised his eyebrows. "2 dogs." "Yes," Maya said, "identical. One of them was brought here by a man who tried to take Archer." I gave them the short version. Maya filled in details when my words tangled. The blue rope leash, the back stairs, the hit to Milo's head, the hallway camera. They listened. They always do at first. Then came the questions that felt like gravity slowly turning back on. "Are you sure you didn't recently foster?" "No." "Are you sure someone couldn't have swapped collars?" "I'm sure. Dogs can look very similar." "I know." Animal control arrived next. A woman with a calm voice and a heavy jacket that smelled faintly of disinfectant and wet fur. She scanned Archer's microchip first. It beeped. Numbers came up, matched the vet records on file. She scanned Milo. Nothing. She frowned, tried again. Different angle. Still nothing. "Sometimes chips migrate," she said, but her voice had lost some of its automatic reassurance. They checked Milo's collar more closely. The blank plastic tag underneath. No writing. No serial number. No shelter logo. "Where did this come from?" the animal control officer asked. "I don't know," I said. She nodded like that answer fit more than I wanted it to. An ambulance came, though neither of us wanted it. The EMT wrapped my wrist and told me to get an X-ray. He cleaned Maya's shoulder scrape. He looked at Archer's throat and told us to go to the emergency vet immediately. They separated the dogs. That part hurt more than anything else. Archer went with Maya into the bedroom. The door closed gently behind them. Milo was led into the hallway on a catch pole, not because he'd done anything aggressive, but because procedure didn't care about vibes. He walked without resistance, glancing back once, eyes bright and curious. He barked softly as the door closed, not distressed, just noting it. The man was never found. The hallway camera footage showed exactly what you'd expect, and nothing more. A man in a black puffer. A dog on a blue rope leash. No clear face. The service stairwell camera had been broken for months, maintenance ticket filed, never prioritized. The second man from the front hallway claimed he'd heard shouting, opened his door, and seen someone run. That was it. The vet shaved Archer's neck and cleaned the abrasion. "It'll heal," she said, "but he's going to be sore and shaken." "Will he be okay?" Maya asked. The vet paused. "Physically, yes." She didn't say anything about the rest. Milo was taken pending investigation. That's the phrase they used. Animal control said he'd be evaluated, held, possibly rehomed if no owner came forward. They asked if we wanted to claim him. Maya said no without hesitation. I didn't answer fast enough. The animal control officer looked at me carefully. "You okay with that decision?" I nodded. Yes. It felt like lying, even though it was. They left us with paperwork and pamphlets, and the smell of antiseptic lingering in the air. The apartment felt too quiet after. Not empty, just wrong in its proportions, like a room after furniture has been moved. That night, Archer slept pressed against my legs, his breathing shallow but steady. Every time he shifted, I woke up. Every time a car passed outside, my heart jumped. At some point, Archer barked in his sleep, a short, panicked sound. I sat up instantly. He was still there, warm, solid. Mine. Weeks passed. The bruise on my wrist faded from purple to yellow. Maya's shoulder healed. Archer's throat scabbed, then scarred. The building manager finally fixed the service stairwell camera. The front door got a new lock. Life slid back toward normal in small, careful steps. Almost normal. I started taking Archer to a different park. I avoided the service corridor. I flinched when dogs barked in sync across the street. Once, at the grocery store, my phone buzzed with a push notification from the building app. Motion detected. 3rd floor hallway. My stomach dropped. It was just a neighbor carrying laundry. At least, that's what the clip showed. Maya moved out 2 months later. Not because of what happened exactly, just timing. But when she hugged me goodbye, she held on longer than usual. "Trust yourself," she said quietly. "But don't do it alone." I promised I would. I mostly keep that promise. The animal control officer called once more, weeks later. "No one claimed the dog," she said. "No chip, no records. He was unusually adaptive behaviorally. Smart." I waited. "We placed him with a specialized trainer," she continued. "He's doing well." "Does he have a name?" I asked. A pause, paper rustling. "They're calling him Milo," she said. After the call, I sat on the couch with Archer's head in my lap and stared at the wall until the light changed. That night, as I locked up, Archer stood by the door and watched me, head tilted. I reached down and scratched behind his ears. He leaned into my hand, warm and familiar, breathing easy. Then he barked. Just once. Perfectly normal. Still, I checked his collar before bed, just to be sure.